Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday on a Thursday. This is a new one for us. Yeah, your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness has returned after a week off last week, though we did have off-screen content on our YouTube site for you. But with this being 4th of July weekend, I figured, I don't know if I necessarily want to have something on 4th of July exactly, or even on the Friday, because there's a question of, am I going to have stuff going on that I have to be off the show for anyway? So I said, let's do our first Thursday show. So, this is going to be a bit of a different case, so it's going to be almost Super Bowl game, almost Saturday, I guess. Although I don't think you should necessarily get into a case of expecting Thursday shows often. But then again, we did expand out. We did do a Sunday show this year as far as how it was. And of course, Friday and Saturdays, of course. But either way, the long week is ended, or not long as far as it's maybe felt longer, perhaps. But either way, your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness has returned, and it is summer. It is hot out there, depending on where you are in the world. So I got another summer game for you, and actually, as it turns out, including our off-screen content from last week, it's another game that technically is corporately sponsored, but it's also the third game, and at this point, the last game, unfortunately, in a trilogy of racing games that are water-based that I love. Tonight we're going to be playing Wave Race Blue Storm. It came out on the Gamecube at the launch of the system 25 years ago. It was September 14th of 2001 when the Gamecube and this game launched in Japan. For the US, it was November 18th of 2001, and then it came out in Europe on May 3rd of 2002, and May 17th of 2002 in Australia. For Nintendo Gamecube, it is the third, and at this juncture, final game in the Wave Race trilogy. It's the racing franchise that started on the Game Boy originally, not on Nintendo 64 with Wave Race 64, which is celebrating 30 years of itself this year. But the humble game on Game Boy, which we will show as far as our next stop on this franchise, and I guess at this point our final official one, it started a little bit of a dynasty of saying, hey, this is kind of a fun, simple racing game, but you're set on jet skis. And then when it came out on Nintendo 64 with Wave Race 64 Kawasaki Jet Ski, that's where people took notice and said, oh my god, this game's awesome. And I was definitely one of those people. But the good news then is that we got another game in the franchise because Wave Race on Game Boy did sell over 1 million units. It was part of the Player's Choice line for Game Boy, and so is Wave Race 64. So at the launch of GameCube, Nintendo said, let's make this one of our flagship titles at the system's launch, along with Luigi's Mansion. As far as whether it's better than Wave Race Boost or Wave Race 64, I don't know if I'm going to say that, but it definitely is a good one as far as summer, and we're going to go over it as far as how it is. We are running on Wii because, as I mentioned earlier this year, I did buy a Nintendo Wii online that has GameCube support. My regular Wii does not, because I want to show off games that have progressive scan, and also for the purpose that I have component cables, so we can show anything on GameCube in wonderful 480p in particular, but it is being upscaled, so let's get this party started as it is. Run the GameCube case. One thing also to mention is, like we said with Pikmin, if you hold the B button down when you're loading any game on GameCube and you have component cables, either if you're running through Wii like I am, or if you have those GameCube connectors or some modern method that transmits it to HDMI, hold the B button as you start it. In this case, also take the batteries out of the Wii remote because I don't want them to go dead, because they will if I keep them on. I'll keep them in there. And we'll get the load up as far as this, and it plays in progressive scan, at least this game does. Not every game on the GameCube does this, but if you do have anything, if you boot it up and hold B button, it says enable progressive scan mode, that means you're going to be all set as far as how it is. And that's what we got for Wave Race Blue Storm. You're seeing this and hearing the nice heavy guitar music as it is. We're going to get progressive scan running as far as this to start it, and I'll talk a bit of a spiel about the game. As it's loading my memory card, it's worth pointing out I do have everything unlocked on this, and to be honest, I think that's going to be how this play is going to go. Because even though I did practice this game, even though I have played this game for a bit of time, it's something where I realized that the difficulty jump in the tour mode, or whatever they call it, I think it's like the Grand Prix, we'll indicate what it is when we go in the menu. The jump from normal to hard is really hard, and unlike Wave Race 64, where I'm really good at that game, I must have been good enough back in the day to finish the game completely as far as that, but nowadays, I couldn't. I'm sorry, but I do have the load going on, so I'll show off everything this game has, including a lot of extra stuff, some nice stuff in particular, and also we'll go into some stuff on gaming in particular as far as some news that came out last week and this week, and also the post-too-many-games discussion, because, I got a haul of stuff as far as it that we're going to go into. I think we're going to go into stuff that is coming on to the show soon, as we have Poochie rolling in with Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight for our Thursday show. I've not done a Thursday show before, But with the long 4th of July weekend coming, I said, let's kick it off early and get that going. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Wave Race Blue Storm for GameCube. I don't know if your experience is on this or on the other Wave Race games. Okay, I do know that I pointed you to Wave Race 64 when it came on Nintendo Switch Online. I said, you gotta play this game, it's amazing. I think you played it and said, yeah, it's pretty good. And then the Game Boy game as well. I don't know if you ever played that. That's not on Switch Online yet. I'm surprised it isn't. This one, there's kind of a reason as to why. I'm going to go into it as it is. And also experiences of your favorite summer games or games that are aquatic-based or aquatic racing games, because I miss games like this so much. And I'm going to go over that as we go. This game, it's worth pointing out, unlike the other two games in the series, which were internally developed by Nintendo, it was Nintendo EAD who developed Wave Race 64. I think it was Nintendo R&D 1 who made Wave Race on Game Boy. Correct me if that's not right, or I'll correct myself in a couple of days when I edit this. This was an internal developer of Nintendo, but not exactly 100%. This game was developed by Nintendo Software Technology. They formed in 1998 as a partnership between the Digipen Institute of Technology on Washington State, as well as also a connection of Big Bang Software. Company was responsible for Load Runner 64 for Nintendo 64. They did the port of Layer Section to the PC, the Taito game, also known as Galactic Attack. They did the 32X version of Pitfall: The Mayan Adventure. They did the port of Star Wars Dark Forces to the PlayStation 1. And then, as Nintendo Software Technology, they've made a lot of games for Nintendo as far as it, including Bionic Commando Elite Forces for Game Boy Color, Ridge Racer 64, Pokemon Puzzle League, the Game Boy Color port of Crystallis from SNK, as well as 1080 Avalanche, Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2, March of the Minis for DS, Minis on the Move, and Tipping Stars, and F-Zero 99 for Switch, semi-recently. Also, I'll talk about my summer gaming ritual at Super Mario Sunshine. That is a good one, for sure. And it is a great game that is coming to Nintendo Switch Online sometime. I'm going to assume it's going to be this summer. I don't think they're going to let summer go. As far as that is a great summer game. When you think about it, also this. The fact that GameCube did not launch the Super Mario Sunshine, but a case that they kind of had some summer gaming going on sort of in the launch of the system with this, but then that came later. And actually, now that I think about it, a lot of Nintendo stuff kind of had that vibe, because I know the Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker had that, so good indication, Gemini 96 as far as that. But yeah, Switch Online is getting Super Mario Sunshine at some point. I don't know, it's been about a month since the last one. Maybe I get an announcement around 9 o'clock tonight and see. It'll be something for next week as far as tomorrow. We'll see, but that's a great answer for sure. And as far as summer games that I do love the Wave Race games. Wave Race 64 is my favorite one, but this one's not exactly a slouch either. Other games like this, like Hydro Thunder, Splashdown, which we're definitely going to talk a bit about Splashdown tonight. And another really good one. Well, Cool Spot, which we played on Sega Genesis a few weeks ago. That's another really good one. So, good case, and feel free to keep the summer game memories coming, and also other cases as far as like water-based driving games. As far as this game was directed by Shigeki Yamashiro. He did hardware support on Earthbound for Super Nintendo, going into that Gemini 96, because I know it's one of your favorites. And a game that, I guess as far as how seasons go on that one, actually that's a game that kind of covers every season based on the areas you go, including summers, which we went to when Gemini 96 played the game for us, but also winters, but also definitely kind of a spring and fall vibes. That's truly a game of all seasons, really. But he was the hardware support on that one, as well as doing project arrangement for Pilotwings 64, another favorite of mine from Nintendo 64. And he did designing of Ken Griffey Jr.'s Slugfest for Nintendo 64, did staff work on F-Zero for Super Nintendo, software support on Star Fox for Super Nintendo, and did debugging on Earthbound as well as the producing of The Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition for GameCube, 1080 Avalanche also for GameCube, Ridge Racer 64, Ridge Racer DS, and Crosswords DS. And this, as I mentioned, is the third game in the Wave Race franchise. It was a case where after the success of Wave Race 64, they said, let's get this to the launch and have a case of this. Oh, definitely going a little more extreme is hearing this great music. That's also why I have not loaded my file yet, because when I do load it, it's going to go into the track, and I don't want it to go completely until we get this music going as far as it. I'll talk about the aspects of the music as it is. This game did sell pretty well, I think, when it came out at the launch of the system for GameCube, but it is something that was surrounded by other big hitters like Luigi's Mansion and Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rebel Strike, and a couple weeks afterwards came Super Smash Bros. Melee and Pikmin in particular, as far as how that was. So this did get attention, but it was something where maybe not as massive, and also the reaction on this game was not as effusive as it was for Wave Race 64. So maybe that's the idea of why we haven't seen another game in this franchise since then, at least officially. And Nintendo Software Development was planning a version of this on the Wii, a new version of Wave Race, as was. I learned that when I was doing the notes on this one, saying that their initial plan was going to be using the Wii remote, you hold it sideways, and then it was going to use the balance board that came with Wii Fit, and basically be able to do leaning with that. Like, that sounded awesome. But there was questions about how the motion controls of that were going to work. I think they did pitch to Nintendo, but they're saying, we're not sure about how that's going to go. Although, to that, afterwards, we did sort of get another Wave Race game, kind of in the sense that Wave Race was nodded to in another great summer game, Wii Sports Resort, because you have power cruising, which does kind of run like Wave Race. And that's also going to be the case for Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, which is coming out in October, which does have a return of power cruising. So maybe a case that Nintendo look at that and say, maybe we can do something new with Wave Race, or maybe we can do something new with Pilotwings, because remember, Wii Sports Resort, it did lead to Pilotwings Resort on 3DS, so we'll see how that goes, because it is a case that the thing I'll say about Wave Race, and Pilotwings, yes, but especially Wave Race in the case of this one, there's a nice mood that this game sets. Even if it's a case where against stuff like Splashdown, this one had a little bit of a tougher time because there was more competition going on, as opposed to Wave Race 64, where it competed against Jet-Moto, which was a good game, but it definitely was something different in terms of how it was operating, whereas something like Splashdown kind of went after this one more directly. It's something that the atmosphere that these games create, even on the original Game Boy for that one, it definitely has this nice feel of the water and of summer in particular, or just a case of saying, hey, I want to go driving on a jet ski, and it is a really nice time, and it is a great case of capturing the mood. And that's what I really want to indicate tonight. As we show off everything I can, I hope I'm ready. I don't know if I am, to be brutally honest, because unlike Wave Race 64, this game is a lot harder, and the difficulty jump is pretty high between difficulties on the circuit mode. But I do have everything unlocked on my file for this one. So we're pointing out, running on Gamecube, I believe this is like a one block case on your memory card. Yeah, Championship mode. We're going to look through every one of the modes here. We have Championship mode and Time Attack mode and Stunt mode, which is one of the best parts of Wave Race 64. And there's multiplayer. We'll sort of show that a little in the sense that I'm going to show how it's run with 2 players, but unlike Wave Race 64, this does support up to 4. There's a free roam, we'll show that later, the tutorial, which we'll start with, and then also the options. In fact, we'll go there just to give a sense of something. Also, I'm going to put in a quick code here that we'll use for later. Hit X, Z, and start here to get password. I'll hold on to this for later. There are a bunch of passwords that came out for this game for hidden extras, but also for some challenges that Nintendo Power had. And actually, in Japan, there was also challenges for this as well, where if you put a password in for this game, they did program in challenges for this game that if you beat them, you can get a password. And then, you put this password in, you complete a challenge they give you, and then you get a password yourself based upon how you do. And if you mailed that away or took a picture of your screen or put it online, there's a case where Nintendo Power had contests for that, where you would be able to win a trip to Nintendo and 32-inch television back in Nintendo Power issue 156. And Japan, there also was a contest to win 100,000 yen and a copy of Super Smash Bros. Melee. I will show those challenges off, and there's also something else. I will show that at the end in particular, 2 things as far as how it is. And another one, actually, I got to go in audio settings, but we'll do that later. You also have your options showing records of everything you've done as far as times for everything for Time Attack on Normal, Hard, Expert, and Stunt Mode on Normal, Hard, Expert, and also all the course, which there are 7, but there's also an 8th one that's part of the practice. We'll show that off. As we're pointing out, it is one of the cases where the practice level is from Wave Race 64, and same case with Southern Island here, which is also from Wave Race 64 as well. But they do have some nice tweaks that is not exactly the same case. And also, briefly to go into this version, does have Rumble built in. So unlike Wave Race 64, which in the US did not have a Rumble feature, there was a Rumble version that came up for Japan that we never got officially. You can run Rumble if you have the game controller for it, which I do. So in that case, you have it rumbling, and then it's rumbled in the hand as well. And then just to go to that memory card, of which you do loading and saving. Looking at the manual, let's see. I think it does tell you how many blocks you need. Right, you need 12 blocks on your memory card for this. So yeah, it is a lot if you're running the 59 block card, although I have the 1019 of Nintendo's, so in that case we're all set. Okay, so with that, we're gonna get ourselves started. We're gonna look at the tutorial to see how to race, because honestly, I kind of need the refresher for certain things. And certain things are a bit harder as far as this. You might want to take a look at this as is. And there's more going on to this than in Wave Race 64, as we're seeing our cast of characters. Worth pointing out, there's also ties to 1080 Snowboarding, and also its sequel, 1080 Avalanche, which came out on Gamecube and is actually sort of a sequel to this a little bit. Because I'll tell you, one thing that disappointed me, and I know Gemini96 knows this for sure, when we do the show, I always like to go into the case of voice performances, and honestly, that's because of all of you in our best chat on Twitch. I know Alec first came in when we played Metal Gear Solid, and said, he gave stories about the people who did voice work, and saying, wow, other works that they did, cases where the voice performances of that game kind of became friends. I'd assume actually at Too Many Games this past week that was the case because David Hayter and Cam Clark were there. I did not get their signatures, but they were around. So in that case, probably remembering their experience doing voiceover on that. So he said, we have to make this an official thing on the show. So we've done that, and we've had a fun time doing it ever since. So I always get into a case of saying I have to find out the voice performances because I want to get these names out there as far as that, as far as people who do the music, and in terms of people who do the directing, and other stuff in between that go for the games in particular that are really important to talk about, I think. But unfortunately with this game, it's like we ran into with parts of Shadow Hearts Covenant last year, which is that not everyone is credited. And it kills me to say that. In fact, nobody's credited. I said, who did voice work on this game? I looked everywhere. I did not get an answer, unfortunately. So I'm not going to be able to talk about the voice performances for this. That being said, what I will be able to talk about is the fact that, as I mentioned, there's connective tissue to the 1080 games. There is actually lore, technically, to these. So, in that case, I'm going to talk about that, because there are characters from that game in this one, and vice versa when it comes to 1080 Avalanche. Although, honestly, they're kind of brother and sister series when you think about it, because 1080 Snowboarding on Nintendo 64 was developed by Nintendo EAD, the same people who made Wave Race 64, and then for Wave Race Blue Storm here, Nintendo Software Technology also made its sequel, or the sequel to 1080 on this console, that being 1080 Avalanche as well, which initially was being developed by Left Field, the people who made Excitebike 64, but they took over. So there is kind of some connective tissue going on, but also to Wave Race 64 as is. And also in this game, unlike the original, first off, you have double the number of characters, as opposed to 4 before, you get 8 this time. But you also have the case of these characters having their pit crew. I'll talk about them and also some background about them. First up, we have Ryota Hayami. He was in Wave Race 64. He was average as far as a lot of stats. In this game, he sort of is too, although he has a little more strength, maneuvering, and top speed. And you also have aspects of acceleration and stunt skill to get in that as well, and strength, where you crash into things. Will you be knocked down a whole lot when you do that? And actually, this game does introduce the idea of being able to crash into things without stopping you dead in your tracks, like in Wave Race 64. So that's pretty cool. And each character, by the way, when you're going across the menus, they do have their own piece of music, which I'm going to give an indication to. Yeah, Ryota Hayami, he's 18 years old. He was also 18 in Wave Race 64, so he hasn't aged a day in 5 years between the two games. But he also is a coach. His coach is Jack. Although he's also one character who has a second coach. We'll talk about that later. It goes with the secret aspect. Next up, we have Dave Mariner. He was also in Wave Race 64. He's a case where he had a beard in that game when you beat it. This time he does not. He just has the beanie cap as it is. As his skills are showing, he is the fastest character in the game by far. He's pretty strong crashing into things, but if you're going to be turning or doing stunts or accelerating, it's not going to be easy for you. And he has his pit crew, that is Ray, who, according to the manual, he's his old buddy, as it is. I guess they were college buddies, is the thought, because Dave Mariner is 32 years old. And honestly, the way that Ray and Dave talk in this one, it's almost like William S. Preston, Esquire, and Ted Logan. Remember Bill and Ted, the Wild Stallions! And it's probably a better game. Oh, this game is definitely a better game than the Bill and Ted games that actually came out on NES and on Game Boy, as is. And in that case, I guess you like the hamburgers as far as his idea of what that is. But yeah, if you're going fast, you want to run with him, but good luck turning. Next, we have Akari Hayami. She was in 1080 Snowboarding, so in this case, she's saying, I'm going to go in the water as far as how it is, as opposed to just going on the snowboarding. Yeah, her crew chief is Kyoko. She's 17 years old. She's 17 years old in 1080 as well. Kyoko is her old roommate, or is her roommate, I guess, currently in college, high school, boarding school, don't know. And there's one other aspect of the character on this line that goes into 1080 Avalanche. Again, that's for a second. But next we have Nigel Carver. He's a new character to this game, and only in this game as far as this and 1080. He's the best handling character in the game, but he's like Miles Jeter in Wave Race 64. Returning with him, he turns really well, but it's really quick, so you have to be very careful on it. And you're going to see my struggle when it comes to how steering is going to go with this one, because he's not easy to control. And honestly, most of these characters are not easy to control with a couple exceptions, which actually Akari Hayami is one of them, and the character next is also a case of that. He is from England, and he is 28 years old, and his pit chief is Terrence, who's his coach over there, and I guess he likes his DJ sound as far as how it is with the music. And next we have my character choice. This is Ayumi Stewart. She was in Wave Race 64 as well. She's still 21 years old, from the US, like she was in that game. And her coach is Robin, and here's her pit crew as far as that. And one thing also about the pit crew we're pointing out is that unlike Wave Race 64, where you had the announcer and that was it, the fact that you have unique characters going on here means that you do have additional things going on with the commentating, which is pretty nice. So there's more variety going on, and it does change based upon the character as is. I mean, I'll probably run with her, but we'll show everybody off. Next up is Rob Haywood. He was in 1080 Snowboarding. He is 20-year-old from the United States. His pit chief, or his pit crew is his coach. Right, it's just Doug. I guess he's a friend of his. Let me take a look at that, because I have the manual of the game here. I do have this game completed box. It's not that expensive. You can get this for about 20 bucks. I got it for like $5.10 back in the day. So if you're liking what you're seeing, this is not going to be a hard one to track down. Let me see. Where are the characters? The characters are in this, because they do indicate that, okay, his friend. Doug is his friend. Okay, but also his coach. So, that's Rob Haywood. As far as his skills, he's a case of being really strong as far as being able to take hits, and he's pretty fast, but he also has trouble with accelerating, maneuvering, and stunts. And Ayumi Stewart, she's pretty good at everything, so that's why I run her. Next is Ricky Winterbourne. He is from Canada. He was in 1080 Snowboarding he is only 14. He's the youngest in the circuit, and that was also the case in 1080. His pit chief includes his Uncle Russ. So in this case, it's familial time. He's telling you, like, hey, you know, what's going on as far as what's going on in the race. And he has that stuff going on as far as how he goes. He is good at stunts. You're seeing that for sure, and that's also what he was in 1080. And he's good at accelerating, but he's not very fast or strong. But he's pretty good acceleration as well. And then next up, the last character we have is Serena Del Mar. She's new to this game, and is only in this game. She's a 19-year-old woman from Brazil who's entering the circuit with her coach and her boyfriend, that being Luis. And in her case, she's really good at maneuvering. Not top the same way that Nigel Carver was, but pretty close. And she also accelerates pretty well and has decent stunt and top speed scores. But strength is where she's kind of weaker, but not too bad. In some ways, you can kind of adjust that, and I'll show this with Ayumi Stewart. Because you hit the Z button, you're able to go in here, and like in Wave Race 64, you can adjust how your stats are going to be. You can emphasize to go towards acceleration or towards top speed. I'll go about here, and then also your grip. You set it to loose or tight. What that means is that when it's tight, I believe you do go a little slower. I think that's how Wave Race 64 indicated it. But if not, it's a case, or if you go the other way, it's a case where you go faster, but something where you may be thrown around a little more. And also you can see also the manual doesn't go into anything like that. I think that's what the Nintendo 64 game went into, but I don't know actually if the manual of this one does. Also, for the purpose of reference, assuming I can find this online, which I think I was able to, I will indicate in the link list below the manual for this game. This is an interesting read. Not necessarily anything like, oh my god, it's the most amazing manual I'll ever read, but still has some nice pictures going on. It does tell you stuff as far as how the gameplay is going and all this stuff as well. And in my case, since I do have the game complete, I actually do have something I'll give a picture to. A pamphlet that goes to subscribing to Nintendo Power, saying, subscribe to Nintendo Power, get a free gift, and wave goodbye to the competition. In seeing, if you subscribe to the magazine for $19.95 for 12 months, which unfortunately you can't do because Nintendo Power is gone now, you can get a Wave Race Blue Storm t-shirt or the Wave Race Blue Storm Player's Guide. There's a guide in the game straight from the pros of Nintendo Power. But in this case, for Ayumi Stewart, I'm going to set her this way. You can also change the character color as far as you can have purple, blue, and it does change her color of herself, her outfit, her hair, and her watercraft, or green, or red. I'm going to go with pink. And also seeing here, we're going to have our corporate sponsors for tonight. I'll get into those in just a second. So, okay. And I wish I could give you credit for your voice. Also, on loading screen, move the control stick around that bubble in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. You can move it around.
Welcome to the tutorial. This is where you can learn how to ride.
Alright, so we're going to learn how to ride and how this one differs from
or
Wavery
use in the
64.
stunt mode.
Now, if you're going through this normally without having to save, what'll happen is you go through these, and each time you beat one, you get a check mark on it. The thing you get for going through them all is you open up Trial, which lets you play Dolphin Park, which is the training level, and run that through for stunt mode. Otherwise, you normally can't do it. But it's not too bad, with a couple exceptions. We'll tell you how every aspect of this game works. So they'll tell you how stuff with controlling works, as well as jumps and stunts. So let's start with throttle.
To activate the throttle and move forward, press the A button.
Alright, and they'll tell you what to do as far as how the throttle is going to go. Just hit the A button for your acceleration, but then it says, now you try. So in that case, just hit the A button. That's all you gotta do. And move the control stick left and right to do steering. In that case, I drove into the jump, but that's either way. It's fine for now. Okay, in that case, yeah, we gotta learn how to turn then. In that case, you use the control stick, you move left and right to do turning, as you're seeing there. And see the nice wave effects going on, and we are running this, by the way, in progressive scan mode, the same way we do with Pikmin, because this game doesn't have support for it. It says, now you try. In this case, you just have to go left or right, and they'll tell you, nice.
Well done. Let's move on.
Alright, we'll move on, but also, okay, I can't show up the game exactly. Alright, tight turning. You need to know how to do this in this game, and honestly, it's not easy to do this, and you're going to see my struggle as it goes along.
Tight turn.
Yeah, to corner sharply, press down on the control stick while turning.
Pull back on the control stick while you are turning.
The problem with this, though, is that when you have large waves coming around, sometimes the game will look at that and see you pulling backwards. So sometimes you're going to be trying to turn, and it seems like you're not going to turn.
Let's see you do it.
Which is a good thing, I guess, in the sense of saying, hey, the game is going to react to your turns right as far as on the wave. That is probably how it would go.
Good job.
But also maybe not so good, because in the case of me sometimes thinking, like, I thought I turned. But also in this version, they do add leaning, or... Okay, I think the first one had leaning as well. The Nintendo 64 game had leaning. In this case, you use the L and R button, and you do that, you're able to lean to the left or lean to the right, and it can help you make turns a little tighter.
Now let's see you do it.
No problem.
That's the way. Let's go on.
I was like you're saying, yeah, that's the way. So yeah, she is very calm and, you know, understanding as far as how this is going to go. Alright, so next is Turbo. This is a new mechanic that was not in any, well... Okay, it wasn't completely in the Game Boy game. It sort of is in that you had a bar that went up as you went along, and it would give you faster speed, but it would run out. The way this game works is since you have to go around the buoys the same way that you did in actually both the Game Boy and N64 games, when you go around 5 of them, you get a turbo. You hit the X or the Z button to go, and you launch him, and he goes, Yahoo! And that can be very useful, and in this mode is going to reset after enough time, but when you're playing, it's not going to, so you have to do some work to get it going.
Crouch.
Also new is crouching.
To crouch.
There's no braking, at least I don't think there's braking. In fact, I want to check that for my own reference because I was looking as far as when I was doing my tests, and I realized, yeah, there's no braking in this.
To help you crash through waves.
So if you use the B button or the Y button, they also don't tell you can use Y, you do a crouch. So you're driving along, you hold the B button down, you crouch down, that means you go faster, but it also means that my turning is going to be a little more difficult to do. And you're going to need to use that for certain stuff. In that case, we're done with the basic stuff for control. So let's take a look how jumps go.
Mid-air control.
Because you're seeing those nice cases of going off of ramps, we're going to do that.
You can control the height of your jump by pushing forward and pulling back on the control stick. Pull back to go higher, push forward to go lower.
Yeah, so in that case, you do have stuff going on as far as the physics and the weight of your jet ski in particular, which is nice.
Go ahead, give it a try.
Yeah, go on, give it a try. No question. So in this case, you just drive off the ramp. You'll be safe, generally speaking. Just hold back, hit forward. As far as you can also dive under. You see a nice splash going on the screen. And also the dives. This was something that was in the original, but also they changed how the dive works because you have short and long dives. In this case, you hold L and R. When you go off a ramp, you're able to do sort of a short case of like going down a little, but if you hold it more and hold forward, you'll go down deeper.
Now you try it.
Alright, no problem. And there's one aspect of this I'm going to need to practice, so that's the other reason we're going through this. I know if Crusader64 is here, he'd say like, no, I don't want to go through the tutorial, which is fair. I mean, I guess I want to go through it, but also because it's something I don't know if we show as far as how this is. And for this, There is one part of this, believe it or not, it took me a while to figure out how to do. Remember how to do. Yeah, you have the long dive, because in this case, you use the control stick to do that. And in this case, if you pull back and press forward and hold it, you basically dive under the water. And there's parts of the game you might need to do that to go underneath a dock or something. And we'll show that off.
Now let's see you do it.
No problem.
Well done.
But in this version, you're also seeing that as I did that, the turbo boost meter is going to go up. Actually, as you do stunts, which are going to start now, the benefit to do them in this game as opposed to in Wave Race 64 is that you do get a boost to your turbo meter. So if you know what you're doing and you balance this along as you go racing, you can get those boosts going pretty quickly.
Right.
Generally speaking. But here we go. We're going to do a barrel roll. But before Star Fox 64 asked you to do that, Wave Race 64 did, and this game has it too. So for this one, to do a barrel roll, well, on the ramp, quickly move the control stick left, then right, and hold.
Now let's see you do it.
Yeah, I know I'm quoting the N64 version as far as it, but in that case, it's the same concept. In that case, you go off the ramp, just press left, and then hold right. And make sure you make the landing. It's not easy to make the landing. But if you do, you're going to get some nice stuff for your turbo meter. But you can also do it to the left. They basically just flip the direction.
To do a left barrel roll, go off a jump and push right, then left on the control stick.
And we're done with this. Also give indication to the corporate sponsors. You're probably seeing as far as what some of my corporate sponsors are as far as Ayumi Stewart is concerned.
Well done.
And also, it's probably the reason why this game is not going to be easy to re-release. Because it's not like Wave Race 64 where they only really had the license to Kawasaki to figure out, at least in the US. But for this, there's many more. And they're even bigger than that was. Alright, so you also do backflips. You hold up and down when you're going off the ramp. You're able to do a flip over. That just looks nice. And in that case, just do that and you have a nice splash down.
Now you try it.
No problem. As a yacht, I've been doing this for 30 years in Wave Race 64, and well, with this one, okay, I played this as a store demo in 2001, 2002, because I didn't get GameCube right away, but then I bought it for GameCube when I got it in 2005, probably about a year or so after I got the console, so I played this in 2006, and then with Wave Race and Game Boy, I played that in 1998, or when I got my Game Boy Color, as is the case. But also, we're going to talk stuff on stunts. Because along with stunts on jumps, you can also do stunts whilst you're driving around. In this case, you do handstands.
To do a handstand, let off the throttle and pull back, then push forward on the control stick. To hold the position, continue to push forward on the control stick.
Alright, now for this, what you're seeing there is that you basically drive around and you have to let go of the throttle in order to do this. But you press down then up and you hold up. You're basically doing the handstand. You can hold it as long as you want. You can keep racing this way, but if you crash into something, you're going to go flying, so you have to be careful as far as that. And also you have standing, which was in the original game as well, or in Wave Race 64, because there were no stunts in the game. In this case, release the throttle, rotate the control stick counterclockwise, and push it up and hold.
Continue to push forward on the control stick.
Also, there's something else they don't tell you about how that works. I will show you how it works. So in this case, let go of the throttle and then rotate the controls so they would hold up and then pull back to down as far as that you do a flip. But since the game did not want me to do that, I have to hold that for a little bit of time. There you go. So I'm standing on top of it.
Let's move on.
Although I'm not going flying, which actually you don't always go flying from going off the ramp or off the course or something like that in this one.
Backwards.
Like before. You can also ride backwards by rotating the control stick clockwise.
Let off the throttle and rotate the control stick in a clockwise circle. To hold the position, pull back on the control stick.
Also, they add a little more flair based on the character you select. Where in this case, Ricky Winterberg will do a little bit of a cartwheel in order to make the case over there. And for Ayumi Stewart, she'll do a little different. I'll show that off. Like that. So you do like the little backflip going on and then land there.
That's the way.
And if you hold down as you go along, you can keep yourself in that position. Okay, so that's all the basic stuff. The advanced stuff, this is where things are going to get hard because they indicate the stuff with the crouching.
Superman. To do a
Alright, yeah, we're going to pretend that I'm a Superman as far as this one.
The B or Y
Yeah, you'll believe that the jet ski can fly, but for this you have to hold the crouch button and then you have to go off a ramp. But for some of these, it's really, really finicky. So I tend not to use these that much, and actually the next one, it took me a long time to do that. And you get the timing down right. So in this case, hold the B button down, I can just keep accelerating whilst doing this, and you hit the ramp, hit up and down. There you go. The Superman's not too bad.
Let's try another one.
It's the next one I'm going to be a little concerned about.
Right
The can. In this case, it's the same case as the Superman, except you're moving left or right, or right and left on the control stick. For the life of me, when I was doing my practice on this a few weeks ago, I could not get this down. I got it down once. I'm going to try to see what I can do. No promises, or maybe I'll get on my first try. I don't know. We'll see. In that case, as soon as you go off the ramp, you have to hit left and right, but it's really finicky. So I might not get this. Yeah, like that. This is what happened in my practice. But the left one I can do fine. And you do have to move the control stick at the ramp. So there you go. That's the left one. But the right one, I couldn't get going for the life of me, except maybe once. At first I said, am I going too fast? There we go. Alright, that's better. That's way sooner than it was on the practice, but still, it's a case where I feel like maybe I did that by accident. It didn't seem like it completely was reliable. I mean, maybe there's something I'm doing wrong, and to be fair, I'm not gonna blame every aspect of my potential struggles on this game you might see on the controls, but this game does not control as well as Wave Race 64 to a certain degree, and you're gonna see a little bit of that as it is.
See what you can do.
That being said, it's not bad. It's just a case where you do have to adjust. If you're thinking like, oh, I can come in this like I did with Wave Race 64 and you'll be fine, maybe not. And to be fair, that does make sense because this is a different developer and the physics are a bit different. And also, Splashdown. I played Splashdown on PlayStation 2. Okay, I didn't play it at the time of this one, although I played it more extensively before I played this game more extensively. Because at the time, I did not have Gamecube. I had Xbox to start as far as that console cycle. So I played Splashdown on Xbox in June of 2002, and the feel of that game, I do want to show that game, but it is a case where the feel of that feels really, really good. At that case, it was almost the case of thing like, I don't know, do they come in and out Wave Race? A little, but that game is not exactly like Wave Race, so there is definitely value to both of them, and this game definitely has a lot bigger waves going on than Splashdown did, at least Splashdown 1. I've not played its sequel, that is Splashdown 2 Rides Gone Wild. That's on PlayStation 2. I tried to look for that in too many games last week. I could not find it for the life of me. Although, to be fair, it was not the game I was looking for the most as far as how it is. I was going to do the knack-knack. Basically hold the B button and then do a clockwise turn on the control stick going off the ramp. I mean, that feels fine. And I did the other one also by rotating counterclockwise, that being heel clicker.
Heel clicker.
But in the case of that one, it's something where I heard the waves get a little choppier in the second Splashdown game. The first one, they're not as choppy, but the feeling of the water is amazing in that. That's Rainbow Studios who made that. The people who made like the MX vs. ATV games. They made ATV for Fury on PS2, and they also made Star Wars Racer Revenge on the PS2 as well. Alright, so let's do the heel clicker for reals here. There we go.
Great work. Let's try another one.
Alright, there you go. So we're doing good as far as that, and we're almost done. Not that there's a whole lot to this. And then stunts. Not too many here. This is the bullet. In this case, you hold the B button. Yeah, you release the throttle, hold the B button, and then press up or down then up on the control stick. So it's kind of like the other standing stunts, except in this case, you just toss the B button in.
Push forward on the control stick.
So in this case, yeah, you're just flapping in the breeze as far as that leaning your way forward. And it does look cool. And I'll tell you this, I don't know how you might be out there as far as the chat land this way, but when I was growing up, maybe because of Wave Race 64, I always loved the idea of, you know, playing around with a jet ski because of this game. In case of saying, like, wow, this is so cool, I always wanted to do it. I've still never done it, and initially part of it was because of the question, like, hey, you know, the safety aspect, but also the case that I just never got a chance to do it. I'd like to do it, but a case of saying, yeah, someday I will. My next is flip sub.
Rotate the control stick in a clockwise circle. To hold the position.
Yeah, in this case, I've run almost an hour or 45 minutes as far as this. Well, I mean, we're playing the game, but I said I do want to give some credit to this. Because this is going to be a weird one as far as how this goes. And just saying, yeah, this is going to be a little harder than it looks, which is true. But in this case, yeah, we're all set.
Great work. Let's try another one.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, I got to be careful because I'm looking left and right off to the side as far as the handlebar. And then lastly,
To
cowboy.
ride in the cowboy position, hold down the B or Y button and rotate the control stick in a counterclockwise
Yeah, in this
circle.
case, you do the counterclockwise
To hold the
rotation and then you
position,
ride on the top
push
like
forward
that.
on the control stick. This is a tough one. Let's see how
I mean,
you
now
do
they
it.
got the right can and left can set. Anything is easy by comparison. I'll say that for sure. All right, there you go. So there's the cowboy, or the cowgirl in this case, but I also need to get... Ouch. I need to hold that. You need to hold that long enough. So in that case, get that set. You can also stop and do it. So in that case, there's nothing stopping you as far as that. Oh, I have to hold up as far as this. There we go. And there's the dolphin. You can follow the dolphin around. We will definitely do it later. And also get the boost going on. Woohoo! Alright, there we go. We are done as far as that, and we do the trial mode. So let's get going on Dolphin Park for stunt mode. And we'll show the stunt mode later as far as it. 3, 2, 1, go! And if you hit the A button when it says go, you get the boost going on there. You get high enough to get the turbo right away. In this case, go around, do stunts, go through the rings. As you go through the rings, you get 50 points more each time you pass. You always get turbo rings if you're new to this one. Laying there going, how'd you do that? Or, what a cool jump! Yeah, no, that's Wavery 64. God, I love that game so much. I don't know if I love this game. Oops, I flew off. So, yeah, you gotta be careful. But Robin will, you know, chime in as far as that. There we go. There we go. Whoop. Okay, so not too bad. Yeah, it's only a little bit of a practice run as far as how it is. I was gonna say, I love Wavery 64. I don't love this one as much, but this is a good game. I'm not gonna say this is not a worthy fall, but definitely is. I just wish we had another new one. I'm sorry, I love this franchise so much. It's this and Pilotwings, I think, because of the atmosphere and just the vibe that they give off. They've always given off, all of them. They make these kind of special games for Nintendo when you really think about it. And kind of unique ones even still to this day that you might not think Nintendo would make, but then you realize how they make them. In that case, the Great Wipeouts, you see the nice replay. And they do give you a full replay of your race in this version, which is really nice to see. It's something that, yeah, it is very appealing. Also, yeah, let's talk about corporate sponsors as far as tonight. You're seeing right there as far as how they are. And I will go back to the characters screen. Yeah, you're seeing Dr. Pepper. We'll talk about that because I do have all the corporate sponsors written down. And I guess all the reasons of why it's not going to be easy to re-release this game. But Nintendo, please find a way. If only because maybe people would want to play Wave Race again. And they can also discover this one. Maybe that Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. Please, I'm begging on that. That's why I'm buying that game day one. I'll tell you that right now. Alright, we're going to start with the championship mode. We're going to start with exhibition as far as it. So we're going to have the highlight here. But before we start, let's talk about our corporate sponsors for tonight. So yeah, just like Cool Spot was brought to you by 7-Up a few weeks ago, and how our look at Final Fantasy XIV last week was brought to you by Papa John's. I had to remind Crusader 64 of that because we recorded my first look at Final Fantasy XIV a couple months ago, and it did go live on our YouTube site for last week's show when we were away. But yeah, he did have the pizza from Papa John's. So in that case, that game was brought to you by Papa John's. I reminded him, it's like we got corporate sponsorship last week as well. I was like, we do? It's like, remember the pizza? It's like, oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. As well as some other cases of that. But all right. As far as tonight's corporate sponsors, Wave Race Blue Storm and my 40-inch slip of Wave Race 64 there are brought to you by McDonald's. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. I'm loving it. As well as Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim. Eat me. And, of course, Dr. Pepper. He's probably more of a doctor than you are, unless you're a doctor in the audience, in which case you might be more of one than him. But he is definitely a delicious doctor. Unless you talk to people who don't like Dr. Pepper, in which case they'll say, like, yeah, no, I'm more of a Mr. Pibb man, which is a fair idea, I would think. This game is also brought to you by Scott Sports, because it does go to aspects of some of the life preservers and the aquatic wear that you find. So, Scott Sports, go buy it. As well as a Mobbies. I had to look what this was. I didn't know who they were. They're actually a Japanese company that does diving suits. The suit that Ayumi is wearing over there is from them, as well as Bell Sport. They are a company that does helmets as far as for water sports, which, weird case, in this game, like Wave Race 64, there's no helmets going on here. So if you're one of those people who's like, I think it's not safe for them not to wear a helmet, in real life, you're right. In this game, no. Or if you want helmets, Wave Race 64 is the way to go. And actually, Wave Race Game Boy as well, just to go that quick. And also on our line here, we have O'Brien Water Sports. They're also a brand of like diving suits and water accessories, as well as jet pilot sports. So go buy all those things I mentioned, I guess, for it. Or more accurately, they're all in the game, and you're seeing them on her jet ski and also on the other character's jet ski in particular. I'll show this quick. Yeah, because there's Ricky Winterborn as far as McDonald's. There is, of course, Nintendo branding for Game Boy Advance and Nintendo and other things. As well as his case stuff that's kind of not blurred out. Okay, there's O'Brien down there as far as her case. The Gamecube, of course, as far as the element going on. And Slim Jim as well as for Akari Hayami. Dave Mariner, I mean, he should have the McDonald's thing on his ship, if he's, or his jet ski, if he's got the hamburger there. But he does have Slim Jim, so a meat case, sort of, kind of. And also McDonald's going on with Ryota Hayami. So there you go. That is our corporate sponsor for tonight. And all that is going on to pictures of all those things. I guess fitting, because also it was Gemini96 who did start our unofficial corporate sponsors for the show. Because when we played Earthbound, it was a case of he saying, like, he brought some snacks along the way. He's like, would you like a Nutri-Grain bar? I was like, okay, good. It's like, sure, well, I'll have one. He's like, so this play brought you a Nutri-Grain and then also to Milky Way. Which I don't think we've actually played any games that have either of them in it. Although, actually, Jet Moto on the PlayStation, there is nods to Mountain Dew and Butterfinger. So, soon enough. And, actually, Chasm22 did give me a great idea for a showcase show, saying, how about corporate sponsor showcase? Saying that games with corporate sponsors in them, which there are so many we could do. That might be an idea for next year. And also, there's another showcase show I have plans I'm working on. I'll talk about later when it comes to the Too Many Games Hall. But I think with that, we're going to start as far as the racing going on. When you run Exhibition, is a practice race that goes to Dolphin Park, which you could not race on in Wave Race 64 outside of doing for practice or doing for stunt mode.
This is day one of the circuit. Ayumi, it's Robin.
Also, you get the announcing from your pit crew here, and you get a specific line from them only in Dolphin Park, so I will come here with every character eventually.
Ryota, it's Jack. I'm in the pit, and I got you on the monitor, so we are good to go. Go out there and show them what you got. Good luck.
Hey, Dave! Ray here. Yo, the view from the pit is deluxe, man! I'll be keeping tabs on you, okay? Good luck, big man!
Hey, Akari, this is Kyoko. Listen, I've got a perfect view of the course from here in the pit, so I'll be able to help you out if the going gets rough. Have fun out there, girl.
Hello, Nigel. This is Terrence. I will be monitoring the race from here in the pit, just in case you get into any trouble, right? So, all sorts of luck, eh, lad? Rob, it's Doug. I'll keep an eye on your progress from here in the pit, so don't worry about a thing. Go get 'em, buddy.
Ricky, it's me, Russ. Everything's looking good in the pit, except for a lot of idiots taking up space. I'll be watching from here if you run into trouble.
Hey, Serena. It's Luis here in the pit. Can you hear me okay? Listen, we're all set to go, so let's show them how it's done, huh? Good luck.
In the case of this, start your
If you
engines.
hit the throttle right when the light turns green, you'll get a good jump off the line.
Here we will.
3, 2, 1, go!
I guess in some ways, actually, now I'm thinking about this, is you get the turbo, and I can just use that right away when I get it. When you get the boost as far as it's not so much, because in Wave Race 64, how it worked is, ouch.
Got a turbo now.
Okay, let me back up. In Wave Race on Game Boy, you got it for, you were able to keep yourself going, because if you missed too many, you would slow down. In Wave Race 64, it was the same case where, as you built it up, you'd get yourself going on until you got maximum power! And it does make you go faster if you have it fully set. In this case, your speed is set already, but in that case, I also missed the buoy. Ouch. You're crashing that one. So we're pointing out, like the other Wave Race games, like with 64 in particular, if you have the buoys, you pass the yellow ones on the right and the red ones on the left. Oh no, right ones on the left and the yellow ones on the left. It's just where the positioning were as far as that. But in that case, keep going. But because of the turbo, and because you can have 5 misses, or 4 misses, if you get 5, you get disqualified and you're out of the race instantly. You gotta be careful. But if you have the misses to burn and you're behind and you have a turbo, you can say, oh, I don't need to go through these other buoys. I have enough misses to burn and I have a turbo, so in that case you can say, hey, Nigel Carver, boom, I'm going away. As far as how this is. And also, I can do stunts as I'm going to keep that turbo going or build it up, because when you use the turbo, it goes back down to nothing. But sometimes you in my case, I run into cases where I'm going to keep driving, and maybe I'm so focused on riding, it's something where I don't think, like, oh, let me do a stunt unless I have a jump. And even then, it's sometimes a question of when you'll be able to do stunts off of those. And there are certain parts on the courses where you go through them, you get a turbo anywhere because it boosts you through. As I mentioned, you do have a full replay of the race. And you do get this great music. I'll mention the music because I did not mention who did it. Surprised I didn't go into that until now. The music was done by, let's see, by two names. First up was Lawrence Schwebler. He did music for Multimedia Celebrity Poker for the PC, which is a game that did have celebrities involved, including Jonathan Frakes from Star Trek The Next Generation, Morgan Fairchild, and Joe Piscopo, believe it or not. He also did music for Halls of the Dead, Fairy Tale Adventure 2 on PC, Pokemon Puzzle League for Nintendo 64, so all those modified versions of the songs from the Pokemon anime were done by him. As well as Bionic Commando Elite Forces for the Game Boy Color, Crystallis also on Game Boy Color, 1080 Avalanche, at least as far as the songs in that are not licensed music, because there's licensed songs in that game. As well as music on Metro Prime Hunters for DS. And also joining him was James Phillipson, who did sound effects on Harlan Ellison, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. That got re-released, by the way, by Night Tech Studios. That was a PC game from the 90s. Really interesting things about him, and it's based on the Harlan Ellison novel, by the way. Those are the sound effects for Dinotopia for DOS, as well as Math Blaster for First Grade for PC, and did music for 1080 Avalanche, Metro Prime Hunters for DS, and Super Mario Maker on 3DS, as far as how it goes. And it has more of a guitar sound to itself than the score of Kazumi Totaka from Waver 64, as the case. But it does still fit the game pretty well. And you're also seeing, going through the replay here, the camera angles they choose for this, which are really nice, and also showing how the water reflects off the waves, and actually everything reflects off the waves and the water, which is really nice. And they give your time across 3 laps, and also the case of how wave height goes, because that can be important as we go along. And you complete a circuit of any kind, including just the exhibition, you get a save. Alright, now, this is where things are going to get challenging, because I'll show off normal, I also show off hard and expert, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat these. I'll try my damnedest, I will, I promise. But to start, we're going to go on normal. And I'll show off all the characters, but when it comes to going through these, I'm going to show Yumi Stewart. She's my girl as far as this. And also the character that I think I control best with. Her and Akari Hayami, and actually Ricky Winterborn, I'll say that. But yeah, we'll start with Yumi Stewart. Okay, now, one thing that's kind of unique about this one compared to the other Waveverse games is that the way the championship mode worked in the other ones, they were separated on difficulty 2, and you had different courses you drove across, or also different versions of courses going on. But we're running on multiple days of the circuit in this one, so what they do interesting with this is that for normal, you have 5 races you have to go across. It's 6 on hard, and it's 7 on expert. Now, for the first couple courses until the last one, you have your option of what course you want to go down. So in this case, I have a selection of 4. I can go to Lost Temple Lagoon, I can go to Southern Island, I can go to Aspen Lake, and I can go to Ocean City Harbor. And then the last one is reserved for the final day of the circuit. Now, you're also seeing over there the picture of the sun, and then the lightning cloud with the lightning cloud, the rain, and then the partly cloudy skies there. Yeah, this game emphasizes weather in a way that the other ones didn't. And there actually is a little bit of a strategy to this one because the courses are a bit different depending on the weather, not just the fact that the waves will be different as far as how the movement will go. So in this case, since it's just going to be daytime, or in the case of Ocean City Harbor, nighttime, the waves won't be as crazy, and the wave height will be less. You see in Aspen Lake, that is the wave height of 1 foot. For Ocean Harbor, it's 3 feet, and in Southern Island, it's 3 feet, and it's 2 feet for Lost Temple Lagoon. Now, I can choose any of those 4 I want for this, but the thing is that then when I complete this one, we go to the next day, and we have the partly cloudy skies. Now, what that does is it starts you as either cloudy, and it could start to rain, or it might start as, and then it may become sunny later on, or it starts sunny, and then it'll start to rain, perhaps. And it is random how it goes when you go across that weather condition. And the one on day 3 is thunderstorm, where it's lightning and the waves are going to go crazy. So you do have some strategy here to think that, okay, I could say, you know, I could make it easy on myself saying, okay, Aspen Lake looks like it's going to be pretty simple based on how low the wave height is. And also that the water looks glassy smooth, so you're not going to have trouble as far as bouncing around. I could go there now. Or I could say, let me take another course. Let me take Southern Island, say, because there's a higher wave height. That in Ocean City Harbor. And maybe make it easier for myself now, or maybe make it harder for myself later, depending on which one I decide not to go to now. Because the idea is that I could go on day 3 to either one of these. But with Southern Island in particular, it makes it really, really hard because of the way that the waves are going to go. And also, it affects visibility. And also, for some of these tracks, the way that the weather affects them is unique to those courses. For example, in Aspen Lake, it's not similar to Drake Lake from Wave Race 64 in the sense that when you're in some of the bad weather conditions, it's a case where you see fog, or there's fog around and you actually can't see very far. So you can play a bit of strategy here to say that, how do I want to handle this? Do I want to save the thunderstorm area for a course that maybe is a little easier? Maybe I can handle that in the rain in a way I can't somewhere else. Or I can have a decision about what I want to do. And it only tells you for the first couple days. So for day 4, I don't know what I'm going to run into when it comes to that. But the idea is you can only run one of these tracks as far as these 4 once. You have to pick wisely. For this one, I am going to start with... Ocean City Harbor. The reason I'm going to start with that one is because this is not necessarily an easy one, and I'm not comfortable doing this in a thunderstorm. As we're pointing out, the weather does randomly generate as far as which ones are going to be on which day when you come in. So it does add, as I mentioned, a bit of strategy, but also a bit of unpredictability that is unique, and I do really like as far as this. So we're going to go Ocean City Harbor. And we'll show off all the tracks, and we'll go across everything as well, and also move the control stick across.
Welcome to Ocean
You're seeing the
City
loading, which is
Harbor.
not bad at all. It's actually really, really
This is
quick.
day 1 of the circuit.
Which is something the game did really, really well, particularly with the early part of its life.
With these small waves,
So we're at this nice night city,
high-speed racing.
and it looks really nice, and you have the helicopters going along. In this case, yeah, we're getting ready to our starting positions.
If you hit the throttle right when the light turns green, you'll get a good jump off the line.
3, 2, 1.
And also, as it showed before, it said that, okay, you have to make sure you get to a certain rank, otherwise you're not going to be able to continue. So it is just like Wave Race 64, where you have to get enough points to move on to the next round, and that's going to be the death of me going on as far as how it is. It's kept going as far as it, and you get this heavy guitar music going on, but also be careful. Whoa! Do-do-do's. No problem.
On the left.
Yeah, and your pit crew might get a little angry, saying, like, past the red, past the yellow buoys on the left.
You just turned a turbo.
But also, here's the other thing. When you do a miss like that, anything you have in your turbo line, even if you have a turbo as well, it goes away. So you have to be careful as far as what that is. And if you miss 5 times, you're disqualified, you get no points. And since I need to at least get 6th place or better to go on,
That's right.
it's a game over. And if you get a game over, by the way, you have to start the entire circuit all over again.
Second ahead.
Alright, I'm 1 second ahead. Whoop. Well, no. Oh, yeah, I sort of got that going, but I probably should have done that. But yahoo! Well, I didn't miss.
Yellow buoys on the left.
Ah, crap.
Look out behind you. All right. Triple.
Also, you have scripted events in the stages. So, Call of Duty was doing it for about 2 years. This game doesn't. So you have certain courses where, in that case, you saw the metal crate fell in the water, so it does create waves. So it makes things a little more unpredictable. I do really like that. The things this game does that are unique over Wave Race on Game Boy and Wave Race 64 are incredible. And there's a case where I do wish that they would be realized in the game.
Good job. 2 laps
And I was like, I think this
down, 1 to
franchise
go.
deserves
Give
it.
all you got. You're about 1 second
I know they're
ahead.
thinking, well, it's not going to sell or something, but Wave Race did sell. Ow, shit. You got to be careful. In this case, I also made a mistake, so that's not going to be good. So I got to make up for that. But at least I'm on normal. If this happened on hard or expert, I'd be done already. Whoa. Uh-oh.
Fantastic. You have to go around the buoys correctly.
Yeah, so don't miss any more.
Excellent.
Yeah, I can
Right
make
on.
this go.
You've got a turbo now.
Also, in some cases, you might not want to go for the jumps. So it's your choice on how you want to handle this. Whoa.
Right on.
Alright, so there's Ricky Winterborn. He's ahead. I don't know if I can beat him. I'm going to try, though. What? Alright, this is close. I don't think I'm winning, but I'll take second.
Good job.
And you don't necessarily have to win every race as far as it. It's almost like F-Zero X a little in the sense that you can sort of get by getting second as long as you can also get a sense of your competition maybe not taking first every time. But that was pretty close. It's worth pointing out I won't be showing off all of the stuff going on as far as the replays, but just with some ideas, including over there on the side of the building. They did have a nod to McDonald's, although it was a bit blurry on the screen, weirdly enough. Okay. Alright, so that's the first one. That's day one of the circuit. We're all set, and you get points. So in that case, I got 10. I needed only 3 to go, but you finished second and got 10 points. Nice going.
Good job. Let's go on.
But the good news is because I got so many points, I'm already set for day 2, so I don't need to do anything else special as far as the next race. I could totally lose it and be okay to go on to the next round, but I do want to do the best I can, so let's do that and move on to the next round. Okay, so for day 2, I got my choice about which one I want to go as far as what's left. I think I can handle Southern Island in a thunderstorm, and the reason I'm going to say that is because... Okay, I'm going to show Aspen Lake this way as far as it showing foggy. I think I can do it because Southern Island is at Wave Race 64, so in that case, I know exactly how to handle that course.
Welcome to Aspen Lake.
In this case, I can't see a damn thing out there.
Day 2 of the circuit.
But it is for a reason. So it's one of those cases of fog in a game where there's actually a reason for it to be there, not like a graphical oddity.
Close finishes.
Racers, start your engine!
And the announcer, she'll say like, hey, you know, it's so foggy you can't see
We got
anything out
some
here.
waves, Yumi, but nothing too serious.
And also, Robin will give me a perspective going into the race, saying like, hey, how are the waves going, or if you need a certain case of something to win or to move on, you can set.
You just earned a turbo.
You're seeing here, I could barely see the buoys, but I can also see the arrows in the distance. And here's the deal, it might go away as I go along. So it's like Drake Lake again from Wave Race 64, but it's not a guarantee. And also it's random. It could have not been fog. And I love the fact this game has random weather effects. It is pretty unique. And honestly, I don't think there are other jet ski or aquatic racing games that do this.
You're about 1 second ahead.
Because Hydro Thunder, none of the Hydro Thunders really have anything like this. I don't think the Jet Moto games do. Jet X2 on PS2, I don't think does. There's Surf Rocket Racers, which is on the Dreamcast. I've never played that one, but I'm not sure if that does it either. But okay, the fog did dissipate a little, so that's good. Yeah, but I can't really think of other ways to do it. You know, screw this. I'm going to take this respect to... Okay, it doesn't matter.
Good job.
Also, those posts, unlike Wave Race 64,
Laps down, 1
if you're going fast enough and you have a character whose strength is high enough, you dash through.
You just got a turbo.
There we go. Alright, so yeah, it's a nice, beautiful day. Heck, there's a great idea thinking about, you know, what they could do for a new one. We've talked about this before on the show. You can take that jump to go underneath the bridge with a dive. It's not easy to get across it, so I'm just warning you for now. Ouch.
Past the yellow buoys on the left.
That's fine, I don't care.
All right. Excellent. You just got a
I got turbo, fantastic. Everyone. But we talked about that on the show before. We looked at Wave Race 64 the first time. I'll link to that. I kind of want a second chance at that game. Or third chance as it is, because I did show off the Shindou version as it was years ago. But I know the chat and I were talking about that each time we played it, saying, hey, what could they do for a new one, and could they make a new one, and also will they make a new one? I mean, I don't know. I mean, Nintendo Switch Sports Resort, that is as close to getting to a new one. So for now, I'm going to take it. I'm very happy to see that. But I was thinking that, looking at this game again, getting ready for the show tonight, the thought of thinking that there are a lot of great ideas that they could take for that and do to make it really great for the modern case. Also, if you get a good time, you can put your name in, put your initials. It's free, so I'm going to do for the show SOG, Short for Super Bowl game. Yeah, it's not Saturday, it's Thursday now. May as well have that going. Alright, my best time, though, is in a thunderstorm with Dave Mariner. God, I don't know how I did that. We'll see going back as far as it. But alright, we got 12 points to win. And I'm tied for first with Ricky Winter.
Awesome. I want to see more of that.
Alright, we're set for the next race, thankfully. And since we do have the thunderstorm, I can go to Lost Temple Lagoon as far as that, or I can go to Southern Island. In fact, we're going to go to Southern Island with those 9-foot waves. Look at that. This is going to be a thing of beauty.
Welcome to Southern Island.
And things bouncing around, although you do get this weird shimmering on the waves that you definitely see more in the flyovers like that. That looks strange, and I don't know if it's because I'm running this in progressive scan or not. I never noticed that before playing this, all the years I played it. We also have the great attention to detail of the rain splattering on the camera wave. And she's like, yeah, the waves are going crazy, you gotta be careful. Alright, we'll get ourselves set. Also in this game, each of the areas, they do have their own indicator for the countdown. And just like Southern Island on Waiver 64, on each lap, the water goes down each time. So it opens up different paths that weren't there before, and vice versa. So in this case, I can do this, I can make a launch across, whoop, jump it over the dock, boom, there you go. But also, because I'm racing in a thunderstorm, look at how the waves are going, it also means I can get them higher as far as I'm going.
You're about 2 seconds ahead.
Yeah, this is going alright for now. And the next thing also, I can jump over the ship. Let's see if we can do that. There we go. I can do it with the turbo for sure. Whoa. There we go.
There you go.
Honestly, this is where the game is at its best, honestly, as far as kind of going along this insane. But yeah, I'm almost out of control. Yeah, you get to see the lightning strikes going on.
Good job.
Not strong enough for flashing light warning as far as in this game, even though it is a lightning strike. Honestly, the one case I could think of a racing game that does that, where okay, never mind, that is a flashlight warning, sorry. I just had to speak, I said, okay, there's no flashlight warning in this game, like, the game said, yeah, like, yes there is. I was gonna say that, if there's a game with lightning strikes in it as far as a racing game that I would need to put a flashing light on, I think, it would be, actually, believe it or not, Sonic 2 on Gamecube, because you have Rainy Savannah. That's a case where as you're driving along, it does do lightning strikes on an interval every 3 seconds. And it does make the screen go white. So it's something where I'd have to play around.
You did it! You won! You're the best!
Yeah, even in a thunderstorm, I still know how Southern Island works, in particular. Although, actually, going back to Sonic Drift 2, I believe that given how the Sonic Origins collection toned down some of the light effects for the other Game Gear games, I think that would be fun as far as the tip. There you go. Alright, so there you go. There's our case going on. Okay, first there it looked like there was something wrong with the graphics, but I think that was just the way the water was splattering on the camera lens. Which I do love that. Alright, so I still won. That's 12 points. So yeah, this is going to be easy for now, but yeah, just wait. And Ricky Winterborn, he's still doing well, so I can't slip up. That's my case of it. And now, in this case, I only have one place to go, which is Lost Temple Lagoon. And the final one is going to take place during this sunny day, so that's going to be good. Alright, so let's get ourselves going as far as this one.
Welcome to Lost Temple Lagoon. This is day 4 of the circuit.
Alright.
It's a hot, sunny day. Perfect racing weather.
Yeah, just like it is today, it's insanely hot. Where I am, it's like 100 degrees. And it's a case where all over the world, I know people were saying, like, oh my god, it's insanely hot. Even in Europe, people were saying, like, we're not used to, like, 80, 90 degree temperatures. Like, yeah, I know they're not, but it's insanely hot over there. But so, perfect case of, you know, coming home in your air conditioning or with a fan as far as in your window or something like that. Putting in your, popping on your Gamecube or Wii in this case, and playing some Wave Race to the Storm. Alright, in this case, it is almost like an old, not like a ship graveyard exactly. It is, actually, no, I'll tell you what it is. It's almost like a, Asian flared area. I guess it was Japan or China or something like that, going around. I mean, I guess it's Japan, just looking for a way that the mountains in the background are. I've never really noticed that. Seeing that goes. Yeah, you're covering a lot of distance, although, as I mentioned, there's only 8 courses, which isn't a whole lot. Even when this game came out, it was not a whole lot compared to, I think, well, no. Actually, I think Wave Race 64 technically had more.
This is the last lap.
Yeah, but so far we're going alright. And Ricky Winterborn, that kid is, he's gonna go places one of these days. Actually, one thing I also forgot to mention is that in 1080 Avalanche, the instruction manual goes into more lore about him and Akari Hayami. They've grown in age by about 4 years when that game comes out, more or less. Or actually, I'll look into my notes to say what the age
Just got a
is.
turbo.
It's heavily inferred that they start dating. Let's see.
One. Way to go.
Okay, no, I guess I didn't take down their ages as far as that, but right, Ricky Winterborn, he's like 17, 18, and 1080 Avalanche, and Akari Hayami, I think she's like, I think he's 18, she's like 20, 21, and the idea is it's thought that they're dating, but the game doesn't explicitly come out and say it. The manual says it's thought that they're an item. So in that case, there is kind of lore. He's like, this franchise would have lore to itself, and 1080 would. Starting with this game, it kind of does, because the first time I played this game the first time, I said, wait, these are characters from 1080. And then Avalanche came out, and you have characters from that and this in this one. And I did get a lap pace, a lap record, and a course record as well. There you go. New record. Look at that. Awesome. Alright, so we got enough to move on to the final round.
Nicely done. You made it into the last race.
Fantastic. Alright, now we have the last race. It's worth pointing out one thing that is an improvement over Wave Race 64. I'll definitely say this. Is that unlike Wave Race 64, where you still have to get enough points to actually qualify for ending the game out in the last race, this one you don't. As long as you go through the 4, 5, or 6 courses, depending on your difficulty, to get to the final race. As soon as you get to the final race, you're good. You can complete it any way you want, and then the award ceremony will happen regardless of how things go. As we're going over to Arctic Bay, so it is almost like Glacier Coast from Wave Race 64, a little bit like Arctic Circle from Hydro Thunder, and also we're seeing the Northern Lights. Yeah, there's Aurora Borealis. We saw that with Shadow Heart's Covenant a little bit with Blanca's attacks, but in this game it's there as well.
These small waves shouldn't be much of a problem.
And we do see polar bears as well.
Racers, take your
And also
start
whales
position.
and as and dolphins.
Okay, last one. Finish it off in style.
Alright, and we'll see if we can win.
3, 2, 1.
And I do love that attention to detail. On this course, they have the start lights frozen over. I think that's a great touch. And that's the thing, this game has a lot of great touches. And also a lot of things going around. And just like in Glacier Coast and Wave Race 64, it's a case where if you go over the ice, it means it's going to be hard to steer, and also you go a little slower. But also, in this game, you have to be careful of when the glaciers are falling into the water. I do love that.
Good job. That's right.
Yeah, we set. And also, there are a couple of shortcuts you can take for certain things. You have to be careful of taking them. You could sort of go that way. I'm not taking a chance.
All right. Excellent. There you go.
All right.
It's turbo time.
Yeah, sorry, Ricky Winterborn. I gotta win.
You're about 1 second ahead.
And also, the other attention to detail that's interesting is that the color of the map in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, it does change on lap. So it started as blue on lap 1, it's yellow on lap 2, and on lap 3 it's red. To give a sense, I guess, of the urgency. But it is also kind of a subtlety, and that's something that I think has impressed me about this game more as I've been playing it over the years. The idea that...
The red buoy's on the right.
Yeah, I know, but the red buoy's on the right and the yellow one's on the left. No, left. No, yeah, that's right. But just the case that even though when it comes to graphics, this is, ouch, not the best game at the Gamecube's launch in terms of visuals. Rogue Squadron 2 definitely looked better than this. Luigi's Mansion also looked better than this, and also Luigi's Mansion was a case where, actually, to be honest, I'll say this. What both those games do impressive on graphics are their effects. I mean, they're both kind of alias as far as how they are, but the idea of like how they handle effects is really nice. And interesting to think that, because that was kind of the era when Nintendo was kind of going into high-resolution graphics on an optical media disc for the first time. An interesting thing, looking back at both these games, they aged really well. And Rogue Squadron 2 is aged really well as well, as far as the games were at the GameCube's launch on the day. I mean, I'm keeping out Pikmin and Super Smash Bros. Melee because they came out weeks after, but they also would count to that about the fact that they've aged really well visually. You think, like, would they have really? But looking at them, what do they do? And most of, if not all of them, have progressive scan support. I know that Luigi's Mansion does. I know this does. Pikmin we played. Ouch.
You have to go around the buoy's
I know, and I'm not going to win, but that's fine.
Looking smooth. That's right. Fantastic. Super. You've got a turbo now.
Okay, at least I get second. I think I should be able to pull this out.
Good finish. Every point counts on this circuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we played Pikmin as far as in progressive scan, and most of these games have support for that. But they all look pretty nice. Even as far as this one, where there's things about the graphics you can kind of pick apart, but when it comes to some of the details, like the way the water's reflecting off, the way that some of the details of the the ice on the indicators and also on the buoys, it's really nice. Okay, one thing I'm gonna quickly look at, is I want to see there when that lands, and then also seeing that, there, off we go, boom, boom. Alright, so, but also in that case, yeah, we're kind of going close to her as far as it. Also, I don't think, just to get a sense of this, I'm hitting every button that's not A. Because A will take you on. It's not a case where you can change camera angles here. Okay. Alright, so we did finish strong. We'll see how if that's enough. Okay, we just won by 2 points. Fantastic.
Yes, you won the circuit.
This might be the only time we're going to see winning the circuit tonight. This might be the only time we're going to see end of the circuit tonight, too. But I'm going to try. And I can't think of a better way to end this with Northern Lights. And the nice fireworks display, too. And the people on the cruise ship. So they're on a cruise out here to Alaska, I guess. And they're enjoying the nice race this morning.
In second place, Ricky Winterbourne.
Yeah, and in first place is us.
Ayumi Stewart.
And there are the whales over there. They're enjoying our nice celebration as well. And also the polar bears as well. And by going through that, you get to move up to the next class. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that. Whether we're going to beat the next class and the class after that, I'm not going to make promises. I did practice this game quite a bit. But I don't know if I can do this. But we also will show off all the other stuff going on when it comes to the game. And also talk about some stuff going on with Too Many Games Hall and also 2 aspects of modern gaming that I think we need to talk about. And it happened whilst we were off for the past weeks. Okay, let's see how hard goes. And also I'll show off all the other characters, but I'm sticking with the Yumi Stewart. Or if that doesn't work, I'll pull out Akari Hayami. We're sticking with the Yumi Stewart though.
Okay.
Alright, now this one, the strategy of what you're picking really matters here even more because the difference on hard is that they add Arctic Bay as a course now. But it's also pointing out that the courses will change, not just based around the weather I choose, but also because of the difficulty. They'll change in terms of the direction you're going, so it's not going to be a case where I'm just going the same course again, and then with tighter buoy placements, they do have tighter buoy placements. Some cases you're going backwards. In fact, with Arctic Bay, you're going backwards. But it also depends on what time of day I pick, or which one I got going, so I'm going to have to figure that. I'm going to go to... I'm thinking about how I want to handle this. You know, I'm not confident on Southern Island on rain here, so I'm going to run in the sun.
Welcome to Southern Island.
Yeah, that shimmering looks weird, and I don't know why it does that.
We have an absolutely gorgeous day for a race. The waves are small, so our racers shouldn't get tossed around too badly.
Yeah, that's my hope anyway.
Start your engines.
Ayumi, we need to finish in 6th place or better to proceed to the next race.
Yeah, it sounds easy, but it's not going to be a guarantee. I'm going to try, though.
1.
You do want to try and get the turbo off the line and then use that turbo, because as soon as you get that set, it's ready for your usage.
Behind you!
And also the other thing to mention is that based upon the weather you pick, the music and the stages will be different. And one of the things you unlock that I did unlock somehow years ago is the ability to have all the weather conditions set. So in this case, pull back, put down underneath the dock, and get through. I just made that. That was lucky. You also see me launching over there. I was trying to do a tight turn, but it's also something where I kind of launch backwards. Alright, so Serena Del Mar, she's ahead of me. Not very much.
You just got a turbo.
Yeah, the AI in this game is pretty damn good, honestly, so you have to be careful. Whoa.
Watch it. There's someone right behind you.
But I wouldn't say necessarily they're cheap. It's just a case that they're actually really, really good.
It's turbo time.
Yeah, it is, and also, yeah. Okay, I think I could have made that, but I wasn't going to take a chance. Whoa. And I love the light guitar here. That bling, bling. Sounds really nice.
You just got a turbo.
Yeah. I was going to be careful where you're using those turbos. Yeah, I can make that jump. I don't want to make that jump, because even on Wavery 64, I'm not good at making that jump. But also, unlike Wavery 64, you have the rock there. You have to kind of go around, or yeah, out of my way. Oh, that's Akari Hayami. That's fine.
You just got a turbo.
Alright. I might be able to win this one at least. Maybe.
Behind you.
Yeah, I know. Oh no!
You
Shit!
got a turbo now.
Oh, I got fourth. Alright. I still place.
Well done. Next time you're taking first. I know it.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope so. That's a decent start. We're not completely ruined. We did make it. And I'll say this, if I get through this, through these circuits, even though I don't win, I'll take that. But yeah, that was also a case where I made that mistake at the end, and it did end up costing me. Because I almost won, or I almost got second. Actually, I almost got third. It was really close. But I got 6 points, so we need 3.
That was a great run. Now buckle down and get ready for the next one.
Alright. Alright, so next we need, have 10 points, so I need to get 4. And for this one... Let me think about this. Also, you have heavy rain and light rain, so let me think about this. I'll hold off on Arctic Bay. Let's go to Ocean City Harbor. I'm kind of used to this one after stuff I did on the practice. I guess this is the not Port Blue of this game.
Welcome to Ocean City Harbor. This is day 2 of the circuit. It's a
Yeah, it definitely is the case. So yeah, I'm like Port Blue in the original game, though, or in Waver 64. There's more of a presence around because you're seeing like hearing sirens going off. I always thought Port Blue was almost like Baltimore or something like that.
You need to finish in
So in this
place
case, I guess
or
it's
better
more
to
like
move on to
that.
the next race.
3, 2, 1, go!
Or maybe like Boston, I guess, or anywhere like where there's any city where there's like a seaside perspective. All right. Yeah, on hard you go through the sun. At least to start. This is also going to be a bit confusing because seeing out there, there's like a jump and there's a buoy. Ignore it. You don't have to go that way. But it's basically the buoy over there on the right that you have to pass by. But also in this case you go over here, but the ship is moving in, so it actually is a bit of a tight squeeze. Ouch! As, yeah, Dave Mariner and I were almost fusing there. Okay. And in this case, we have the jumps here. Honestly, I'll tell you, even though it's hard to make that turnover for the red buoy there, you might want to avoid the jumps. I've run into cases where it's been trouble when I've done it.
You're about 1 second ahead.
Also, you can sort of make that jump over, but you usually have to wait to the last lap because the way the waves are going, the ramp there will be more visible and higher up, and you'll be able to make that jump on the last lap, which is nice. And it is something Waver 64 sort of did in the sense that there were courses like Marine Fortress where they did have different paths opened up on different laps.
It's turbo time.
Fantastic. Also, as far as other button aspects, I've used the C-stick and changed the camera. I don't want to play around with that now. In this case, I'm just going to do the boost. I don't care because I have enough cases going on. I can afford to make that
2
test.
laps down, 1 to go. Give it all you got.
Yeah, and I'm also going to make this jump. Whoa, there you go. Yeah, looks like I'm out of the way, but no, I'm not out of the way. Shit, I forgot. Oh, fuck that noise. We're going this way. Crap! Yeah, don't miss any more. Okay, it was fine. I was able to recover from that pretty well. I'm actually very surprised I was. Because I don't know if I'm making this game look easy, but trust me now, it isn't.
You just got a turbo.
Because I had so many times on my practice, even like yesterday, saying like, I don't know if I'm ready for this game. I'm doing it tomorrow. Yeah.
You'll be out of the race if you miss any more buoys.
That's fine. I'm at the end of the race. I'll take second. That's definitely fine by me.
Good finish. Every point counts on this circuit.
Awesome. Okay, so that was actually not too bad. I thought I was going to be off as far as that. All right, there you go. Okay. Okay, so there we go. And I did get a record somehow. That's amazing. Okay, so let's just get that going. Alright, so let's save that as well. It does ask you for save, by the way, anytime you get a record. Okay, save done. Let's get a sense of what's happening here. Alright, that was a new record. Fantastic. I'll take that. Oh, and I'm winning. Okay, so in that case, yeah, they're not running as consistently. So in this case, yeah, I'm tied for first. Alright, so next, yeah, I gotta get a sense of where I'm gonna run here. Actually, I think I'm gonna run Arctic Bay. Well... Yeah, no, let's run Aspen Lake. We'll run Arctic Bay next. I do have that attention to detail of the way the weather's going on the loading screen, because it just showed the rain falling down as far as how that is as well.
Day 3 of the circuit. Looks like the clouds are going to stick around.
Mm-hmm.
The water's smooth as glass, so
That's
we can
true.
get some close finishes.
Racers, start your engines!
Fantastic. Oh, hello, Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Wave Race Blue Storm for Gamecube. So good to see you tonight on our Thursday show. It's a rare case we have a Thursday show. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, as the only time as I'm getting Blue Storm on the line. We're running on hard now, as far as on the circuit mode, the championship mode. Ooh. I went through a normal pretty competently. This one, don't know. I might be struggling on this, and we are running in the rain on Aspen Lake. So good to see you tonight. I love the announcer. Also, you have multiple cases of announcing going on, including my pit crew, because yeah, we're running a Yumi Stewart who was in the first, or in Wave Race 64, I should say, not the first, the second game in the series. And he's just going on as I got a turbo. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the summer as it is and our Thursday show. Ouch! You gotta be careful. Also, that shot brought to you by Dr. Pepper. If you were to go into memories on Wave Race, if any of them, and also what your experience on Blue Storm on GameCube is, and other summer-based games, favorite summer games, favorite aquatic-themed racing games, aquatic games, if you were to go into all that, as I'm going to try my damnedest to win. Ouch! Yeah, this is not going to be easy, and I might be failing this one. I did practice this game, but I don't know if I'm ready for this, even though it's a case where I was like, yeah, last night I was in the Senate. I don't know if I'm ready for this game, but I'm doing my best. Whoa, crap. No. Yeah, they're pretty far ahead. All right, I got another miss. You get 5 misses, by the way, you're out. But in this case, I have 2 more, so they're going. But, okay, good news is the rain stopped. Okay, yeah, she's on the rock. Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh. Oops, 1 chance left. Yeah, as long as I don't miss again, I'm fine. If I do miss again, we have to start this over as far as the entire circuit. Alright, 4th, I'll take that. That should be enough. Okay, fantastic.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is some serious competition.
Yeah, look at that. That's extremely close as far as, actually, the times of everybody. Damn. Okay. Yeah, and by the way, we're doing tonight as opposed to tomorrow or Saturday because I figured, well, with the long 4th of July weekend, I may as well let all of you enjoy it, plus, like, I think I want to enjoy myself, although to be fair, I will be recording off-screen stuff for a couple of months, again, that as far as schedule going on. Oh, I made it through Aspen Lake. This could be interesting. Okay, the scores are pretty close, so this is feasibly anybody's race.
Think you can do it again in the next race?
I don't know. I do need 30 points in the next race. This is going to be tough. Alright, let me think about this. Okay, so I can choose to go to Lost Temple Lagoon, or I can go to Arctic Bay, where I can't see a damn thing. Oh, let's go to Arctic Bay. Alright, we'll see. Now, I do need a lot of points. I need to get 30 points.
Welcome.
So I need to get third or better. This is going to be tough. And it's snowing. Yeah, we didn't have this in the other wave race games, I'll say that. Yeah, we wish it was snowing, I guess now maybe in July, if it's a case of saying like it's 100 degrees outside.
It's hard to believe we're going to have a race out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engine.
Also, it's totally safe to be,
Whoa,
just...
Ayumi, these waves are out of control. You watch yourself out there.
3, 2,
No, it's interesting the waves are out of control because it's the case that it's more the snow. I mean, the snow's not all that heavy. It's probably a case where it's potentially windy, although honestly that's not too much of a factor in this, in the sense of saying that wind is a weather effect. I mean, it does have weather effects as far as how it is, and also I can't see a damn thing out of it. Whoa! I'll take that. Ouch.
You just turned a turbo.
I did, and I gotta be careful about how I use it, and also where I say I'm not passing the buoys.
Watch out!
I think, yeah, watch out what? It's like, yeah, I can't even see that damn thing because of the way that the clouds are. Oh, shit! And I lost my boosts. Yeah, because you go around the wrong buoy and you have a boost, it's gone. So, yeah, it's something you gotta be careful on. And this game, I'll tell you, this game's way harder than Wave Race 64, for me at least. And I'm not gonna say it's just because of the controls, because they're different. I mean, it is sort of that way, but also a case of saying it. Although, okay, I'm still doing okay. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't want to crash into the buoys. Ugh. Yeah, Dave Mariner, go away. Sorry, we love you, but you have to go away. But good news, because it's so close, that's one thing to say, I guess, about this, is that because the race is so close, and in this case, make the jump on the side and hold to the right. Oh, shit, no, that was not good, but I 5 misses, I'm fine, no problem. This is close, so this is anybody's race. If I can at least get to third, and then be careful on where I use my boosts. Whoa! This case, yeah, go across the ice. I don't care. Oh, ooh! You gotta be careful.
Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, don't hurt yourself. Oh, yeah, the pit crew does seem like they actually care. I mean, fair enough. This is, by the way, we're playing as Yumi Stewart, who was in the first game, and this is her coach, Robin. And I can't give voice actor credits. It kills me. I can't. I couldn't find anything. Basically, I guess my beg here is saying that if you worked on this game, tell me. I want to know. I want to get your names out there, please, and say you did good work as far as it. Because actually, I like the voice acting in this game better than Wave Race 64. Even though I remember that announcer, it's a case where there's more of it in this, there's more variation on it, and also a case of, generally speaking, he's not going to, be berating the player as much as in that one. Okay, at least it's clearing up, thank God. Yeah, I'm holding my boost till the end. Because I need to get third, at least. But it is close, so I can make this. Fuck this, let's go, let's go, let's go! Yes! I won. That was lucky. See, that's also the strategy that comes up, which is because I had enough misses to spare that I get through without being disqualified, I was able to win. Thank God. That was the best outcome I could have hoped for. If I can get through this, this is going to be great because I could not on my test. Even though years ago I beat this game and unlocked everything. Right, that was close. It shows you how strategy in this game can work in terms of how you use your boosts, when you use them, when you decide, oh, I can afford to eat a penalty or, I guess, a buoy miss, and also selecting your courses in this. Fantastic, okay. Yeah, because it looked like I was going kind of off on that one, but yeah, there you go, made it. That was good. All right, fantastic. Yeah, and those 12 points, that'll help. Okay, and I'm winning. So here's the deal. I need 40 points to qualify for the final race, and thank God they don't ask you to qualify on the final race as well. So now it's raining in Lost Temple Lagoon. If I get, okay, I need 6 points, so I don't know how many I don't know what I gotta place as. But we'll give it a look.
Welcome
Okay, I gotta
to
go 4th
Lost
place or
Temple
better.
Lagoon. This is day 5 of the circuit. This rain is really starting to come down.
Yeah, no question.
Let's see how the racers handle these heavy waves.
Yeah, I'll see how I can do this.
Ayumi, you need to finish in 4th place or better to advance to the next race.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
You just earned a turbo.
There we go. I got the turbo, and I got turbo right away, and then I basically said I can use it right away, which is fantastic. But okay, I don't want to do that, or I shouldn't have done that. Whoa.
It's turbo time.
Yeah, it is, but I'm gonna hold it because I know where I want to set it. There is a shortcut on this course I want to use. And it goes to something you can't do in Waver 64. Just bash through stuff. Bash through this wall. Boom. Ouch. Okay, I can bash through it, but I was off enough that I got myself knocked. But it does destroy the wall. Ouch. No, get up, get up, get up.
Are you okay?
Oh no. I'm stuck on the land. Oh no. I'm okay, yes, but and I opened that up at least, but I gotta get going. So I don't get fourth, we're not beating this. And I have to restart this. I don't want to restart it. No! Ouch!
Not a great start, but it's never too late. Go for it.
There you go, thank you. As opposed to Waver 64, it would say, better get moving, or, oh, you're losing! Shit! Okay, good, good. I thought I missed that. Oh no, the weather's getting worse. I can see now the waves are really picking up and it's getting stormy. Oh no!
Watch it. There's someone right behind you.
Yeah, there is, but I'm going this way. Alright, so it did cut through. That's fantastic. As long as I can get fourth. I just want fourth. That's all I want. I don't need to win all these races. I'm fine with that. I'm going to resign myself if I can get through. Final lap.
Down, one to go. Give it all you got.
Alright, I'm also just not bothering with boost. I'm also going to avoid that jump or try to. Or, you know what? I guess I got to hit it so I can get that off the side. Yeah, because corner around the buoys. It's fun to do that, but it's also hard to do that. Let's see. I'm waiting till basically the last minute. I'm going to do what I did last time. And it is a viable strategy you can use. And since I did bust through it, you have to go fast enough in order to bust through. But at that juncture, it's fine. Okay. At 2 misses, I can eat misses. In fact, I'm going to eat misses now. I'm going to boost. We're going to win. Fantastic.
You won. Way to go.
Alright, yeah, there you go. I guess playing smart is how you want to play this game. So at least I'm showing how to get that going, even though, as I said, on my practice, I could not beat any of the circuits except the normal one. But I guess I got that rustiness off just in time. Or I basically said to myself, I have to think about how I'm going to race in this. And honestly, that's one thing I will say, as much as I love Waver 64, I love that game to death. That's something this game does do a little better, because of the way this game is designed and some of the changes that they make, it means that you can then be a little more strategic in certain ways and can help you out. Especially that boost mechanic, and also the thing with the weapon. But we made it, so in that case we could do the last race. And the last race is annoying, so we'll get a sense of this. Okay.
Nicely done. You made it into the last race.
Yeah, thank God. I'm glad I was able to get that happening. Alright, and last for hard, they give you La Raza Canal. This is basically going to be like, the Venice Canals. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Which I don't think there's an indication of that around, Venice. At least I don't think so. Although there is Venice Canals in Hydro Thunder. Just going on that, as it is. Alright, yeah, also McDonald's, as mentioned.
Perfect racing weather.
And Scott.
These small waves should
Yeah, so much, and O'Brien and Jet Pilot. I told you all these things were in the game. We're getting so much corporate sponsorship going on tonight, it's not funny. It's gonna be interesting that the next couple weeks we don't have any.
Last one. Finish it off in style.
3, 2, 1, go!
Actually, I think this is the last corporate sponsored game technically we're doing for...
Look out. Someone's about to pass
What
you.
do you think about? When's the next time we're doing a game based on this? Okay, just to go into La Raza Canal, what makes this one difficult is the fact that it's tightly within the canals, and also that means you don't really have a whole lot of good places to use your boosts. There are shortcuts you can find, though, and also depending on what difficulty you're running on, whether you're running on hard or on expert, it changes the way you go through the course, so that does help that. Also, yeah, you can shoot up here and jump, or in that case, just go through. Also, brought to you by Slim Jim, so yeah, just like San Francisco Rush 2049 from a few weeks ago. Whoa, no, I don't want to go that way, although you can go that way, saying go this way. Oh, right, I forgot, you can go down the alley that way. That canal, there we go. Yeah, well, yeah, there's a conveniently placed canal, a leakage canal, or an inlet, or a fjord. Quiet, I will not have you bad talking the boats.
Look out! Someone's about to pass you!
Yeah, that's fine, I don't care. Woo. Yeah, so your turning game better be on point as far as this one, and as I said, if this is Wavery 64, it would be. With this game, no. But the fact that I'm getting even as decent a case going on as I am, I'm impressed. I was saying last night, I don't think I'm ready for this, but also say this, okay, the reason I also didn't pull back on this game is because I said, this is not something requested, but also say, or I wasn't requested by repeat it. It's something I pulled out on my own. I'm just going this way. That might be a shorter way, this is a safer way, I'll take that. Yeah, but Akari Hayami is thinking, saying go this way, which is fair. I'll say if it comes down to that, I guess I could cancel a show or something like that, but if it's a viewer request, it's something that's like, I'll practice tons and tons and tons. This one I practiced enough, but not maybe as much as other things. Oh no. Ooh! Ow, crap. Ow. Yeah, I was like getting stuck almost there. What?
It's turbo time.
Yeah, when we get an open area. Oh, right here is an open area. Let's go. And so far, no misses. Beautiful. But that does not... Okay, the thing that really does, it means that I can afford to take misses later. Ouch.
You just earned a turbo.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't care that it's slower. I'm going this way. Alright, 4th place. I don't care. We got through.
Well done! Next time you're taking first. I know it.
Alright, that wasn't too bad. In fact, that over way better than I thought. Now, lap 2, I did really well. Okay, so that was the best time, of course. Awesome. All right, I did win. Okay, awesome.
You won the circuit. Now it's time for the expert circuit.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, so there you go. I didn't plan to win that, but I'm glad I did. It also shows the idea that the AI in this game is good as far as what it is, but also cases where they can fall behind, so you don't necessarily have to win every race. So the difficulty in this is pretty well balanced, generally speaking. Okay, but I did get through hard. I don't know if I could promise on the expert. We'll see what we can do. Alright, so in the nice city.
Presenting the circuit champion.
Fantastic.
In 3rd place, Akari Hayami. In 2nd place, Ryota Hayami.
And in 1st place, once again, somehow, in this case, I'm glad it was, Ayumi Stewart. This is why Ayumi Stewart is my character of choice. I don't know, for some reason, I'll show this when I show the other characters off, I get the sense I can control with her better than anybody else. Even in cases where people handle better. Alright, there you go. That's the hard case. Whether we're going to go on expert and go through it, I don't know. What I will promise, though, is we'll show off all the courses anyway. And we'll show off all the stuff going on with weather. We'll show off all the modes, and also go into stuff on too many games, because there's stuff I picked up in chat I know you wanted to see, and cases where, yeah, it's going to go for some stuff from Percolating the show. Alright. Let's take a deep breath. Expert. Let's see how expert goes. We're sticking with Ayumi Stewart, but we'll definitely have everybody else going on. I'm not blackballing them completely. Now, this one you have 7 races, and they do add La Raza Canal as one of the ones you can go to. And it takes place at night here. So, let's see. Where do I want to go? I could also put this to a chat vote, but honestly, based on how this is going, I'm not confident enough to be able to do this as far as how it is. We'll show off everything anyway. Alright, I'm thinking... As far as wave height, the lowest is La Raza Canal, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the easiest. Honestly, I've been knocking out Ocean City Harbor as one of the earliest. Let's go there. Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Welcome to Ocean City Harbor. This is day 1 of the Expert Circuit. It's a clear, beautiful night for a race. With these
Indeed it
small
is.
waves, we can expect some high-speed racing.
Racers, start your engines!
Alright, let's go.
Hayami, we need to finish in 6th place or better to proceed to the next race.
Okay, fair enough on that.
3, 2, 1, go!
Actually, also, I think with this one, unlike Wave Race 64's, yeah, the crate's jumping in the water right away.
There's someone right behind
I think the point values for going across each round, I think it's the same across every difficulty in this, which it isn't in the other ones. The other ones it changes. Uh-oh. I'll take that miss. I guess I'll take that miss. Alright, you're also seeing how the course is changing. It's changing a lot. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. I should hold my misses till later. Yes, in a way, it's almost like how reverse went in Wave Race 64.
Behind you!
But also sometimes it changes the course a lot more, which I do like that.
You just earned a turbo.
Whereas on Wave Race 64, mostly it's either in reverse you go in reverse, which does change things a lot, or it's a case where it's the same track otherwise as normal, and you just have different buoy placements, or harder buoy placements. You have to make the turns. Ouch. But in this case, we're basically going backwards, but it's also changing things, saying, oh, there's jumps here that we're not present in, the other difficulty. Whoa.
You've got a turbo now.
Fantastic. Let's go. Woo. Whoa.
Watch it. There's someone right behind you.
I'm gonna miss that. No.
Watch yourself. You can't miss any more buoys.
Yeah, and I can't take and I can't cheese anything now because I missed too many.
This is the last lap. Don't hold back. You just got a turbo.
Yeah, I'm not holding back, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go. But I do like the fireworks show going on here. So the course is more dynamic. I do like that.
You just got a turbo.
And I did show a game that's kind of in the vein like this as far as an off-screen thing. I do want to show it on screen. It's Riptide GP Renegade. That's by Vector Unit, the people who made Hydro Thunder Hurricane, another game I want to show on the show. Basically, it's pretty much if it's a water-based racing game, I want to show it on the show, because I love games like this. I miss games like this. Ouch. Shit, I'm going to lose.
Shoot, you missed too many buoys.
Yeah, we're done.
You're disqualified.
Yeah, it's cool. It absolutely is. I agree with that, Dolphin. And
Too bad.
yeah, unfortunately, sorry, you didn't get enough you didn't accumulate enough points to move on to the next round. Better luck next time. Alright, so I had to start that over, but good news is I'm at the start of the circuit, so it's not going to be that big of a case. But yeah, I was going to say, just like some of those games I mentioned, I love the style as far as these games, as far as how they go. With how they look, but also the idea that, as I mentioned, Riptide GP Renegade, which I did demo, as far as some of the Switch 2 Chronicles shows I did last year, basically showing what Switch 2 doing to the Switch 1 version of that. It was impressive what it was doing, really enhancing it. And also, I went to a course that actually looked a lot like this. It was set in Singapore in that game, where you had a nice fireworks display going
We've got
on.
some waves, Yumi, but nothing too serious.
Which is why I mentioned the idea of kind of getting drawn into this world for this game in particular, but also the other Wave Race games. Even the Game Boy one is really great. Ow. Yeah, careful. All right. I have a boost. I'm using it. I knew I was going to lose it otherwise. Yeah, I do like that idea. I said I do miss games like this, because I get the sense we don't get a whole lot anymore, or if we do, it's something where sometimes the mini games are something else. Like, I know, let's see. Well, as I mentioned, Wii Sports Resort has power cruising, which is a lot like this, but with Wii remote controls. The Nintendo Switch Sports Resort that's out in October that has power cruising, again, a lot like this. There is, well, there's Devil Extreme 2 on Xbox 360. That has a jet ski mode that the late Tomonobu Itagaki said he put in because he loved Wave Race 64 so much. Although the way the physics on that work, they're not that great. It's more kind of like a fun extra, I guess. And something they do sort of try to flesh out. Points for trying on that one, but in some cases, yeah, it doesn't really feel like you have as much feeling to the water in that game as you do even in this one. Or especially in something like Splashdown. And then Hydro Thunder, as I mentioned, Hydro Thunder Hurricane, which is a sequel. And H2 Overdrive, which never got a home version, which is its spiritual successor. And Riptide GP Renegade. I think that's kind of the most recent standalone cases of this. Something like, yeah, this is... I said even with Wave Race 64 when we first played it, it's a perfect marriage of graphics and gameplay. And also the case that for that game, it's something where, ouch. It's a nice way of, I guess, developers showing off, well, how do they show off the three best things you can show off in your graphics in the game? That would be, how do humans look, how does the water look, and how is the light, usually. And this game kind of ticks off all three of those boxes. Oh, the human case is a little more jagged than the water, but it's still a case where it does look pretty nice. Whoa, there you go, whoa. And then the only other case I can think of, I guess, that has modes like this. I mean, there are the Grand Theft Auto games, because I know Grand Theft Auto Vice City added boats. Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories added jet skis, and jet skis were still in... Okay, I just made it.
Come on, I want to see you at the front of the pack.
I know, but it's hard. And even she sometimes says, like, if you're in the middle of the pack, yeah, this is a tough competition. Yeah, we'll keep going as far as how it is. But nothing really, as I said, dedicated. But I don't know, maybe companies are thinking that they can't make a game dedicated like this? But I don't know, I mean...
Let's go on.
Given some of the things this game does, or something like Splashdown does, I do want to show Splashdown. I gotta decide where we're gonna go. Let's go to Old Raza Canal. He's definitely nice, kind of with the night sky, I'll say that. They're the same also with how it was for Ocean City Harbor. Yeah, you get the nice mountain landscape in the background there.
Yumi, we need to finish in third place or better to move
I don't know if they're thinking like, hey, you can't, I don't know, flesh out something like this into a full commercial product for like a full price game. I don't know, maybe. I mean, that also goes to another game, another jet ski racing game I forgot about. That I would like to show also. I mean, basically, if it's a jet ski racing game or a water-based racing game, I want to get it. I want to show it at some point. And nothing in the Too Many Games Hall, by the way, was a game like that. And I was looking for Splashdown Rise Gone Wild on PS2, but I didn't find it. But the other one I was mentioning, or going to mention, ouch. They actually did take the approach of saying, hey, we're going to release this for only $20, was Card. It's on Xbox. It's from Argonaut, who made Croc, Legend of the Gobos that we played, and also made Star Fox on Super Nintendo. It is on the original Xbox, and they did ship it at only $20 when it came out in 2004. And a case of saying that it did offer some nice features, and it was online even at the time. So it's not like Argonaut said, "Oh, we're gonna, put this out," and it's like, "Oh, it's not gonna be full of content." I don't know. Maybe nowadays with games at $70, $80, that they think that they can't justify something. I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you what about just thinking about this, because honestly, Mario Kart nowadays, they kind of go in this direction. Because Mario Kart 7, 8, and Mario Kart World now, they do have water driving. And in Mario Kart World on Switch 2, it is a case where you can go over the water on it. It is almost like a wave racing. Made me think of, they could take that and put it into like a wave racing concept. Or I don't know, maybe they think, ouch.
That had to hurt.
Yeah, no question. Maybe thinking that, I don't know, some focus that way. Or Diddy Kong Racing, which also said we're going to have hovercrafts along with cars and planes for that. So maybe the case of saying, well, we have this as a different method of a vehicle to drive. As you also, I don't know, they vary up how gameplay is going. Because I mentioned also, Dolly, from before we jumped on, they were planning another Wave Race game. It was going to be on the Wii at Nintendo Software Technology. They did pitch to Nintendo. The plan originally was it was going to use the Wii Remote, and you hold it sideways, and you steer with it, and it was use the balance board that came with Wii Fit. Basically, you're going to be standing on that and then moving left and right and using the handlebar for that. And I said, that would have been awesome, but Nintendo was concerned about the motion control. And I guess they then figured, well, we have that Wii Sport, we have Wii Sports Resort, and we have the Wii Remote Plus, or Wii Motion Plus that we're making for it. Use that as a way to kind of go. And I guess Trojan Horse Wave raced into it, and also, I guess, lead towards a sequel to Pilotwings, as it was because of that. Which is why I'm buying that Nintendo Switch Sports Resort game that's coming out, because, man, I'm not taking the shortcut here, but I'm not going to win on crap. As I'm going through the wall there. Yeah, I'm not winning. Yeah, we'll have to start this again. I'll tell you, if I can't get through the expert circuit, I'll try. But if I can't get through it, I got last place. So not even close.
You need to race a little better than that. I know you can do it.
But in her case, yeah, my coach does believe in me, so I appreciate that. All right, yeah, we didn't make it.
Come on, I know you can ride better than that.
Actually, wait a minute, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, at first I was like, I didn't make it. I mean, I guess better than Serena Del Mar. Though maybe that's also my hint to say, let's try another character. In fact, we're gonna do that. Since I'm gonna have to do this a couple times anyway, I guess I may as well vary it up and say we're gonna show off other characters. We'll show off Akari Hayami.
I'm ready.
I'll try different courses. I will go along. Let's do Southern Islands. I mean, it is from Wave Race 64, but actually this one on Expert just changed it around quite a bit.
Welcome to Southern Island.
So even though you could argue, yeah, a fourth of this game's courses are in Wave Race 64, which is true, this in Dolphin Park, they do vary it up. So it's not like, oh, it's the same case.
Akari, you gotta finish 6th place or better to move on to the next race.
Alright, so Akari Hayami, in her case, she accelerates really well. And if I get a lot of wipeouts, maybe that's a good one. I'm also enjoying the great summer atmosphere out here. Look at the way the sun is in the sky, the seagulls are flying around. The waves are kind of strong, but also a case that it seems kind of manageable to start. Okay, except here, because then the waves are going to go down pretty low. You have to get your way going and also steer. Maybe this is a better option. In this case, also, I can put all the characters through their paces and give them all their due. Uh-oh. There goes Ricky Winter. Get that set. Go into the dock. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, just made that.
You just got a turbo. Let's go.
Fantastic. Okay. As we're pointing, Kyoko, she's our coach here. Actually, she's also my coach, but also my roommate, as far as the lore of this game is. Actually, there's a surprising amount of lore to this game, and also 1080 Snowboarding, also from Nintendo 64, and to that game's sequel for Gamecube, which is 1080 Avalanche. Which I used to have. I don't have it anymore, because honestly, I did not like 1080 Avalanche at all. But also something that I don't know if I've explicitly stated this on the show or not. I am done with selling games. I do not sell my games anymore. When I buy a game, I basically never get rid of it at this point. So any cases of games I used to have, I would rebuy them, but also cases... The good news is most of the games I have to rebuy are cases where they didn't cost money. And believe it or not, Wave Race on Game Boy was one of those. When I was younger, I was sick of Wave Race on Game Boy, but then... it was about a year or so ago, I was thinking to myself, I said, I want to show more on Wave Race. I don't want to just keep playing Wave Race 64. I love that game to death. But I want to show the others. So I said, well, I have Blue Storm. I didn't get rid of that one. I bought that years ago. I said, I get the Game Boy game. The Game Boy game did not cost much. Oh. Yeah, it's going nuts. Uh-oh. Alright, I might be able to get through this, sorta. Okay, I got 5th instead of 6th. That's good. Better. Okay, yeah, you're hearing that as well, so good. Thank you, Dolly, for pointing out the announcing on this. Because it is a case where it does maybe motivate you more than, you know, the announcer in 64. Although, it was kind of a style at the time, the idea that they would sort of encourage you, but also the idea it almost seemed like it was like a backhanded compliment.
Now it's on to the next one.
Honestly, that was the case with, actually Ridge Racer. Even when you're going to get a game over, that saying, come on, cheer up. You could try again. You'll do it next time.
Welcome to Lost Temple.
It's a case where you think, like, well, does he really mean it? Maybe he does, but
Akari, you gotta finish 4th place or better.
I guess he does, because when you win in that game, he says, good job, I got everything recorded on video so you'll want to watch it later, huh? You're the greatest. And we gotta do Wave Race, we gotta do Wave Race Game Boy, you're right, but also, we have to do Ridge Racer live on the show. And in that case, when I do Ridge Racer, we're gonna do both the Switch 2 port, which is for the arcade game, and the PlayStation 1 game. Ouch. Yeah, okay, they're crashing like crazy. I mean, I'm in 8th place, but that's okay for now. Sort of. Whoa! In this case, yeah, we're going this way. That's fine, don't worry, we got this. Let's start anyway. Whoa. Oh no. Oh! I'm gonna look back on the video, I feel like I guess I must have just turned that one on, because we're pointing out actually one thing. When you do pass the buoy, the arrow goes away. So I must have hit it right on the left, or right on the right of it, I should say, to get the turbo. And I guess I did that simultaneously as I was passing it, but that happened right at the right time, so I didn't get a miss. Oh shit, I'm missing. Okay, that I'm missing. Shit. Okay, definitely went off course on that one. Alright, let's get going. Okay, I think I might be able to pull this one out if I just keep my wits about me. That's the thing, keeping your wits about you, and this is not an easy case to do that with.
We've got a turbo now.
Alright, so yeah, 5th is okay, but I need 4th at least, I think. Oh, okay, yeah, we're almost there. In this case, saying, no, I'm not going off the ramp because I don't trust you. Which is weird, and saying, like, no, I don't want to go off the ramp. Usually it's like, I love doing that in this game. Yeah, I do, but it's saying, like, okay, now I gotta play strategically. Not that you did in the other ones, because you can play strategically in the other ones, but also the way you have to be strategic in this one is unique. I love that. Okay, there's Rob Hayward. Fuck this, we're going. Oh, I don't have a boost. Okay, whatever, I don't care. I'll take 3rd, I think that's enough. I think.
Good run. You'll take 1st next time.
Oh, hopefully. Look at Ricky Winterburn out in front. Okay. Actually, I'm getting a decent amount out of this. Okay, so that's better. So now I'm on day 3. So I got to day 3. But Ricky Winterborn, he is really far ahead. Okay, as I said, I don't care about winning this.
Nice run. Keep it up.
Alright, I do need 20 points for the next round, so it's gonna rain. So let's see, where are we gonna go? I don't know about that one. Arctic Bay is the snow again. I'm gonna go to Aspen Lake. That being said, the rain is gonna be a little bit of a problem here. Not that it's gonna hurt for the waves, but also it's gonna make it a little hard to see, and the way the buoy placements are in this one on Expert, it is really tough. I'm kind of looking at it. It's the evergreen quote from Sonic Heroes, the idea of, we're not going there, are we? Yes, we are. It's like, I keep finding myself saying that when it comes to games, because I think, like, this is what they're expecting out of me? Yes, it is.
You gotta finish 3rd place or better to move on to the next race.
Okay, I did get 3rd last time, so that's okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, there we go.
You just earned a turbo.
What? Oh, okay, I jumped over. Like, yeah, you gotta be careful.
Back up and get going.
Whoa, gotta turn around. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I took the risk doing that as far as that jump, but also here's the thing. Yeah, you have to go through here. There's the rock there. It's a very tight fit. You have to really thread the needle on that one. I was doing this during a rainstorm. Not that it's terrible, but a case of saying that I could be in trouble. I was like, where's a good place to use the turbo?
You just earned a turbo. You can still get the win if you turn it up right now.
Yeah, I'll have to turn it up. I could make that jump. I'm not doing that. Alright, I need third, so this is going to be a question. Actually, in some ways this is easier than when it's sunny, because actually, ouch, the rock there is much higher up. In this case, I guess because of the rain, because it's made the water higher, it makes it a little easier to get through. Alright, there we go. In this case, I'm not even focusing on doing stunts, even though you can get the turbo going. Alright. Final lap. Ouch. No. Alright, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get through this.
Look out, someone's about to pass you.
I know, but everybody else is far ahead of me.
You just earned a turbo.
Love to use this as far as bypassing some buoys. I think I'm too far behind. Uh-oh, I don't think I'm winning.
It's turbo time.
Fuck this, we're going.
You can't miss any more buoys.
I know.
Be sharp.
Ah. Still got last. Alright.
Come on, I know you can do better.
Yeah, there's nothing else you're seeing the full force of Expert. Alright, so yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get through
Together,
again.
You're not gonna make it to the final race.
Yeah, I know, I couldn't. Yeah, this game is not screwing around. But I said, at the very least, I got through hard. I'm gonna take that as far as it, and I won, somehow. But I will show off all the characters as we go. So, alright, that was, the case of that. Let's show off Nigel Carver.
Let's do it.
Yeah, he's from England. He's only in this game, as far as how it is. Also, let's take a look at a course we didn't take a look at on Expo. Let's take a look at Arctic Bay. Is it? I'll keep trying this, and then I'll also show off all the extras. I don't think this is going to be that long a show, though. The fact that I got through the hard championship mode, that does help.
Clear day. With these small waves, we can expect some high-speed racing.
Fantastic.
Racers, start your engines.
Nigel, we must finish in 6th place or better to advance to the next race.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
In Nigel Carver's case, he's very good at steering. But it's like Miles Jeter in the first game. It's also a case where sometimes it can turn pretty quickly. Which is good on one hand, but also not good in another case where you have to kind of really feather the control schemes. But also, on Expert, what's nice is, yeah, you go through here, you crash with the ice, and you run through the ice. It's really nice. And you also see the penguins on the way as well, which you did see wildlife in Wave Race 64 in particular, but in some cases it actually was locked behind getting the points as you went along. This one I don't think does that, as far as I know.
You have just earned a turbo.
Alright, so we just got turbo, fantastic. I'm taking the shortcut, or fine, for the shortcut from that, I should say. Yeah, because this case I can average a miss a lap pretty much, if I want.
You now have a turbo at your disposal.
Fantastic, whoa.
Place, get going.
Alright, maybe he is going to be my lucky charm on this.
You have just earned a turbo.
Whoa, there we go. Honestly, I think, going back to the idea of how a standalone game like this could work nowadays, as I said, give us tons of modes, which Wave Race has, generally speaking, done a good job of, and also like a bunch of different tracks and things, with changing conditions like this. I think they could make something like this work. I guess the thought is saying, will this be something that people want to play? They said, if nothing else, we will show off every game like this that I can think of. I mean, aside from Hydro Thunder, I think Wave Race is really the only one we've really shown. 64 and this one. But there are definitely other ones I want to show, and other ones I have, which I As far as what I have Jet Moto, although Jet Moto is a weird one because it's sort of a jet ski racing game, but it's like a hover bike game in the sense that you're going over the water, but you can also go over land. So that's a little loose as far as the idea of it, but still it does count. In Jet X2O on PlayStation 2, which is the last game in that franchise, it was going the jet ski direction, almost like how SSX did. Yeah, I'm not winning.
If you miss one more buoy,
Yeah, I lost anyway.
poor showing, mate. Let's do better next time, eh?
Yeah, I'm trying. But yeah, they do have my back, and I guess as I mentioned, it goes to the fact that, yeah, we have friends and or significant others and or family members who have our back, depending on who we pick. And going to Nigel Carver, it is just, I think it's just, yeah, just our coach. So we have people, our coaches, friends, as I mentioned, lovers, and also family members.
These pros don't mess around.
Alright, so we're gonna have to try again. Alright, so this is gonna be the way to show off all the characters. Also trying to think of other water-based games. The Hydro Thunders, I want to show Hydro Thunder as a full show, and Hurricane, and that Riptide GP Renegade. That was a find when I found that one. I was like, oh yeah, it's by the people who made Hydro Thunder Hurricane. We're on Ricky Winterborn.
What's up, yo?
What's up, yo? Would you just say in 1080 Avalanche? Let's do Aspen Lake in the sun. Yeah, I think I've covered most of the ones I got.
Welcome to Aspen Lake.
And some of those I don't have. I don't have Jet X2O going on that. And with Jet Moto, I only have the first one. But the others don't cost a lot of money. And Splashdown. I do want to show Splashdown, because I think Splashdown is actually even a better game than this is. Although Splashdown, I got to turn the music down because there's a lot of licensed music for it. And I still don't know on Splashdown. I own it on the PlayStation 2, but part of the reason I own the PlayStation 2 is because at the time my original Xbox was broken, so I couldn't play the Xbox version, or I couldn't actually buy the Xbox version and play it. I don't know if I want to just get that one on Xbox. Yeah, on Sunny, ouch. The waves are not, or the water level's not high enough, so in that case, I have to go around that rock and go right through, and it's a pain to get through that. Uh-oh. So I don't know if I necessarily want to show that on Xbox and then do Rides Gone Wild on PS2, because Rides Gone Wild is only on the PS2. And speaking of corporate sponsorship, that's a game that's heavily sponsored by Dairy Queen. Because there's advertisements for Dairy Queen all over that game. No! You know what I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do? I'm going to start this again, because I'm doing really, really badly.
What's up, yo?
Yeah, and also, it is our Uncle Russ, by the way, who's helping us as far as... You know what? Also, I'm going to... Let's see. I'm not going Aspen Lake that way. I'm going to go... Let's go to Ocean City Harbor.
Welcome to Ocean City Harbor.
These are wimp waves, Ricky. Chew them up, spit them out.
Okay, so yeah, at least our uncle's saying, like, yeah, don't worry, these are whippy waves, it'll be fine. Actually, I don't think I've ever heard him say that before. Uh-oh. Yeah, be careful as far as the crate that just fell in the water. Yeah, and the idea, yeah, it's my 14-year-old nephew who's going to be doing this racing, although... Actually, to be honest, now that I think about it, now that I know he's 14... Ouch. I'm kind of surprised he's 14 even in 1080. He looks way older. And I will show off 1080 as well, but I do want to practice 1080 because I know that that game is a lot harder than Wave Race 64, at least to me it is. So, even though I have everything unlocked on that one, I want to get myself set on that one, and I'll rebuy 1080 Avalanche at some juncture. Don't know when, but I will soon enough. Well, okay, not that soon enough. I'll do it eventually. We'll do 1080 Snowboarding, which I do have first. Oh no, why I do that?
That wasn't a great first lap, kid. Get going. Look alive.
Alright. Actually, in this one, going back to Ricky Winterborn, he does look more like a kid in this compared to 1080. Where in 1080, he seems almost like he's like teenager, young adult, or older teenager, I should say. And And also, he's from Canada, which is more pronounced in that game than this one. This one, he says, "Sup, yo," which he also says in 1080 Avalanche, but in that one, he's going like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it." So you kind of can tell the idea that he has the accent going on, including him going like, "Oh, look out!" when you do a crash with him, which happens to me a lot when I play that game. Whoa. I'll have to figure doing that, 'cause I guess I'll say this when he's talking about good summer games, this one. I guess the idea of having seasonally themed games going on as far as stuff to show. Like we did Snowboard Kids last year. Maybe I should do 1080 this year. Because I have a lot of snow-based games I'd like to show too. That, Snowboard Kids 2, of course, we'll get to. Slide Storm on PlayStation. I love Slide Storm. That's a fantastic game. We should show that one. I know, Chad, if you ever played Sled Storm, it was from Electronic Arts. It's a fantastic game. It's snowball wheel racing. And that's one I get the sense people tend not to talk about. And I was kind of the same way. Ouch, when I picked it up, and I'm going to lose again.
Not gonna do it, kid. Come on. I know you're better than them.
Yeah, we are better than them. He is when the computer's controlling him and not when I'm controlling him.
Not good enough, kid. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. God, this is so hard. Okay, I'll say this. This game is not very long, because if you do... It's worth pointing out, going to this quick, your reward for going through Expert is... You unlock all of the weather conditions for all the courses. You can randomly get them as you go through, but you unlock them all if you beat the game as far as going on Expert. Thankfully, I did that years ago, so in that case, we should be set. Let's go to La Raza Canal. We'll run with Serena Del Mar. Yeah, she's from Brazil as far as how it is where she comes from, and she's actually being coached by her boyfriend, that being Luis. But we don't see her any other time as far as in this game or in 1080.
It's a clear, beautiful night for a race.
Yeah, it does look really, really nice.
Small waves shouldn't be much of a problem for our racers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Serena, there's a little wave action out there, but nothing serious.
Yeah, it should be fine.
3, 2, 1.
I do like the reflection of the moon off of the water. Yeah. Now she controls really well, but also just like Nigel Carver, it's something where I'm not good at controlling her as far as even though it's a case where she is able to turn really tight. Yeah. In that case, I can also go over Dave Mariner and he'll live, don't worry. Yeah. Oh no. Also, I will show off the shortcut this time. Because I keep forgetting to take it. And it's only running on X path you can take it. I don't think I'm going to win. Kind of resigning myself to that as is. Yeah, because you go through the door here, you bash that down, and you go over that boost, but you do get an automatic turbo going across that, which I somehow made. But, yeah, in that case, I don't know if I'm going to be able to capitalize on it. Also, I can do the crouch to go faster, but honestly, I'm using it all as far as what it's on. Oh, fantastic. Also, going back to EA again, I'm kind of surprised they never tried. They didn't try like a water-based game with this, did they? They made SSX, they made Sled Storm, they made another Sled Storm that's like SSX, they made Freak Style, which is on Gamecube and PlayStation 2, that was like a moto bike game like SSX again. Being franchised and missed SSX, I love SSX. Yeah, I'm not taking the shortcut this time. I don't think I'm having enough speed going across that. Let's keep turning. Whoa. Yeah, I don't think EA's tried that. I mean, I don't know if they would now. Actually, going back to the stuff for Summer Games Fest recently, there was not much of a focus of anything from EA, which is really surprising out now.
If you miss any more buoys, you're out of the race.
Yeah, I can't afford that. Yeah, they didn't really have much. It was like, I think they had 2 Star Wars games, but they didn't really emphasize Madden. I know Madden's coming out this year. Madden 27 would be. They do it every year, but they didn't really come out and say, oh, we got that. They didn't talk about NHL. I'm surprised they didn't. We still haven't heard anything about Fight Night Round 6, would it be, I guess? Because they said they were going to do a Fight Night years ago. Nothing came to that. I don't know if we're going to see that. Yeah, but yeah, EA didn't really have a whole lot. As I said, I don't think there's like a water game like this from them. Which honestly, knowing how they leaned into the extreme sports stuff, especially with their line of EA Sports, they did not do something like that, which is shocking to me. Because honestly, that's when EA was really great with those EA big games, particularly SSX. To be fair, I haven't played the other ones.
Just the way it goes sometimes. It'll be okay.
Alright, well hey, at least we do have a support system that way. Fine, I do as far as the chat for this, but also so does Serena here.
Come on, you're better than that.
We are, but as I said, I think there's going to be maybe approaching the end as far as how it is. And I will show up the course you unlock for this. Because I do have it set already. Okay. I guess the furthest I got was like race 3 or 4 when it came to Akari Hayami. So who have we not shown off yet? Let's show off Rob Haywood.
You got it.
Okay, let's see. What's a good place to go? I don't know if I can manage Southern Island with him, but we'll see. Yeah, in this case, we have our friend and Coach Doug on the other side. And also, I will show off Dolphin Park with each of them to give the introductions of the pit crew, because they have a unique dialogue going there.
This weather's making for some serious waves today. Be careful, Rob.
Okay. But I do like that personality it gives in the sense of saying, hey, we're kind of learning more about these people because they have someone else basically keeping their eyes on us. And saying, oh, I'm kind of doing the read of the course. And honestly, I don't think there's other jet ski games that do this. Or any other game like this that has a mechanic like that. Well, okay, it's not really a mechanic so much as I guess it's like audio and sort of narrative spice in a game that doesn't have a story. I mean, honestly, it's something where, ouch.
There's no time for falling, buddy. Come on.
Okay, in that case, I hit the damn thing. I was so mad saying I got myself crushed into. Saying before I go to the hospital feasibly for those damages as far as my body, let me hit down and say, okay, damn it, I missed that. It's funny because coming into this game tonight, yeah, it's great. It's unique as well, and it's something I'm not gonna lie. Coming into the Tonight Show, there are a couple of things that were on my mind when it came to this game in particular. One was, I don't know if I'm ready for this. In the case of running this an expert, I definitely wasn't, just because it's insane. I did this somehow years ago. I don't know how. But also a case of me thinking that, okay, I know in my heart of hearts saying, okay, this isn't as good as Wave Race 64. But look, Wave Race 64 is a one-in-a-million game. We indicated that. Dog, and I know you've been on the show in chat when we looked at that. So that's maybe a given. It's like, well, that is... There really was only one Wave Race 64, and even if they make another one, I don't know if they'll ever hit that. And you know what? Maybe that's for the best in the sense of saying that that game was so unique and so special. It's a case of, I keep thinking about that game, especially that's celebrating 30 years of itself this year. This is celebrating 25 years of itself this year. I've been thinking about that game a lot recently. Not just because we're doing this one. But I said also coming to this game, thinking like, oh, I'm just going to say, I'd rather be playing Wave Race 64. I mean, I guess I would if you put me to a choice of saying, I had to pick one of these, which am I taking? Blue Storm or 64? I'll take 64 every time. But then again, the things that Blue Storm does, I love what this does. And honestly, ouch! I'm doing horribly with him. And I'm definitely going to lose. But the things I'm thinking playing it now, saying that what is doing unique, and I'm going to show more of that as, yeah, he's saying, oh, I lost. Again, I'm going to try as far as it going on again. It's something that maybe it sometimes happens when it comes to showing stuff off on the show. I like it more when I'm playing for the show than even when I'm practicing. But I mean, I like this game. I'm not going to say, no, this is a bad game. Far from it. It's a good game. It's just as comparing against a high watermark of any game, pun definitely intended, but also a case of something where I'm thinking, well, I don't know, maybe because I'm questioning if I'm ready for this thing, and also the question of saying what that's like, but then looking, thinking like, oh, this is doing something interesting, oh, this is interesting, oh, this is interesting, thinking that other games don't do what this does, even to this day. Either the games in the genre or this subgenre, if you want to put it that way, don't do this, and the thought of me thinking that, look, I must want another game of this so bad, which I definitely do. This and Pilotwings, I've said that multiple times on both. I mean, for God's sake, I can't go like a week. It's rare when I go a week without mentioning Pilotwings 64, clearly. But that's celebrating 30 years of itself too, so maybe that's the other reason why I'm thinking about it so much. And also because I have a showcase idea that's going to give me another excuse to show it off. But still, the case of maybe me thinking, like, where could they mine this for ideas? Where's an idea as far as what this is? And then thinking that there are some unique things this game does, and I'm not taking that. I'm going to skip. I don't care. For now, at least. It's something that I'm really liking some of these things, saying that it's impressive in ways that maybe I didn't think, or maybe, as I said, sometimes the case, we talked about this earlier, and I know Gemini 96, you mentioned this too, the idea of cases of great summer games, but also maybe cases of the little things in the game adding up to it. Because, of course, elements of a game, there are the big things that are important in terms of like how it plays. If it's fun to play. If it's not fun to play, you're not going to care about anything else about it. But this game is fun to play. Even with some of the things that are weird about it, it's still a case of thinking that, well, alright, this is not just Wave Race 64 again entirely. It's definitely taking it as a template, yes. But also saying that there are things it's doing differently, and yeah, I'm doing horribly on this. Yeah, I know. I guess he's not my character either. He's not easy turning, and I'm stuck on this. But also the case that sometimes looking at the small things of a game like this, and also realizing that something, as I said, I didn't really put much thought of, thinking that other games are not doing what this game does. I honestly kind of, I mean, I guess in a way I kind of came to a bit of an epiphany that way with this, thinking that, wait, the thing with the pit crew, that's unique. Even at the time I thought that was cool, saying that it's addressing a common complaint that was given on Wave Race 64, saying the announcing is annoying, repetitive, and is condescending. They're saying, well, how can we change this? We can give the coach system for each character, saying each character has their own announcer on top of the overall announcer, and then seeing, oh, in these environments we have different things going on when it comes to background details that we didn't have in Wave Race 64, saying, hey, there's stuff going on with the water, yes, which we did have. Also stuff like the night sky, as clear as it is, the things with the scripted events going on, things with fireworks. I think that's saying, like, that's kind of a great way to kind of build on the foundation of this setup. And yeah, this is how much I want to at least finish this race. I'm saying I'm going to stop, go around, and turn. But after this, I think Rob Haywood's going to be done on that. Ow, crap. Yeah, no kidding. Ouch.
Disqualified. You missed too many buoys.
I know.
You gotta focus. Mistakes cost you on this circuit.
I know. And I didn't even get past the first race. Alright, lastly, as far as on this line, let's take a look at the only character we have not looked at yet. Well, actually, we have two more to look at. I'm going to try with every character, and if I fail as far as that, we're just going to go on as far as other stuff to look at. I think it's a fair compromise. I'll come back to Dave Mariner last.
Let's go.
One of the Ryota Hayami, and actually there's something else, Ryota Hayami, I should say. There's something with him we're going to give a look at later. Which is actually kind of hilarious. It also goes to the announcing case, which actually gives it even more variety going on as well.
This is day one of the expert circuit.
Yeah, I know, I keep running into it.
You have to finish in 6th place or better to move on to the next race.
Alright, by the way, our coach here is Jack.
3, 2, 1, go!
I mean, it's also interesting thinking this, saying that we're learning a lot from just a voice. Of which I guess, of other games that do that, there are other games that do have a case that you learn, I guess, aspects of who characters are just from their voice. I mean, one of the best examples of that is Gladys in Portal. We don't see Gladys really, and even when we sort of do, it's not exactly what we expect. Ouch. Because of the voice performance of Ellen McClain in that game really emphasized, you remember that idea for saying, like, cake and grief counseling provided at the end of this test. So in that case, you form that bond going along, or another game that I think does a really good job of that. That's maybe one of the best examples, but another one I would say is Pilotwings. Also water-based, also question of, am I going to get content-stricken on some of the music in that? I'll have to put that test through the Bioshock. I do want to do that game if I can get around it. But I know they have sampling of famous music. I know they have Beyond the Sea by Bobby Darin and Carla because it takes place in the underwater city of Rapture, if you've played Bioshock, which is this old underwater city, the idea of like the utopia from the land masses. And then you go underneath that, you pick the audio logs up and hearing stories of what's going on or what the history of the place is like. And you are running into the little sisters to save them from the big daddies, or saying that no, you do save them from the big daddies, but even the choice to either purify them or kill them for more power on your own way. But that's another game that kind of takes something like this, as far as it, although in this case, we're kind of getting a sense of, okay, what is their bond with the racers that we have that we're seeing on the screen? And also for the characters who are in Wave Race 64 and 1080 Snowboarding, the case that we see sort of a different representation of them in this than we saw in those. Because in Wave Race 64, they all had helmets, we didn't see their faces. And in 1080, it was different because they were doing snowboarding, so in this case, it's a different extreme sport that they're getting involved with. Yeah, don't take that, I don't care. Honestly, this I might be able to do. We'll see. Yeah, and honestly, I guess in a racing game, I'm trying to think of cases where any racing game really does this. I mean, I guess you have your pit crew in some things like, I mean, you have the co-drive in a lot of rally racing games, like the Colin McRae Rally games and Rally Sport Challenge, as an example. You sort of have that. But this one, they're actually directly commenting on who you are. And then also the other sort of outlier, a little different. The Toka Race Driving franchise from Codemasters who made that, which is owned by EA now. I got knocked off at the end, but I did make it to start at least. That was pretty good, actually. But in this case, I'm saying, like, yeah, I'm going backwards. Oh, yeah, Ryota, yeah, where are we going? He's just stuck there. He's like, yeah, I don't know where to go. Okay. That actually went pretty well. Given everything. But yeah, those Toka race driving games and Grid as well, they do have stuff going on kind of like that. But not like this. Okay, so there we go. That is actually pretty good. So let's see if we can keep this up. Maybe Ryota Hayami is my good luck charm on this one. But we did get enough points. Actually, we don't need any points to advance to the next round, so we could totally screw up and we'll be fine. So actually, that went really well. So at least get into day 3, because we don't need any number of points to advance, but I do want to get the best score I can.
3, 2, 1, go!
And maybe going back to Arctic Bay.
Heads up, someone's coming up fast behind you. Turbo's all yours.
Yep. Also, you're seeing another thing. One thing this game doesn't explicitly do, because you saw that I was trying to kick at, and this happens automatically, it's not something you control. The idea I was kicking at my opponents when I was bashing into him. But it's not like something like SSX or like Road Rash, for example. I was picking a lot of EA games as I'm realizing. Really great EA games, honestly, out. But a case of, you don't have the case where you can kind of knock down the other players. Which would be interesting, because I don't think there's a jet ski game that has something like that. I know that Road Rash, the bike racing game, that has it. SSX started to have that with, I'm trying to remember the first one. I know SSX Tricky has that. We gotta start showing SSX on the show as well.
1 second behind. You've got a turbo.
But yeah, you don't have a combat mechanic. That would be interesting, saying, hey, you know, combat that way. Ah.
Watch it, there's someone right behind you.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess another case now I'm thinking as far as like an aquatic racing. I mean, we sort of had that. We showed Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform, because that has the boats that you run around. So that kind of was leaning towards this. So I guess if nothing else, it's showing the idea that wave race did influence a lot of people as far as in the industry. And I guess the question is saying that, is it a case where the thought is that it can't be running as a standalone game? I don't know, maybe it can, maybe it can't. But I don't know, maybe we're giving them some ideas as far as it, because sometimes that happens.
2 laps down and 1 to go.
I mean, even going to Switch Sports Resort when that comes out, because it has that. I don't know, maybe they'll... Oh no, I don't want to go to the... Yeah, because it's easy to get stuck in the corner there, go through that really small passage of that buoy. Easier than you think to get knocked off. But yeah, because of the stuff they're putting in that game, like thumb wrestling, it's okay, we don't see that much. And I don't know if other companies look at it saying, like, let's get thumb wrestling in our game. That's probably not as likely as something like this. But still, a case of saying, okay, yeah, maybe... I mean, maybe also when you think about it, like the rise of the simulation game, like, and by that I mean stuff like Flight Simulator Microsoft's, but also stuff like Bus Simulator and Farming Simulator and things like that.
That's how to do it.
Where maybe the thought of thing like, well, that experience of kind of doing some aspect of that is something that they can justify that, or Zoo Tycoon, some of the Tycoon games, honestly, something like that, running a restaurant or something like that. That maybe that's an avenue for something like that. Okay, so I did pretty good as far as that. 18 as far as points.
Alright.
And only need 20 points. We're tied with Rob Haywood, so I couldn't show Rob Haywood with any success, but the game could. Alright, but it's raining, so now we got a sense of where we're going in the rain. And you do have your choice, and I love that too. That's something that I don't know of other racing games that do this along with Wave Race. I mean, the other Wave Race don't do this. So, alright. So I do have a perspective saying I can take a strategy saying that I want to go a certain way. You know, let's see. I think we're going to Southern Island. I'm going to take the fact that I know this course from Wave Race 64, sort of, and maybe that can help. That and it's lighter rain on the next course, so I can say maybe because I know this one I can buttress that next time.
You gotta finish in 7th place or better to move on to the next race.
Okay, that's good because it means in that case I got more room to breathe on how to go. Let's get moving. Whoa.
Heads up, someone's coming up fast behind you.
Yeah, I know.
You've got a turbo.
Yeah, it's interesting because during my practice, I didn't think I was good with Ryota Hayami.
You just earned a turbo.
But, I think maybe I am. Alright, there it is. There's a car. Oh, no. Well, hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna look after the race. I don't think it's the same last name as Akari Hayami. In fact, I don't think it is. Ouch. I don't think they're related. If they are, I don't know. I'll look at that after the race. Because I have the notes down. And okay, this one doesn't have blurbs in the manual explaining the characters. It just says like who the pit crew is and what their stats are. There we go. We are going all right. If I can get a high ranking on this one, that'll help me out going forward. So, no. Okay, go. Okay, I must have done like right on the edge again as far as something, so that saved me massively. Whoa. I do love the fact I can crash through those in this, unlike in Wave Race 64, because you hit those, you're getting knocked no matter what you do. Okay, now a storm's brewing. And I love the random weather. I didn't know it was random, actually, until I was doing my notes, saying that, oh, it randomly goes. It could be stormy, but it could also, clear up. Or it could get heavier, the rain. Whoa. Ouch. I'm trying to. No. Shit. Alright, but they're taking hits too, so... we might be able to pull this out. Whoa. And I guess will indicate flashlight warning on that. It's sort of enough, not bad. Alright, boost, boost, boost. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright, I didn't win, but I'll take 4th. That's not bad. It's better than the 7. Yeah, we got middle of the pack. I'll take that. Okay. Alright, how are we on points? Second place now.
Yeah, let's
Alright, I need 30 points to get to the next race. And day 6 is a thunderstorm, so I got a sense of where's a good place to go in a thunderstorm where I'm not going to be nervous about that. Oh, God. It's between... Lost Temple Lagoon has really high waves, even as far as how this is. But I'm also good. Look, I'm running into trouble either way because I got rain going on everywhere, so I got to get a sense of where's best. I think if I'm going to get to day 6, I don't know if I do. I think I want to hold Aspen Lake for last. Ocean City Harbor. I don't know. I don't know on Lost Temple Lagoon. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm going to be... Yeah, this is a tough one. It's between that one and Ocean City Harbor. The only reason I want to hold Aspen Lake till later is because it does raise the water, so I have an easier time going through, but I'm going to get that no matter what I do. So, I'm just trying to mitigate where's the easiest thing that I can pull this out. In that case, this is the light as any. This is the lightest case, but the waves are high. I think I'll go to Lost Temple Lagoon.
Welcome to Lost Temple Lagoon.
Yeah, the waves are massive.
This is day 4 of the expert circuit.
Okay.
Looks like the clouds are going to stick around.
With the extremely heavy waves on the course, caution could carry the day.
Yeah, and also there is a little bit of slowdown as far as within that
You gotta finish in 4th place or better to move on.
Alright, I
to
gotta
the
get
next
4th
race.
place.
3, 2, 1, go!
You got a turbo.
Yeah, even there, yeah, the waves are nuts. Okay, yeah, this might have been the right decision, but also I'm nervous about those waves. That's the other thing. I'll say this. One thing that this definitely does better than Splashdown is Splashdown does not have waves as big as this. The water is more realistic and the feel is better on the water in that game, but you don't have massive waves like this, and also, in the case of this game, it's interesting the idea that this is a game that's very thrilling the same way that Waver 64 was, but also something where I feel the danger of these courses may be more, because in that case, you saw me there before this race saying that I spent a good like minute and a half trying to get a sense of where do I want to go, what's the place I want to go for this to pull this out, not least of which because I'm an expert, but also just in that case I'm saying I really have to think this through, saying that, am I sure I want to take this, am I sure I want to make this decision? And it's something where, because I had this happen all the time on my test on this, saying that I made a decision that I thought was going to help me, and then later on it ended up hurting me. In this case, saying that, well, I got to be careful. I had to make sure going through the waves, understand how I cut through the waves, but actually this is also maybe the reason why I said, okay, the silver lining here saying, because it's partly cloudy or it's sort of raining, it can clear up, and thank Christ it cleared up. Ooh. No, shit. No, don't go backwards. Ow. But then again, everybody's pretty far behind, so in that case, I did run a good first couple laps, so this might help me. Especially now that it's not raining.
You got a turbo.
Fantastic. I mean, if I get second, I'm fine with second. You know what? I'm so fine with second. Let's go this way. Yeah, that also, shit, is another problem. The case of when I do turns on waves, the way the wave physics are, it oftentimes gets me in a case where I feel like I'm pulling backwards and I'm doing a lean as opposed to a turn. Oh shit, no, why did I do that?
You missed 5 buoys.
I forgot I had 5 buoys. And I jumped in the water. That screwed me up. Yes, we lost. I forgot about that. So that was my fault, unfortunately, so now we're not going to be going on. I could have made that if I didn't make that stupid decision. But that was far enough. As far as it was pretty far how I got. Alright, last case I'm going to try on this one, and then we'll look at the other modes. And we'll get on the discussion points I got for tonight. Let's talk about Dave Mariner. And we're going to go to Lost Temple Lagoon again. He's really, really fast, but he doesn't handle very well. He's not good at turning. He accelerates slowly. So yeah, you're you better be good at playing as far as to get through with him. But his speed can help. Yeah, we have his buddy Ray. I guess his buddy from college. Sounds a little bit like it's like Bill and Ted almost here, which is interesting to think about.
We need to finish in 6th place or better to move on to the next race.
Yeah, I keep thinking Wild Stallions as far as how that is with Bill and Ted for them. Which is not the interpretation I was expecting. Oh shit. Oh, oops, sorry. Yeah, it looked like the way he bounced off me. That was hilarious. I didn't expect that was going to be the way Dave Mariner was going to be in this game, because he's 32 and he had a beard in the last game. In the case of this one, he's shaven. Yeah, he's like, yeah, you got a turbo, man. So that's kind of interesting to think about, the idea that I guess he went fully into the sports culture with this one, or I don't know, the extreme sports culture as far as it. And of his best friend there. So I guess the idea of saying that, I don't know, maybe the case of, this is maybe a bit of a reach, I guess, or a case of I'm basically filling in the blanks myself when it comes to what the voices are for the pit crew and coaches. And that is the case of, I don't know, because I have my best friend, I guess, from college, I'm making that guess myself. It's something where I'm just kind of letting his hair down more and saying that, oh yeah, it's like old times when we were in college, you know, whatever it was. I don't know if it's college. I'm assuming it's college from my own aspect. But in that case, they're saying, you got a turbo, bro. Which is something you would get in a lot of games like this, but also for these, that's not every character in this, which is interesting to think about, because there are a lot of games of the extreme sports mold that are a lot of, like, characters like that, and that was something that was sometimes seen as a negative in the 2000s when this game was around, because it tended to be seen a lot. I mean, maybe an accurate representation, maybe a case of a stereotypical representation, or a case that, wait, every character is like that. Or maybe not. So maybe that was part of what that indication was as well. Yeah, you got the turbo, man. Okay, this is gonna be close. And since I am on the first race, I'll say, okay, if I can take 6th, I don't care. For now.
Get a move on, man. They're on you.
Get a move on, man. Yeah, we're getting fine. All right.
Watch it. There's someone right behind you.
All right, 5th, we made it.
What happened? I hope you got that out of your system.
Well, I mean, maybe I did. Alright, we're almost going through. As I said, I'm giving this my all, and I will also show off the exclusive course that goes to Expert. That being said, I'll have to show it off in the time attack, but I'm fine with that. So the time attack, and also in the stunt mode. Oh, okay, I didn't necessarily mean to pick Southern Island right away, but I may as well take Southern Island right away. In this case for Dave Mariner, it's like coming home again. You might say, oh yeah, I remember this from 5 years ago, except he's in a time loop where he didn't age in between this game and Wave Race 64, which is interesting to think about.
Racers, start your engine!
Let's go.
Okay, we need to finish 4th place or better to move on to the next race.
Okay.
3, 2, 1,
go! Whoa. We do get that great sunny music as far as Southern Island. It's not the same as the original game. In fact, there really isn't much music that's carried across these two games at all, which is interesting to think about. But what they came up as far as this one, it does sound really, really nice. Turbo! Oh no, I'm stuck under the dock! Okay, there we go, I made it. That was lucky. Notice that nobody passed me while I was stuck underneath that.
Okay, buddy, you've got turbo power.
Even the idea is like, hey buddy, you got turbo power. The case that, I don't know, it seems like it's something that they would have done going backwards. So I don't know, maybe that's also another answer saying that, because I know that, we mentioned sometimes some of these extreme sports games had stories to them, like Dark Summit. Actually, some people involved with Plumbers Over Ties made that. And that game is nuts as far as how that is. Basically, it's a government conspiracy snowboarding game. Huh? And there's Toxic Grind, which is on Xbox. That's basically if the Running Man was a BMX biking game. So I don't know. Maybe that's a case of saying, can you do a story for something like this? I think there's a game coming out. I think it's in a franchise, and they're saying, hey, they're emphasizing story on this in a way they never have. What's the game I'm thinking of? I think it was something that was announced at the Summer Games Fest and stuff with Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony a while ago. What was it? There was something I think they were emphasizing in the series that way that we hadn't seen before. Oh, well, okay, Crazy Taxi, I guess. No, yeah, I think that might have been it. Crazy Taxi World Tour. Okay, I'm trying to remember. Was fourth enough? Maybe?
Good work, man! Stick with it and we'll win this thing.
Okay, I guess it was, I think it was Crazy Taxi, because in Crazy Taxi's case, the new one of those is coming out next year. It's a case where Axel's taxi was stolen, and you're going across a bunch of different areas to get it back and also get upgrades and things going along as well. So I think that might have been, I think that was the game. I think it was that one. Saying that they're adding story to something that it didn't have before, but also it doesn't feel like a cop-out necessarily of saying,
That's the stuff, man! You ready for the next one?
I hope so, but I gotta do really well in the next one if I want any chance. And it's a thunderstorm, so... Alright, where are we going in a thunderstorm? We can go anywhere we want. We could go to La Raza Canal. You know what? I think it's hilarious, the idea of like having thunder snow. Let's go to Arctic Bay.
Welcome to Arctic Bay. This is day 3 of the Expert Circuit. This snowfall is going to be rough on our riders today, folks.
Actually, wait a second. I don't think it is thunder snow. I think it's just a case where the snow is really, really heavy.
We need to finish second place or better.
Alright, yeah, this is going to be tough because I got to either win or get second place.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, buddy. You've got turbo power.
Yeah, I know. I got to get this set. Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Whoa. Oh, no.
Okay, buddy. You've got turbo power.
Okay, I just got to get into when to use it. I'd be very careful using this as well. Crap. I have fun stuff. Sorry to say, I have I have to say goodnight. I had an emergency vet last night with my puppy. I'm sorry. I send my best to your dog, Dogfin. Hope you're doing well. I send my best out as well. Also, just to let you know briefly, because it's tonight's show, we're not going to be on tomorrow or on Saturday, but we'll be back next Saturday, July 11th, with part 2 of Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. And we're also figuring stuff out for sure. I'm really sleepy. Thank you, of course. And also, I do have stuff just to briefly mention about game show showcase stuff, as is. I'll go through it fully so you can see on the recording that way. But I do have the Wii Speak for Jeopardy on Wii. We got that. We got Anticipation from NES. I got No Jack on PlayStation 1. So we got some stuff going on for the game showcase. And The Price is Right for Wii. You're not going to want to miss any of that, and she's involved, I think, with that as it is. Great, thank you very much. Of course, Dolphin, so good to see you tonight. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Take care of yourself, have a good sleep. You deserve a sleep and a good long weekend. Just in general, I think I said at the beginning of the show, it's been a long week, and it's like, even though it's only a couple days, yeah, I guess it has been, as the case. But also, yeah, send my best to your dog as well, because remember, we've always said the idea of our pets being our family that way, so yeah. Hope she's doing all right as far as how it is. We'll see you soon, for sure. Thank you for joining us for Wave Race with Storm. Had a good time, and we'll go through more as we go. So take care, for sure. And thank you, Dogfin, of course. Yeah, because I don't think, I think you are going to see the end as far as expert attempts. As far as the expert thing, because I'm losing this race.
Turbo time, man.
Yeah, turbo time, we're going in. Fuck this, I'm losing, so I was like, I don't care. I had no miss except that one, but alright.
Come on, you gotta do better than that. Snap out of it.
Yeah, I tried. It's so damn hard. But alright, there you go. That is the expert mode experience. I can't do it, or I can't do it anymore. I did it once years ago.
Either you ride better, or we go home.
Oh, he's saying like we go home. I was like, you know what, we're going home. Perfect timing. We're going home as far as doing other stuff with this game. But I did give it a try, and my best attempt with Ryota Hayami, and I gotta look at that. Right, okay, I don't think they say if Ryota Hayami and Akari Hayami are related, although... I'll do an edit down saying, are they related? I don't know if I found anything saying they were. Okay, well, if you do go through the championship on Expert, like I did not, I'll show you the course you unlock. I'll run with Ryota Hayami.
Let's go.
You can unlock all the tracks as far as it, and you can also run in sunny weather, cloudy weather, light showers, rainy, or stormy. I'll show you the level you get exclusive for Expert. Strong Water Keep. I have Ghost Data set up for that. I'll show that later. Basically, we're going to Scotland. You have a lot of Scottish castles going around as far as that is. This is a nice stage.
Welcome to Strongwater Keep.
Looks a lot like the castle from Sega Bass Fishing now I'm thinking about it. But in this case, we're just riding across the water. And you get this great bagpipe music going on. I do love this track. And yeah, I guess this is Scotland. They don't explicitly come out and say where these courses are set, but they give enough cases to, again, read between the lines and kind of get a sense of maybe the case this is like the world-faring Wave Race adventure, whereas Wave Race on Game Boy was not easy to ascertain really any aspect of where you were in the world. In Wave Race 64, I think it was general enough that you could get a sense you're going a bunch of places without it really being that explicit. Also on lap 2, that gate opens. I'll show that in a second. Yeah, you go through this, and then you have a really nice effect going out. You basically go this way, jump through, and you crash through the stained glass window. That's amazing. But, yeah, you kind of got a sense it could take place in a bunch of different places in Wave Race 64. But this one, because of the details in the environment, you kind of look and say, okay, I guess you're around Alaska for Arctic Bay because of the fact that you have Aurora Borealis going around. You have cases like polar bears, penguins, and whales. Here, as far as Scotland, we have the sheep as far as on the Scottish hillside, as far as how it is. So it does kind of fit, even if they don't come out and say, oh, this is supposed to be Scotland, the way the music reflects that too. It's pretty nice. It's just one of those cases where I think I like this game maybe more now I'm thinking about it, now I'm playing it, than even I did before. Even though, as I say, it's not as good as Wave Race 64, I keep saying that. But still, that's not... In that way, I guess I feel bad for this, because I guess if Wave Race 64 never existed, scary thought, but if it never existed, this would probably be the one that people would hold on to, I think. And it would still be a great game. It still is a good game, a very good game. And some of the things it does are really, really great and really, really unique, as I mentioned. Also, I'm going to show... Oh, I saved the ghost data. I didn't mean to do that. Having said that, I will show the ghost data off. So what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to pull out another case. I'm going to assume for the sake of argument until I edit this, I'll have had an answer by now edited down of what I can find. If Akari Hayami and Ryota Hayami are siblings, which I'm going to assume they are, until I find out otherwise, I'm gonna have the ghost race going on. So we're pointing out when you do the ghost save, you can save a ghost on any track, and you have the helicopter going on to indicate that. It does save also, by the way, to the weather you select, so you do have to select that in order to go against it. So I'm gonna load it. So for this, you can do a race against your ghosts.
Welcome to Strongwater Key.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go!
But actually, right, in this case, yeah, you have the helicopter going along. So the helicopter will mirror your way. Actually, it's not dissimilar to the Shindou Pak version of Wave Race 64, where they added ghosts with the case of using the dolphin to reflect that. So in this case, we're following the helicopter. Or I guess the drones. It was like years before drones came around. We had that. Lap 2. Whoa. In that case, also because I crashed in that way, I can take advantage of my maybe or maybe not brother's stupid mistake.
You just got a turbo. Let's go.
And time attack, as you're seeing here, is basically just taking your best time across 3 laps, and the same buoy will apply. There is one case where they don't, though, and I'll show that off. Alright, I'm ahead of my ghost, but I'm not ahead of my best time on this. Yeah, my skills on Wave Race Blue Storm, I think, maybe are a little past me, as the case. But still. Ouch!
Wow, are you okay?
Yeah, enough. Turbo time, I'm skipping that, I don't care. I was say, did I beat my brother's ghosts? Or maybe not brothers, I don't know. It's funny, I'm saying this without doing edits, saying that, oh yeah, or without having done it yet, of saying it's my brother or not. I think I beat him. Okay, let's see here, okay. Okay, if you're running in, time attack, you can change the camera here, saying that by moving the D-pad up or down, you can change to follow the ghost copter or to follow the player. So in this case, I'm going to actually follow the copter here. So I'll let this one play. Because honestly, I don't know if I beat my ghost. I want to find that out. I guess since I did rapidly go into it before Dolphin went off for the night, because I wanted to give a sense of this as is the case. I may as well go into the Too Many Games hall as it is, because yeah, after I went last year, it's the case where yeah, I want to go as far as again this year to have a good time, spend time with friends and family, see some people around, see some famous people. Although in my case, I didn't get autographs. Or for that matter, really take a whole lot of time to like stop, like, oh my god, I noticed people, because there are people I did notice. Particularly, I passed by Gilly the Kid, who does a YouTube channel as it is for game stuff. He was walking around, I did see him. Because of one of the last things I was searching for around, I actually did see, and I was actually pretty close to John Ortiz, the Some Call Me Johnny show. He was around, him and Russ, his friend from Pennsylvania, and also Uncle Greg. They were around when I was looking around, actually somewhere, so I'm like, looking for the specific games. Like, oh, they're there. Ooh, that's cool, as far as how it is. Because I mentioned the idea that, okay, first off, yeah, we did lose to, we did beat our ghost, sorry, so that's fine. And the ghost just stops at the end of that. Okay, I did not notice that. Because I mentioned the idea, like, hey, I've inspired as far as that show, to a certain extent, or their show as far as the Super Game Brothers show and Some Call Me Johnny's show, but also in case that we do our own thing as far as different things, the idea that we do a live show all the time as far as how it is, we cover a bunch of things, we do stuff with viewer requests, we also have viewers' involvement as far as being a live case. I mean, he does too for certain things we do in practice before he does a Johnny Versus review, but still same idea. We want to do our own case and kind of stand out, not just copy everybody, but do something unique as far as, and also take a look at some things that maybe we don't get looked at. Same way that they'll also look at stuff that maybe don't get looked at as well. But I noticed them, And also some of the guests I mentioned were around. I did Scott the Waz, he was around. Scott Wozniak, he was around as far as it. And also guests like Jason Griffith and trying to remember his name. He was in Shadow Hearts Covenant, and he's the voice of Shadow the Hedgehog now. I keep forgetting his name because Ultra 94 TF, he did see both of them. He did get their signatures. Oh well, no, he did. Yeah, he did. No, he saw Jason Griffith. He didn't as far as why am I blanking on his name? I don't want to edit this one honestly, so I'm gonna say he was also Ben Hugh in Shadow Hearts, or Shadow Hearts Covenant, I should say. It's Kirk Thornton. There you go. I knew. I just had to quickly get a sense of that. Yeah, because Kirk Thornton was there. As I mentioned, David Hayter from Metal Gear Solid was there, as was Cam Clark from Metal Gear Solid, but also from a lot of other things as well. Steve Blum, I believe, was there. Bella Hudson was there. Actually, she was kind of the last-minute replacement case. Or no, yeah, Bella Hudson and Erica Schroeder. She was actually a last-minute replacement for Fred Tescatori, I believe it is. He was going to be there, but he had a family emergency as it was, and he couldn't make it, as was the case. So we had a fun time, although to be fair, most of what I was doing, I did not get autographs this time. I mean, we also did play stuff as far as in the arcade area. Actually, 2022 and we played House of the Dead 2. He's like, wait, this is the game that Timing the Dead turned into. I was like, yes, it is. We had a lot of fun going on, and there were occasions where we were missing people. He actually shot the kid in Stage 1. We had a good laugh as far as that. But also going through a bunch of stuff. Seeing Edwack go through the entirety of the medium difficulty of Monkey Ball. The first the Super Monkey Ball games. Or any of the Monkey Ball games. The first arcade game. With its product placement by Dole, as far as for the bananas. And other things as well. But a lot of my case was doing shopping. And as far as that, let's take a look at... Right, I should take a look at all these areas as far as how they are. So let's take a look at... I'm trying to think of which ones I haven't shown. I'll take a look at all the areas we haven't shown in every weather type. So in that case, I think we'll just go... I'll just go across the line. We'll go cloudy as far as how it is. I'll do that for each of the courses as I go along. Yeah, most of it was shopping. Most of it was a case of saying, hey, you know, I want to get stuff for the show. As is the case. Also stuff I was looking for, but also places that I like doing stuff for the show. And also the question of saying, like, how much money we spend this year, which it was less than last year, although it's interesting this year. I didn't buy a whole lot of things that were expensive or really expensive. And actually, there is a reason for that. There was something I was looking for that was, but I couldn't find it anywhere. That was Duck Dodgers on Nintendo 64. I went to every store around. They didn't have it. One place said that, oh yeah, we have another copy we might put out. I don't think they said they'd sold one. They thought they might have sold one, but they weren't sure. I went back and was, yeah, I didn't see that. Chasm22, he was trying to get a copy of Xenoblade. No, I keep saying that's a mistake I made constantly too, because Crusader 64, a friend of his was with him. He was looking for a copy of Xenogears for PlayStation. He said, I don't have my copy anymore. I can't get it on PlayStation 3 because something about him not being able to do a login, or his PlayStation 3 isn't working. And we're going to get to that as far as the things going with Sony now. Trust me, I'm not forgetting that. And the Grand Theft Auto 6 stuff as well, because I think we're going to discussion. We're talking about that, do not worry. But, for that, he was looking for a copy of Xenogears on PlayStation. I did find a copy around. There was like $130, which was the cheapest one around. There's a couple of places that had like almost 200. One I think it was at 200, and they were able to get, or he was able to get that, I should say. Yeah, but that was the reason it threw me for a loop, because Chasm22, he was looking for Xenosaga Episode 3. He used to have it. I think a friend of his from high school either borrowed it and never gave it back, or it's a case where it's at his parents' house or with his brother, or he doesn't know where it is. He basically raided all the places and where is it? We can't find it. So he said, like, I'm looking for a copy of that. Ouch. He found a copy that was just the discs for like $90. It sold, and after that he couldn't find another one. But also, I'm almost wondering, maybe he thinks it was a good thing in the sense of being able to say that, oh, I want to have a complete case, because I think he's mentioned this on the show before, but He loves the Xeno games. He loves Xenogears. He's the one who kind of introduced me to Xenogears as was. He loves Xenosaga in particular. He's been begging, like, where's the re-release of Xenosaga? I was like, yeah, I agree. Especially because with Xenoblade, it ties into Xenosaga, particularly in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Because Cosmos from the Xenosaga games is the end of the second one as a rare blade. And there's that mode where you can play as her, by the way, that they're adding into the Switch 2 version that's coming out later this year. Which is really cool as far as that. He was looking for that. He didn't find it, as was the case afterwards. But as far as some of the other stuff that I picked up, it was a case where I kind of was going for a bunch of things because I couldn't get Duck Dodgers. So my thought was like, I want to get that. I know it costs money. It's like $200. It's also because I'm planning to do, as I mentioned earlier, I said, I love Pilotwings 64. I basically can't go a week without mentioning it, pretty much, on the show. I want to do a showcase of every game from Paradigm Software, well, almost everyone. There is one, admittedly, that's PAL exclusive. That's F1 World Grand Prix 2. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with a way to do that one, or maybe I'll emulate it. In that case, I don't think I'll have a choice as far as running that. But that being said, I said, okay, I want to do a showcase like every game of them, so that's the most expensive one as far as Duck Dodgers. In fact, don't quote me on this, but I'm wondering if all the games of Paradigm Entertainment that came out, if all of them combined are cheaper than Duck Dodgers is on its own. I don't know if that's right, but that being said, given some of the stuff I picked up that were actually a lot of things from Paradigm Entertainment to prep for this eventual showcase I'm going to do. It was a case where I did spend less this year, but also I didn't get autographs this time, and also it was a case where I got more bang for my buck because I got more games this time than last time, because I also got stuff that was cheaper, but also it was a case where, to quote The Sound of Music, when God closes the door, he opens the window. So what happened then is that I couldn't find Duck Dodgers, but also other opportunities arose, including for stuff that I wasn't necessarily thinking of. And eventually later on, before it was the end of the day, because we do the one day as is, for this year we did, and last year we did as well. But me thinking that, okay, I found other opportunities of things that I mentioned I wanted to do for the show, and also stuff I was mentioning for myself, that I was figuring, like, what do I want to do on some of this stuff? So it actually did open up the door as far as this, and honestly I'll say this, the other thing I love doing when I go to any convention like this, where I'm looking for games, cases I always want to look for games that all of you want to see, but also games that I'm like, oh, I want to show. The Paradigm Entertainment Showcase is my idea, clearly. How can I show Pilotwings 64 again, aside from saying 30 years of it, and justify it without it being a case of seeming like it's me, as I said, I love that game so much I should marry it, I know. But I can't legally do that, and I wouldn't because it's not a human being. So anyway, I can't, but is it, well, okay, that's an idea, but then other things that kind of came to me as far as how it was. So I'll pull up the next race, and I'll go across the line of what I picked up. Alright, we're going to go across the way. I'm going to go across just looking as far as every case. And since I did show all the characters, I think that's set, although I will also show the exhibition off with everybody later. I'll get to the other discussions on Sony and Grand Theft Auto 6, because we do have to talk about those. But, let's start as far as, let's see.
3, 2, 1, go!
Well, I'll start with the thing I started talking about when Dolly Finn was mentioning as far as, okay, yeah, I can't see a damn thing out here as far as how this is. But that's fine as far as it. At least I can see what I got on my line as far as this. Because as I mentioned, in November, one of the things we're doing for our Thanksgiving showcase, we do that every year, we're going to be doing game show games this year. It's not going to be as many, because what we're going to do is we're going to be playing fewer games as far as how they are, but we're going to do a full run through each of the game show games I've got. I will also do content checks as far as some of these things, see that am I going to get a content strike on some of the music off it. I don't think so, but I want to at least put that to a check to know, like, where do I have to mute things if I have to. Maybe I don't, but we'll see. So I did pick up stuff going on to that. In particular, I said with Jeopardy, we're going to have a game of Jeopardy going on. I do want to show at some point the one on the PC that was published by Sony ImageSoft and made by Graphics Zone. That's an amazing version. It might be the best version of Jeopardy around. But since I have to get a CD ISO burning program for that, and also because I do want to have another PC to run, basically run Windows 3.1 through DOSBox in order to do that, I said I'm going to get another version of Jeopardy, and the version I picked up Jeopardy on the Wii. It was cheap, dirt cheap, although despite that, there was only one retailer I was able to find it from through the entire haul. I'm going to find more than one copy, because the box was sort of broken, not completely, but a case where the top was like broken off. Okay, can I find a better one? I didn't, but it was only $5. So I said I looked for that because, as I mentioned, one thing that Jeopardy on the Wii uses, it uses the Wii Speak. That's the microphone for the Wii that was released alongside Animal Crossing City Folk, which is how they did voice chat. Basically, it's kind of a case where you said, oh, it can be communal. You put it close to yourself as far as how the Wii is concerned, and you all can speak into it. There are a couple games that support it for gameplay outside of Animal Crossing, and one of them is Jeopardy for Wii. I wanted to pick it up because I wanted to get an answer of saying, does this game ask you to answer in the form of a question? Does it require that? The answer is no, it doesn't. And the reason for that is because I was able to get the Wii Speak as well. It took me a while to find that, but there was one retailer that had it. I was like, this might be it. I looked at it. Even I didn't know. I said, I want to make sure that I'm actually looking at the right thing. So I did see that, and it does work with it. I confirmed it works, so you can speak in as far as you can also record your own win or your own got a question right and got a question wrong quotes, and it'll play it off. And also you can run your Mii's for the Wii version. I believe the Wii U version is like that as well, but the Wii U version does not support the Wii Speak. So I picked the Wii one up as was the case. But it does do that, so you could get a case, people always say like, hey, when they're doing Jeopardy, why do they not, scream out, fuck, when they get a question wrong? Although, I'll say this, if they do that on the show, remember, Jeopardy is a taped program, it's not a live program. So in that case, they'd probably edit it out, or do a strategic cut, I would think. But if you want to make it do that, you can do that with the Wii Speak. So in that case, we are going to use that. That being said, the Wii Speak, it is a little spotty with how its recognition is not bad, but it's something you have to have it pretty close to yourself. So when we do this show, I'm going to have it pretty close as far as all of us when it comes to running that. And also, I do need to have additional Wii remotes, because I do need to pick those up. I didn't pick them up here as far as this. But that was part of that, but also when I found the Wii Speak, because it didn't cost much money, it was only $10. I also found The Price is Right 2010 edition for the Wii. It was posted by Ubisoft. As far as Jeopardy was concerned, it was THQ published it, and it was developed by Pipeworks Software, the people who made Godzilla Destroyer Monsters Melee, which is getting a new version itself in November from Atari, which is good because actually Destroyer Monsters Melee is shockingly expensive. It's all like $40-50 all over the place at TV Games. So that has gone up, so the fact that there's a new version that's coming out, and it's going to have all the content from the original Xbox version that was added over the GameCube release, that's definitely a big case in itself. But for The Price is Right 2010 edition, it's Ubisoft who made that. It doesn't use Wii Speak, but it does have a bunch of the games as far as like the pricing games. You do have Spinning the Wheel, the Showcase Showdown. You do go down to Contestants Row. They do have FMV footage of actual items up for bid from the TV show. Some of them they can't say because they don't have some of the license, but other ones they do. And it is interesting to kind of see that idea of how it goes. And also, on my off-screen test of that game to make sure it worked, I somehow got like $300 within the price of my showcase. It is one of those cases where I almost did what I've never seen the show do, which is the case that if you're the winner and you're $250 or less away from the actual retail price of your own showcase, you win both showcases. So I could have almost won both showcases, but in that case, I won the RV, as was the case as far as how it was. But it is really fun as far as how it's going, so that's going to be on our line for the Game Show Showcase for The Price is Right, and you're not going to want to miss that. But as for other stuff for Game Show based, I also picked up You Don't Know Jack. I got it on the PlayStation 1. The PlayStation 1, it's on 2 discs. I always heard it was a great version on the PlayStation. They're right. It's a fantastic version of the game. It's an insanely irreverent and funny quiz game that oftentimes is asking you to kind of take logic in terms of something funny. Because they say, like, hey, you know, they have like a jokey question about Shakespeare. They're saying, like, hey, you know, if Shakespeare was going to be coming back from the dead and going to be celebrating like a live performance for, I guess, a live telecast for an award show, what would he go for? Would he go for the Golden Globes? Would he go for the Tonys? Would he go for the Grammys? Or would he go for the Oscars? And in that case, the answer is he'd go for the Globes, because remember, William Shakespeare, he liked to record, or he put plays on from the Globe Theater in England. And that was a big part as far as his lineage, as far as what we know, and as far as how all history is of what's been covered. There's a lot we don't, as in the case. I know that's been discussed. I think all things mentioned on the show as is. But that being said, a case of something like that, so in that case you have to kind of think through, like, wait, that's a funny way to answer that, and it has a bunch of cases as far as how it goes. It does go up for 3 players. I do have most everything I need for that one to run 3 players. The only thing I need to do is I need to get a multi-tap for PlayStation 2, which I'm going to get the micro multi-port from Mad Catz, which, if you have the normal model PlayStation 2, not the Slimline, you can use this. Basically plugs right into the controller port, as opposed to being the thing that you connect off on the side. And I've seen them online for $20, so I'm going to definitely pick it up. But yeah, I got Uno Jack. I also, for one of these, I'm gonna be, let's see, I just want to make sure on my line I don't have anything else that's based on a game show. No, I don't, except for this, because I'm kind of cheating with this one. This is not exactly based on a game show, but it's kind of close. It's got an element, sort of a Pictionary, which does have an NES game. But it's Anticipation. As it turned out, I didn't actually know this until I was able to finally get this working, because I'm nervous as hell doing the stuff for NES that I got, because I gotta run my cleaning kit and I gotta make sure that the NES is actually gonna take it. It took me a long time to get that one running, and another NES game it picked up. But it's developed by Rare. In fact, the music sounds so great and bouncy. This is a David Wise soundtrack, isn't it? And I looked at the credits, so it is. Like, oh my god, it is a David Wise soundtrack. Basically what Anticipation is, they call it the first video board game. The idea is that it's like Pictionary in the sense you have the computer typing out or drawing out a picture, and then you buzz in and you have to guess what it is, and you have to get enough squares to go on to each of the 4 levels. But as you move your piece along, when you roll dice, it's a case where you can land on a space that takes you down, back down a level, or a case where you land on one of the color spaces that you don't need because you already have a piece of it. So there's a lot of interesting strategy, and even also kind of an irreverent take of when you get something wrong, saying, like, you get one more chance, but then you get it wrong, so like, I warned you. It's like, okay. That traditional Rare British charm, which is a case where, yeah, I wouldn't have known that necessarily as far as it. It's something Edwag mentioned. He said, like, oh, I saw the Game Grumps do a show on it. And I said, I think this sort of counts. I'm going to count it for this one. So yeah, we'll have Anticipation going. It's an interesting one. And it was like $3. It cost me next to nothing. I need to build the NES collection, so that was worth doing that. And the other game I picked up for NES was something actually that AG42, he wanted to see on the show, and he said, I can borrow this game, but I said, well, I'm not against that, and there's cases where I will be doing that with people. But I also said, I do want to get a sense of practicing this game to run it myself, so I know what I'm dealing with here. And that is Tiny Toon Adventures from Konami. I did promise that the next time we're looking at Tiny Toon Adventures, it's very much like Super Mario Bros. 3. I think it's been inferred that was heavily ripping it off, but there are some unique things about it, including the fact you collect partner characters. You choose a partner character, there's a special ability that you can switch between at certain intervals. It's pretty interesting, and it sure looks great and runs great as far as NES is concerned. So I did pick that one up. Oh, we will do that for the show, because I do owe him that. I said I was going to do it this year to celebrate 35 years of it. I don't know if I can get to it this year, but I do want to get a sense of saying, like, hey, I want to be ready for it, and that means that I'll be practicing it to make sure I'm set. I guess also for a sort of selfish reason, since we're going to get to that, because it's the one I was asked for next, also, so I can do Buster's Hidden Treasure for Sega Genesis, because I do want to do that game for the show, as is, but not until we do this one. That was that. I also picked up a trio of games from Nintendo 64. I'm going to mention the first one I picked up. Because actually for a while I was going around there saying, I haven't bought anything, it's been a while. As far as like, what am I doing? There's something wrong. My coworkers and friends and some guests from the show had a running bet saying, how much are you going to spend this year? Like, you spend more than you spent last year. I mean, I save up money as far as each year as far as this. So that's the reason as to why I go. It's not my splurge, but also in the case of I'm also very particular about what I'm buying. And also part of it is because of the fact of saying, hey, I'm getting stuff for the case of what chat wants to see, but also stuff I'm thinking like, oh, I would like to show just for myself, or just get for myself for certain purposes. But this is a chat request. There's also a game that actually, most of the copies I found went for way less than I saw this game going before I went. That was actually one Electrus wanted to see. That is Robotron 64. It is the 3D version of Robotron 2084, a new take on it from the 1990s. It was an enhanced version of Robotron X, which is on PlayStation. It was by Midway, but for some reason on Nintendo 64, at the last minute, it was indefinitely delayed, and Midway decided they didn't want to publish it on Nintendo 64 for some reason. I'll get into that when we get to that game. But Crave picked it up, and they released it in early 1998. But from what I understood, it is a better version of Robotron X. Robotron X, from what I've understood, is very, very choppy, whereas this one's a lot smoother from what I've gathered. And it also does have dual analog control, which I don't think Robotron X had, because I don't think it had support for the DualShock. Or no, the analog controller. The DualShock didn't exist yet. But the N64 version does with plugging two controllers. And you do that for two players as well. So each player has two controllers in their hands running both the joysticks. So far it's pretty fun, and I want to get a sense of how to show that game. It was only $25. I was seeing this for like 60, 70 as recently as last year, so I guess that game went down. I don't know why. It's not like it got a re-release or something. But I know Electric said he loves that game and he wants to see it. Which, granted, I'm going to find a copy of it. I found it for cheap. Oh my god, I want to get this. So, I did. Then, let's see. I got Outrun 2 for Xbox. That is not exactly the same as Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, which is actually insanely rare on Xbox. I do have it on that. I didn't see that version at all. It's over $200, though, when you do find it. But Outrun 2 does have some unique things that are only in that game, so it's not the case where 2006 is just the same game and vice versa. Because 2006 was released on PS2 and PSP and PC, whereas Outrun 2 was only on the original Xbox. And part of that was because it was running on the Chihiro board of Sega's, which the Xbox's architecture is very similar to. I did pick this one up, so we'll be able to show that game. It does also have a unique distinction of having the final port of Outrun that has the Ferrari licensing in it. After this one, that was it. They did update the graphics, remove the Ferrari licensing. But this game has it, and also has some unique modes and things that do make it a nice compendium to Outrun 1 and also to 2006. So it is different enough to be able to show it off, and also there's paths in it that also are based off of Daytona USA 2. And that's the case where also that game went down in price. I said it was like $50 when I talked about it last year when we looked at Outrun Online Arcade. But as it turns out, I found it for $30. So I was like, okay, apparently it's getting cheaper. So the question of saying, hey, is modern gaming getting really, really expensive? Yes. But also, is retro gaming getting cheaper? And I guess maybe for certain things it is. Because a lot of these things, the most I paid for anything in this line is like under $90, like $85. I'll get to that in just a second. So that was kind of a surprise to me as far as how it was. And next up, I picked up Guitar Hero Live on PlayStation 4. The reason I did is because Edwack he's been getting sent to saying, I got a bunch of old gaming peripherals that either I had or my brother had, they're around my house, that I don't want anymore, but I also think it would be great material for the show for certain things. So I said, I want you to have it. So he gave me his two Guitar Hero Live guitars. He gave me the guitars and the dongles to go with them. But it's a case where, like, I don't have the game. I got the game for like $5 because the game is dirt cheap. It's like, what was Guitar Hero Live all about? How's it different from how Guitar Hero was before, and how Rock Band is? Definitely a bit different as far as how it is. It's a case where we can't show that on the show, I hate to say it, because of the fact that it's all licensed music. It is interesting how they're having FMV going on, because it's basically like you're in first person and performing the guitar with a band. It's definitely a different beast than Guitar Hero was before and how Rock Band was because of how the guitars go. They have 3 frets, and sometimes you have to press on each side of them, like the black and white buttons, but sometimes like hit both of them at the same time. So it is definitely a bit of an adjustment. Even someone like me who played Guitar Hero and Rock Band for so long, I know those games like the back of my hand, generally speaking. I would say, yeah, I'm also hearing like that stuff going up. Whoop, wow. What's that? Yeah, I picked that up. Also, okay, some of these other ones I do want to go into a little bit of an explanation on. One of them actually is, I know Alec first mentioned at one point saying, hey, he loves the Namco Museum collections on the PlayStation 1, saying, like, I loved how much they have as far as information about these games, a lot of things you can learn. He's right, they definitely have a lot of information in them. The idea you're exploring a museum, kind of the idea of saying that it was an early case of a classic game compilation, which, you know, I'm all about, as far as we are on this show, because we do a show dedicated to it each year, but also the case of saying, hey, it's kind of like exploring that around, and maybe the modern classic game compilations don't have that, and they don't. The Namco Museum games do not have that when it comes to the more modern takes on them. But on the PlayStation 1, they had a lot of cases going on as far as that, and they made 6 of them in Japan and 5 of them in the US. And I said at one point, I want to go through and go through all the ones on the PlayStation 1 as a Let's Play. So basically, each month we do one of the 5. Because I have Namco Museum Volume 1, which I have on PlayStation 1, and I downloaded Namco Museum Volume 5 on the PlayStation 3 years ago before they delisted all of the Namco Museum. They were on that, they were delisted. And, yeah, they're getting delisted next year anyway, as it is, if they were not delisted, but they were, so I picked up that one up, picked up 5, because 5 goes for like $200. I said, that leaves 2, 3, and 4, so what am I going to do about that? Well, good news, I found copies of 2, 3, and 4 at too many games. I found Volume 4, that was the most expensive one I picked up, that was $85. That's less than I thought it was going to be. Especially given how Namco Museum Volume 5, that came out late in 1997, and they did not make many copies of that. So that is insanely expensive, and I did not see a single copy of that anywhere. But I found Volume 4, and then I found Volume 2 from the same place, and another place I found Volume 3. And I said, you know what? And Volume 3 was by far the cheapest. That was like $8. Volume 2 was $60, and Volume 4, as I mentioned, was $85. So in that case, that means we have them all, with the exception of Namco Museum Encore, because that only came out in Japan. But I got a way around that. So here's what we're going to do. Next year, at some point, this is not going to be the classic game compilation we do for May, because I'm going to dedicate 1 month to each of these. So next year, at some point, I don't know when I'll do this. We're going to take a look at each of these games, and each month we're going to do one. So I got Volume 1 we'll do, then we'll do a show for Volume 2, then Volume 3, then Volume 4, and then Volume 5, which is used for PlayStation 3 to play that. And then for Namco Museum Encore, what are we going to do about that one? Because it didn't come out here, and it costs a lot of money. And I don't have a way to run Japanese imports. So I even thought about this yesterday. What am I going to do about that? Because I know we're going to do this, and I think it's worth doing that. These games are worth looking at, and when you really think about early case of classic game compilations, this deserves a unique treatment that we don't give the other classic game compilations we show on the program. Well, I found out that actually Namco Museum Encore, there are a lot of obscure games of Namco's that are in that. Many that I had never even heard of. And it turns out, though, the good news is that all those games, including the ones that I'd never heard of, They do have Arcade Archive releases on the Switch, I think on the PlayStation systems, but since I have Switch as far as this, or Switch 2 as is going to be the case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Namco Museum Arcade Pack that I have on Switch that has 2 of the games from that included. And then I'm going to get the Switch, or the, not Switch Online, I'm going to get the Arcade Archives versions of the other ones. Jesus Christ, look at these waves going on here. Even just Cloudy Skies, as I mentioned, because it randomizes things out. In case where, yeah, it started to rain, partly Cloudy Skies. And where I get randomize itself and running partly cloudy. So it could be sunny, it could clear up, or you get rainy, or you get stormy, potentially. So, as I said, I'm going to have a show for Namco Museum Encore, but we're not going to show that collection so much as I'll show up all those games. I'll handle that as like a showcase show, like, but not going to be the Thanksgiving showcase or the compilation show. It'd basically be a night where we do like a grab bag of stuff like we tend to do. So that's, whoa! That was nice. So I was doing that launch. But I want to give a sense of that because I do think that's a cool case as far as, and yeah, so some stuff to also look forward to as far as when it goes, and when I get a sense of when they're going to do some of these things, I'll let you know. And also to go to that, the other case as far as the showcase I want to do at some point, I meant all the games of Paradigm Entertainment. Paradigm Entertainment. So, since I couldn't find Duck Dodgers, I said, let me look around for some other games of theirs. So I picked up 2 on the PlayStation 2. I picked up the remake of Spy Hunter, which, from what I understood, I did play it on Xbox back in the day, but there's something about it didn't quite click with me. And I'd heard other people saying it was better on the PlayStation 2. There's something about how they ported that over to Xbox and GameCube. I don't know if ruin it was the right word, but it wasn't as good. And since Paradigm did make that, and that is their case of it, and I don't think they did the port over to GameCube and Xbox as far as I remember, I figured, alright, that's going to be the one we're going to do. And so I said, let me get that, because it was not much money. And actually the place I went to had a buy 2, get 1 free sale going on as far as the stand I went to. So actually I got Jack from them, I got that, and then as my freebie, it technically went to either that one or it went to Mission Impossible Operation Surma. I got the PlayStation 2 version of that. That's also on GameCube and Xbox, but that got the simultaneous launch when it came out in 2003. It's basically a stealth game, a lot like Splinter Cell. And I looked for the Xbox version because I love my Splinter Cell and I love playing it with Xbox controller. But I said, they have it on the PS2, so in the case of the PS2, I said, alright, I'll just get it on this, as it was. And also it was nice because in the box of this one, it actually came with Atari stickers that came in the box originally when the game came out. And also going back to the Namco Museum collections. The fact that I got Namco Museums 2, 3, and 4 does mean that with Namco Museum Volume 3, yes, I did buy another version of the Tower Duraga as it turned out. And also I realized that since I got a complete copy of all 3 of these, and it was the greatest hits on the third one I got. In the third one, it does come with a hint book for the Tower Duraga. I was under the impression saying that, oh yeah, the Namco Museum Arcade Pack on Switch, that's the only one that tells you what you have to do on each floor. No, this has a case where it has a few of the floor maps in this book, but it also tells you where all the hidden items are on each of the floors. And that's what we'll use when we get to this game, and I guess it goes without saying as far as how it's been recently. Nocturne was going to do that. She's not going to be involved in the show anymore. I hate to say it. By her decision, I think, because of the fact that she hasn't really gotten in contact with me as far as how it is. I said that months ago, but it's solidified now as the case. Just to go on that, I'm sorry to say. She did it to herself. I'm sorry to say it. I did give her the warning as far as saying if that's the case, you have to be, communicating that way. But she will not be the one handling that or anything else on the show, so I'll have to do that myself. When we do that, don't know. Don't know if we use this or what, but I do have to clear that out. Sorry to go to that, but as I said, there's a reason for it, so that's the reason for it. And then the next couple things I got. I'm almost done as far as what it is. Okay, this is where I can also go into some of the other things, because some of these things went in a lot. Because we mentioned we played Mega Man X it was a case where we talked about the Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue games, and I mentioned before years ago when we were playing Sailor Moon Another Story, Electrus came in and was mentioning the idea of, what was it? Right, he mentioned the idea that Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on Nintendo 64 was the first game he ever played that he said he realized was terrible.
Southern Island.
And then he said, though, I love this game on the PlayStation 1. I said, okay. So I was thinking, like, we should probably look at these games for show. And also, I found the Game Boy Color version as far as seeing that online, saying, like, what about that one? And I realized that was by Natsume, the people who made the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers games on the Super Nintendo. All of them. I didn't know every Power Rangers game on Super Nintendo. So it'd be Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that we played, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the Fighting Edition, and Power Rangers Zeo Battle Racers. So they made the Game Boy Color version. I like the Game Boy Color version. The game was really good. We talked when we played Mega Man X, saying that he said, I think we gotta get all three of these. We gotta show all three of these. Do like actually with the Namco Museum saying we'll do one show dedicated to each to cover all these. PlayStation 1, Nintendo 64, and Game Boy Color. So, here's the thing. I was looking around saying that, okay, I know these games don't go for much. I know the Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue is a case where on N64 it's definitely not much. And it's not something people want to have, necessarily, because of its reputation. So I was looking around, and also, I just want to point out, Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue is an easy game to identify when you're doing searching for Nintendo 64 games going shopping anywhere, because of the fact it's a different color cartridge. A lot of games on Nintendo 64 have gray cartridges, and some have different colors like blue and yellow and black. And as far as Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue was printed on black cartridges, as far as how the color goes. So I went to this stand, and actually, Chasm22 was with me. I was doing this. What are we going to get as far as some things like, we were looking for Duck Dodgers, as he was looking for Xenosaga Episode 3. So I said, I am looking for Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue. I mentioned that to me. And so I went to this one place. I found the N64 copy. It's like $15. Like, okay, oh great. I'm looking around. I wonder if they have the Game Boy Color version. It's like, oh, they have the Game Boy Color version, like $8. And I said, you have to get the PlayStation 1 version there as well. And I asked the guys, like, do you have it on PlayStation? If we do, it'll be over there in our PlayStation section. I looked over there. First thing I saw, it was that one. So I found all three of the Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue games at the same seller at Too Many Games in the same place. Like, oh my god, I found all of them. And I was also saying to my plans, like, you have all three of them. That's amazing. And I said, I'm going to do a show as far as, I say, you do game streaming. So I said, I'm going to do like a series of shows of all three. It's like, I found all three of them from your stand. It's like, oh my god, that's amazing. You found all of them. Like, I don't even know if I didn't know we had, I don't think you knew we had the N64 version or the Game Boy Color. Like, I had all three of these. That was amazing. So I said, okay, I found all three of them in the same place. And so that was kind of an amazing case. So yeah, sometimes the stories about how I obtained some of these is a case. And that's also where we got to the end of my journey this year. Because it was a case where I was saying, like, well, I had extra money. It's a case where it's like, I took out more money than I thought I would spend. Because, like, I just wanted to see how much I'm really going to spend as far as this stuff. To which I then, I'm going to just disappoint people. It's like, I don't know, there's other stuff I really want to buy, and other people I know, Christian64 and Chasm22 is like, you can spend more money. I was like, well, I was thinking of picking up stuff on PSP, because we have only shown one game on PSP. As I'm realizing now, I got to look at something as far as my Memory Stick Pro, because it's not reading it anymore. And I don't know why, I'm concerned. I'll figure that, and then we'll show stuff on PSP, but I said, alright, let me look for stuff on PSP, and I said, Chasm22, what do you have on PSP? He said, how about Dissidia? Any of the Dissidia games? He loves his Final Fantasy. I said, that's true. I said, yeah, just get Dissidia, it's like $20. Like, brand new, it's like $20. Like, okay, that's cool. I was looking around, I was like, I don't know necessarily what I want to take. But I went to one place, they had a bunch of things on PSP. I was like, what do they got on PSP? I was looking around as far as it. I looked on the spine, seeing what they had. I was like, okay, there's some games of interest there. There's Daxter, and here's amazing, as most other things. I think I saw the city there, as was. But then I saw, I was like, ooh, work time fun. It's like, what's work time fun? WTF, work time fun. And I showed him the boxes. I have a picture of the boxes. He's like, what the hell is this? I said, let me tell you what this is. I'd heard of this game. It's very much like WarioWare. It's a bunch of mini games where you're doing a job, doing different jobs, like counting people, or having to chop wood. But the idea is also, it's insanely demented, or more so than Mario. As far as the wood chopping game, they put cute little bunny rabbits as you go along in between the logs. If you hit them, you split them in half and cut them into bloody pieces. It's really messed up, but also a case of another one where you play that game, like that drunken game that people play where you put your hand down and you basically get like a penknife or something and you stab it in between your fingers and try not to stab yourself. They have a game of that, and I showed them, I was like, this is a game that I hear is insane. I think I need to get this. It was 25 bucks. Okay, that's great. I think I'm getting this one. So what else do they have on PSP? And then this goes to something I know we've mentioned on the show. We talked about the TV series, the Cartoon Network, and also especially the Adult Swim block, which have actually a lot of games based on. Well, not necessarily a lot. I mean, there's a good amount. So I said, want to figure something with that. I've always said I want to find Cartoon Network Racing for PlayStation 2. I did not find that, as far as how it was. I think I have to go on eBay for that one, because I don't think I've ever seen that game in a while. But if I have, it was years ago. But as far as PSP, I found Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, which is by Capcom. It's developed by High Voltage Studios, or High Voltage Software, I should say. It basically is like Phoenix Wright, and I'm not joking. It even has the same interface as Phoenix Wright in the sense of saying you have like presenting evidence the same way we did when we started looking at that last month. And it's also on PS2 and Wii. It's on PSP, and it does have all the voice acting from the TV show. So, ooh, I want to get this one. And it was a case of, that's amazing. Like, oh my god, I think this is how I'm building my PSP collection. And then after I found Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, I found also for a case where it's cheaper than I've seen it. I found, let's see, Aqua Teen Hunger Force Zombie Pro-Am, or Zombie Ninja Pro-Am, from Midway. I've seen this thing like $70. I found this for almost half that, as was the case. So I was like, oh my god, I think I want to get this as well. Like, we talked Adult Swim, I was like, I think we should have that representation on the show. Even in the case where the game might not be great. Maybe we should get a representation going on as far as that. So I was like, oh my god, I had that. And I was like, okay, that's almost adding $100. That's $95. But there's something else I can get that's going to add, that's like $5. That can add to that. And Kazadroid, who found the soundtrack CDs around, he had one for Leela, the Deepak Chopra game. Because he didn't know what it was. I was like, I remember hearing about this, but that's the soundtrack. I don't know how it is. I look around their game. And going back to the Paradigm stuff, I was looking around. I saw copies of F1 World Grand Prix from Nintendo Wiki all day. I was like, that's going to be a cheap one to pick up as far as Paradigm stuff. So they have that. They did. It's like, how much do they want for that? It's like $5. Like, sold, and this is also the best condition copy I found, and the cheapest. So I found like $8, $10, $15, depending on where I went. Found it for $5. Okay, perfect. That was it. And all right, then the best is for last, or the most hilarious is for last. When I was going through like the craziness as far as saying like, oh, what work time fun is and all these things, I said, right, I showed Edwag the fact I bought this. Like, what the hell is this? And I said like, oh, you got to see this game. And I was thinking like these weird things. And I said, you got to see that game. Something switched in my brain. I was watching the Retro Pals show about a month ago. They did like a viewer request form where they take a look at games that viewers want to see. One of them mentioned a game called Sprung, which is on DS. It's a dating sim that came out at the launch of the console. It's Ubisoft who made it. That at first was like, I'd heard this game was horrible. It was very badly reviewed when it came out. It was a case where I know the Reviews on the Run program, Victor Lucas did his pocket segment on it. His joke was saying that he was digging through a trash can and said like, oh, here it is. Yeah, I threw this game out the other day because, well, it's a piece of crap. This has got to be one of the sorriest games to ever come out as far as on DS, even this early into it. They give it a 2 out of 10. I said, but they showed this game, and the discussions, because it's like a dating sim, you're talking as far as, and you have like the boy and girl, and you can choose the boy or the girl. They show that on the screen, on the top screen, on the bottom screen. The bottom screen You have selections of things to say to them, and also you can pick up items and give them to people. There were these insanely demented questions and responses and, I guess, reactions and things. It's almost like the plumbers don't wear ties of the DS. And I said, I have to buy this game. I have to find a copy of this. I went around every stand I could to find a copy of this thing. I was searching everywhere, as I mentioned. I saw John Ortiz, the Some Call Me Johnny show, and the Super Game Brothers around, but I was so focused on finding Sprung on DS. Like, oh, it's Johnny. I gotta find Sprung. I have to find this game. And I looked around. I said, like, I'll find this thing either in a box or I'll find it loose if I have to. I don't want to take a loose DS game if I can. But I said, for this, I'm going to take this if I found it. I found this area. It was like, they had it in like the binder, something where DS games. I was like, oh my god, they have this. I found it. It was like $9. I was telling the guy, thank you. I've been looking for this game all over the place as far as my final purchase here. And he said, like, he didn't know what this game was. Like, it's supposed to be like, is this dating sim that's supposed to be like the plumbers don't wear ties on the DS? Like, this is DS? It's like, I never heard of this thing. He was like bewildered, saying, what the hell is this thing? And then since I had my 3DS with me, as far as how it was, I showed my coworkers and my friends this who were with me, as far as too many games. I showed them this. They were laughing their asses off, and I was seeing like these demented answers and responses going on. I was like, I showed Gemini 96 this eventually, and even he's like, I've seen enough. I mean, because even he was there like, what's this weird shit I find? And then even in the case of Edwax saying like, yeah, of course you'd be finding all this weird stuff. But I mean, even then there's stuff that is weird that I never got a sense of. Because I know there's this game, Wappy Dog, which is on DS. I had never heard of this either. I think my coworkers mentioned it. It's like, it seems like this is dirty. It's like, no, but it's like it comes with a dog that has like a Bluetooth sensor that communicates with the DS for this game. I was like, what? One of my coworkers has this. Like, I've never heard of this thing. And I mentioned this case, but for this, it's like, Sprung and Work Time Fun. You guys see these bizarre games. It's like, I can maybe show you Sprung, but I'd either have to emulate it or have to get the 3DS modded so I can show you DS live on the show, as far as how it is. And Work Time Fun, I have the stuff for PSP. So that was how it was. So that was how it was going on, and also telling the story of like what was Too Many Games like. And I had a great time. As far as seeing all my friends, kind of getting that perspective, being on my feet all day, as far as being able to get a lot of walking in, but also getting the feet killing me, but also the case of saying, okay, I think that was good as far as how it was. And with that, we're almost done with the case of going through like the way the rainy case is going on this course. I do want to show all that stuff as far as how it is, and then I think I'll just show off a little bit of each of the modes. I'll show off all the intros of each of the characters for Dolphin Park. And I think that's how we're going to go. I will get 5 hours in this game, I think. And also, let's see. I just want to make sure I didn't forget anything as far as on the line on any of this stuff. No, I didn't. I got that's everything. I may as well, since in this case I've gone through discussion on this game and seeing what's going on, seeing all the weather effects, I think it's worth showing off because that's the reward you get going across. And it's worth showing that, even if I couldn't do it live on the show. Let's talk about two of the things that, came along when we were off last week and then also came around yesterday, as was. The big cases going on as far as elements of the gaming industry and also going to be changing a lot of things going on. Because a couple weeks ago we talked about all the announcements of the Summer Games Fest and all the conferences of Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. We were also waiting on the perspective saying, hey, Rockstar Games said that the biggest game of this year and maybe any recent year, Grand Theft Auto 6, they're going to take pre-orders starting on June 25th, so last Thursday. And they're going to get the information on that. They're going to say like how much is the game going to cost. So they did come out. They did finally say what's going on. They did confirm no, it's not getting delayed again. It is coming out on November 19th of this year for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X. And they did confirm how this is going to go. As far as the cost of the game, it's going to cost $80. So in that case, it is the same price as Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. Kind of. Because they also dropped another bomb. They said, we are releasing this game for $80, but we are only going to be releasing it digitally as far as that. And the only box release we're going to have of the game at this point is going to be a code in the box. So, that created quite a uproar and quite a fervor going on, saying, okay, first off, actually, technically, Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is cheaper now if you take the digital version into account, because Nintendo's selling their digital games at $10 cheaper than the physical editions. But the idea is that Grand Theft Auto 6 will not be a physical game as far as how it is, and a lot of people are saying, like, what are you doing? What's going on? Now, I will say, I'll explain, I think, what's going on and why they did this. A lot of people are thinking, like, okay, they don't have to do this because, you know, or they don't, it doesn't matter what they do, really, because people are going to buy this anyway because people have been waiting for it for a long time. So basically, they can sell it anyway and they want. That is true, although there is one other thing, one other part of the puzzle that I don't think gets discussed enough about Grand Theft Auto 6, and I do think that's worth putting into context. I'm going to do that. And the other thing with Sony, I want to put context into those things as well when we talk about it. Because that's even more of a case where people got even more upset about that, which we'll go into in just a second. But for Grand Theft Auto 6, it's worth pointing out, lest you forget, the game was leaked, and Rockstar was hacked multiple times as far as this. They were actually hacked a couple months ago, and they claimed they had things that were going to jeopardize the release date of Grand Theft Auto 6 or information about it. It turned out it was just a bunch of hype by the people who stole stuff that was not necessarily that important massively as far as saying, like, oh, it's going to potentially delay the game. As far as that, it was important as far as what was stolen, as far as information of Rockstar's. Ouch.
Good thing you're on water, huh?
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, but, like, I could die even on water, either way. But, anyway, that game was hacked and it was leaked. So, basically, it's worth pointing out, Rockstar did kind of restart development on a game, and that is the reason why we've not seen really any information about it massively for a while. And in the case of people like, what's going on with this thing? Not that it's canceled, but they're like, we're going to see information. We're going to basically take any little tidbit we can get, including on the price, because remember, people were saying this game is going to go for $100. And it's worth pointing out, actually, technically they were right in this way. Because yes, the game is going to cost $80, but it is going to be a case where there is an Ultimate Edition that's $100 that also has some exclusive cosmetic aspects and also some exclusive areas in the game for cosmetic stuff, for upgrading your cars, and also for having classic cars from Grand Theft Auto Vice City included. So by that standard, it is an $100 game if you go that whole shebang, or you get $80 as far as the other way of it. So, yeah, there you go as far as how it's going, but I do think it is worth pointing the context. The idea, the reason why I think they're releasing it digitally is because they're releasing it digitally only and then saying it's code in a box only as far as its physical release, is that they don't want this game to get leaked again. And to be fair, a lot of companies, I was just Microsoft, but a lot of companies had this problem recently, including Nintendo. Nintendo especially had this, where when a game comes out, retailers break the street date early and allows people to go in and play the game that's spoiled before anybody is able to play it, or get a case of, like, leaking something with it as far as how it is. And I know for a fact, I know people say, like, yeah, you're making excuses for Rockstar. I mean, I'm not making an excuse, I'm making an explanation of saying, I think Rockstar, they want to say that, okay, we don't want to have this game leaked again, so we have to control the idea of this game being available to people when we turn it on by a digital mean, and they're saying you're only going to go code in the box, in a box for this. That is the reason why they did it, and I will say, as unpopular as it's going to sound, I do understand that decision. And I'm not that bothered by it. Not least of which because there is the possibility that has been going around, has been thought from Rockstar, the thought saying that after this game comes out on November 19th, although it's worth pointing out the box release is coming out a week before, so it actually comes out before on the 12th, but the idea is that you get the code in the box, you put it in, you can preload it, and you'll be able to be set for the day it comes out, when everybody will be able to play it. But there is the thought, and there are some rumblings coming from Rockstar themselves saying that they're going to do a disc release of this game after the release, as far as it's maybe in the next year. That has not been confirmed. We do not know. I'm going to think that maybe they will, and I think this is the reason why they're doing it, as far as this way, so that, okay, if they do this later, they'll then say, okay, we will then be a case there's nothing to leak anymore. There's nothing we're really holding back that's going to be a case of saying, oh, it's going to be a problem. So then it's going to be a case of, you know, them putting a disc out.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, I guess depending on how the size of this game is, because actually, I have not checked this. I think I can put an edit for this, because I have not checked the digital storefronts on this. I believe that they might have given a size on this game, as far as how big the download is. So I'll raise the question saying, how much does this actually be able to fit on the disc, and is it more just for the principle of the thing of saying, hey, I want to buy this game on a disc, but you're going to have to go online to download most of it anyway, which is something that has been a reality, honestly, with a lot of gaming systems recently, and is going to continue to be that way. And that also goes to, well, the thing that came out from Sony, well, a lot of things came out from Sony yesterday, as was, that honestly makes what I just said about Grand Theft Auto 6 in a way seem like maybe a bit of a non-issue to a degree. Or people saying that, oh, because Rockstar did this, Sony is saying that this gave them the justification to do this. Yeah, because there are a couple things Sony announced yesterday. One thing I will say I understand, but I'm going to go with the thing that I can't say I understand. And there are a lot of people who are basically now saying, well, we were duped by Sony, particularly in the PlayStation 4 era. And also a case of thinking that Sony may very well have destroyed 30 years of goodwill in less than 30 years. And that is, of course, the indication of them saying that the PlayStation 5 will not have support for discs anymore. In the sense that Sony will stop printing discs for games, including from third parties, starting in January of 2028. And they haven't announced the next PlayStation system yet, but that also was a thought of thinking that, hey, this is going to be a case where it means it's going to be a digital-only system. So, as we talked about this show, I've said before the idea that when it comes to aspects of physical gaming on this show, there was a war about it and we lost. But in this case, it really is a case of that, because Sony was seen as a little bit of a case of saying that they did kind of have a perspective saying, hey, this is not something that we, you know, had a problem with. And actually, one thing I'll mention, just as far as going back to this game quickly, I do want to show some of the challenges off as it is. I will show off the stormy weather as far as one of those, because actually one of them is a circuit that is off. Whether I'll get far or not, I don't know, but I will show the stuff going on in the rain and also finish off on this at least. As far as how it goes, just to give a little bit of an indication. Yeah, Sony's saying we're not going to do this, and it's as far as going for physical gaming anymore, the thought that they cared about this perspective more than Microsoft did. I mean, it's worth pointing out Sony did win both this and the last console cycle on the back of that, particularly on the PlayStation 4 when Microsoft unveiled the Xbox One. They indicated the thought that this is going to be a console that's going to have to require you to go online all the time. It's a case of you're going to have to go online in order to register the console and use it, and also including to play discs, and also a case of saying they're going to not allow you to trade games with people, and be a case where you're not going to have ownership of your games. That was in 2013 when that happened. People revolted about that and said, how dare you? And Microsoft had to sort of backpedal on that a little bit, but they didn't for certain things. Sony then put out a video that at the time was marketing brilliance, which was them saying, here's how you trade games on your PlayStation with a friend on PlayStation 4. Take your game, give it to your friends. They show one of the people at Sony just giving his copy of Killzone Shadowfall to a friend, and that was it. With that video, Sony won the console war before it even started. So the PlayStation 4 outsold the Xbox One in droves. It was not even close in terms of how it was. Same win also for the PlayStation 5, although in the case of that one, they didn't have the indication saying that, oh yeah, you know, we're going to emphasize that idea. Having said that, it's worth pointing out as the years went on, something that people didn't really give enough attention to when it came to Sony, with all due respect, is that Sony did require the PlayStation 5 to go online in order to get stuff going on. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we got something going on, chat. In joke, 3R3. So good to see you. We need another one of these wave race games. Screw Nintendo for not making anything cool because they don't want to release something, or is there something they can do for stuff like F-Zero and then turn around and release the same Mario game over and over. Okay, yeah, because we're playing Wave Race Blue Storm for GameCube. So good to see you tonight. Yeah, we are a discussion show. We're doing Thursday show. We usually do Saturday, or sometimes Friday, but because of the long 4th of July weekend, we're going into that. And I'll talk about the stuff with Sony going on a little later. But yeah, let's talk then about this game because we have been playing it as is for the past couple hours. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to go to Memories on Wave Race. I've been begging tonight for a new Wave Race game.
Welcome.
In some ways, like, this is going to seem weird.
3, 2, 1.
Nintendo Switch Sports Resort that's coming out in October. In some way, it is a return to this, a little, in the sense of saying it's going to have that Power Cruise mode that Wii Sports Resort had, which kind of is like this. And there was a Wave Race game that was pitched for the Wii that was going to use the balance board and also run with the Wii remote, basically have turning in that. I agree with you. I'd love to see a new Wave Race. I love this franchise. Even though I have some misgivings on this game, there are things about this game that are really unique, and it is still a lot of fun. And it does create a great sense of atmosphere, a perfect summer, no question. I do love this game. So in that case, I'm begging for a new one of these too. So I'm glad to hear the idea that people sound like, oh wow, I love Wave Race. Even the idea like, hey, we're doing jet skiing in a thunderstorm. Which case, I can't think of other jet ski racing games that run that way in particular. I did try playing this game after 17 years or so. It was kicking my ass hard. Yeah, that was me earlier tonight on the show because I was running through the Expert Championship case of itself. I ran through with every single character. I couldn't beat it. I tried and tried and tried. Even though I practiced before we did the show tonight. I mean, I did be on normal and I did be on hard, which I didn't on my practice. Yeah, this game is pretty damn difficult. So in this case, it said the compromise is saying we show all the weather effects. It did have everything unlocked from years ago. I somehow did it. So I guess my skill on this one has kind of gone away for me in particular. But yeah, this game I do think is a bit harder than Wave Race 64 in particular. Or even Wave Race on Game Boy. I don't know if you ever played that one. And we'll do that for the show at some point. Whoa. And sort of flashlight warning on the lightning, but like it is a lightning storm, so that's a great idea. A great atmosphere going on for sure on what we're seeing. Yeah, but this game is really hard, but it is something that it is still a lot of fun. I miss games like this. I miss water-based jet ski racing games, or water-based racing games of any kind. And tonight, we've been positing myself and all of you on our best channel on Twitch, including yourself, and welcome to the show, by the way. Appreciate you joining us and stopping by. As we're an independent gaming show we do every week, generally speaking, kind of going into discussions on games we love or don't love, or what do we want to see as far as games going on, as the case, as we're going through that decently, I guess. But I guess this is getting a sense of saying what some of this stuff is meaning to us and saying that what could they do for a new one of these. And I'm thinking that maybe some of the ideas, like the random weather effects going on as far as something like this, or other things going on with what they got going, maybe a case of saying, hey, let's take a look as far as what this is. Actually, one thing I'm going to show, briefly. I'm going to show off the free roam. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I will show off the free roam mode. In fact, I'm going to turn on options. I'm going to password. I'm going to put in, actually, speaking of Wave Race, as far as an indication of that, I'm going to put in a specific password. I'm going to put in, what is it? Yeah, basically what you do is you hit XZ and start on the menu there. You get this password screen. I've got to put in the specific password. I've got to put in DLPHN MOD. Yeah, if you were to keep discussions going as far as anything you want to go into on Wave Race 64, anything gaming-wise, I want to unlock this Dolphin mode. Okay, because what I'm going to do is, we got free roam mode running. I'm going to run character. We have all our characters here. Let's run with Yumi Stewart. Okay. We're going to go to Dolphin Park from Wave Race 64, because by putting in Dolphin mode, I do want to show this. I thought you were going to do the rude coach. We are going to do the rude coach. I will definitely do that. I'm definitely going to show that off. We're not ending the show tonight before we show that off. But first, since you're mentioning this, I put the Dolphin mode in because you get riding the Dolphin. You also get a remix of the Wave Race 64 theme from Kazumi Tataka from that game in particular. We will show the root coach, though. That is unique as far as it goes. Also going the idea of like what the coach system in this game is like. Ouch. Which admittedly is just kind of adding, I guess, oral spice as far as the idea of characters talking to you and things like that. But in some ways, maybe kind of doing some heavy lifting, or maybe in a weird way creating lore of this franchise along with 1080 Snowboarding. There are characters shared between these games. And also 1080 Avalanche on Gamecube that came out later. And even the fact that two of the characters in this game are dating in that game, or at least indicated to be dating. But the idea of saying that kind of adds perspective too, of saying that, hey, the coaches are people we're either connected to as far as friends, or people we're going to support as far as it, or boyfriend in the case of Serena Del Mar's coach, or your uncle in the case of Gregory Winterborn. But also the case of saying that, well, hey, the idea of kind of explaining maybe some stuff going on with them that way a little based on like who they are, or even the case of Dave Mariner, maybe his old college buddy or something, like he's like talking like, they're talking Bill and Ted a little bit. In case like their experiences from college, like, you got turbo, bro, and things like that, which never got really out of him out of Wave Race 64. But I was going to show this. If I can make this. Yeah, just made it. If you do have the boost go out here on Dolphin Park, and you just before you course out, you come out here and you're able to have these massive waves you're able to jump around with, and you can do this with the jet skis as well. You don't have to have the, you don't have to necessarily have the Dolphin if you don't want to. But in this case, we're gonna have that set. Look, but I said even like the rude coach, the idea of maybe the return back a little bit to the Wave Race 64 a little. Although even in that case, this makes the Wave Race 64 announcer say stuff like, better get moving, or that was, or oh, you're losing. Maybe he's like a paragon of sympathy compared to the guy here. We'll get a sense of that. I will put that in next. But I just want to give a sense of that. Also, something like, hey, the free roam, because you put the map up in the D-pad. Go anywhere you want. Hear this great remix of Wave Race 64. Give it a sense that since this is 25 years of Wave Race Blue Storm this year, and also 30 years of Wave Race 64 as well, I said, let's give an indication of this. Let's talk about the idea that, hey, there are people out there, ourselves included, saying like, no, Nintendo, we miss Wave Race. My point is this, you're right in the sense of saying like, hey, you know, can we take a chance on this, and supposed to say like, Mario going. Look, I understand why they keep going with Mario, because Mario's the big name in Nintendo. Mario's great, but I get the idea of saying that after a while, the question is saying like, hey, you know, are they going to reach an inflection point and saying like, okay, we maybe want to take a little bit of a break, in a sense of like, what are we going to do with this, which maybe explains why we haven't seen that 3D Mario game in a while, again, it seems like, what are they going to do, I guess. But they're thinking that, oh yeah, we have stuff like Wave Race, we have new ideas, maybe get a sense like, what can they mine as far as stuff they've done before, and also what they're doing now. Which is also the reason I'm buying Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. Like, why would I necessarily buy that? It's something that you'd only want to buy if you love the game on Wii, or if it's like casual gameplay. I mean, nothing wrong with casual gameplay, nothing wrong with throwback to Wii, but also I'm looking at that myself and saying that, I don't know, $50 to that game says, maybe not to, I want another Wave Race, I don't want another Pilotwings. Wii Sports Resort itself led to a new Pilotwings game on 3DS, being Pilotwings Resort. Maybe them seeing a market saying, like, hey, you know, people like this. Maybe we got an idea, you know? That's all I'm seeing. I'm seeing that idea like, what is my money saying as far as when buying a game, or what does anybody's money say? Really? I'm saying that, what does that mean? It's like, okay, I'm buying it maybe for, I guess, different reasons than other people are, saying that I'm seeing it sort of as a new Wave Race, kind of, even though it's not exactly. It's sort of a new Pilotwings, even though it's not exactly, again. It's thumb wrestling, which is hilarious. So I was like, I don't have thumb wrestling in the games. I'll take that, even though it's weird. So in that case, I understand that. But also, that's also well-placed stuff like this. Saying like, okay, a franchise has been gone. People miss it. Feels like we have these memories. I understand that the memories that you or anybody has are a very powerful thing. But was that necessarily? I mean, it could be a case of saying, oh, it's nostalgia. I mean, that's an easy answer to say. I don't know. I think it goes a little deeper than that. Why do we keep playing this game? Why do we come back to this? You're saying you came back to this set for 17 years saying, like, damn, this game is hard. This game is right. I'm kind of the same way, honestly, thinking about that now. And then think, like, okay, why was this game popular in the first place? Why do we have 3 of these, as it was? One from Game Boy, one from Nintendo 64, and then this one. And then the thought of saying that if they did bring this back, is there a market for this? I mean, you're saying not a big show for us, for sure, but I said that doesn't matter. The fact that we're all big as far as this idea of what we're doing, you know, as far as kind of going into this stuff. We all have ideas that maybe don't get talked about much. Maybe thinking it's saying, like, hey, here's a love coming out as far as this. There was one on Game Boy? Yes, there was. That is Wave Race from 1993, I think, 1992. I do have it. We will show it on the show. I've shown Wave Race 64 a couple times, as is. But that being said, there is one on Game Boy, and I played it after I played Wave Race 64. But it's kind of top-down as far as how it goes. Because you're kind of going around, also jet ski based, but also something where it is a lot simpler. But it does have its own interesting case of style as well, even cases where it sort of makes fun of you too. In the sense of when you get 4th place on a race, you get like the buzzing going on as far as the engine, but you hear the music literally going do 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 as you have your rider crying tears as far as the fact that you lost. And even the case that you still run on a point system like these, like this in Wave Race 64 do, except in the case of that one, it runs afterwards. So you have to have enough points at the end of the circuit in order to get a sense if you go to the next one in particular, or it's a case where, you know, it doesn't. And also it gets really, really hard. Also, when you get to the higher CC straight races going on as far as that one. And there's like a reverse one. Like, oh my god, it's insane. Yeah, there is one on Game Boy as far as how it is. And I didn't know it either. I was under the impression, like, Wave Race 64, that was the one. And then I looked at, oh, that was the other one, as was the case. And we'll definitely get to show that game on the show. And for this case, I said 25 years of this one. This is the reason to show it now. Also, 30 years of Wave Race 64. And also, I miss this franchise. I miss games like this. I did this perfect for summer. Let's get this going. And I think that's the idea. Okay, so you know what? I think we're done as far as this. Oops. Also, because this is completely improvisational and this is a live recording as far as the show, just me sitting here playing the game live and us talking as far as how it goes. We're going to course out number 1, but let's just see all this weird stuff going on. But in that case, we're done. We're going to the Wave Race 64 thing, the do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so as you mentioned, we are going to put that code in. I'll do that next. That's the other thing. Also, because when we have a chat going on, I want to give you what you want to see, but also it's like I took some of this stuff down because I want to go into it as well. So, where is the code for this? I did take it down. It is a little complicated what you got to do for this, but I'll tell you. It is, the sarcastic announcer. Let's talk about this. Or the rude announcer. Or the rude coach. What you have to do in this one, you have to go to the audio settings. You have to hit the Z button 3 times. You have to have the view looking like this. Then you press up, up, down, down, left, right, A, X, Z. You hear that sound? You did it right. Now, I'm going to go on the championship. I'm going to go exhibition. Now you select Ryota Hayami. Now normally his crew chief is Jack. Not anymore, it's not.
Let's go.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait, maybe I can't do it on the exhibition. Because that's not what it's supposed to do. Let me go to championship. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Right, because I put that password in. It did, turn off my memory card. I'm gonna load my game. Okay, there we go. Do I have to do that again? Wait, let me see.
Let's go.
I might have to do it again. Let me do that again. Yeah, I guess because since I put the password in for the dolphin mode, that did disable my save. It basically reacts as if you don't have a save. So, let me go to that again. Okay, so it's Z, 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 and then hit up, up, down, down, left, right, A, X, Z. There we go. I was like, I could have sworn that it doesn't do that.
You have chosen poorly.
Perfect, there you go. If you hear the quote to Indiana Jones' Last Crusade there, you've chosen poorly, there you did it. So we got the rude coach, the sarcastic announcer. Let's go. Chat, do you have a preference on where you want to go? You want to go to Ocean City Harbor, Aspen Lake, Southern Island, or Lost Temple Lagoon? It's your choice. I don't. Okay, no problem. Let's go to Southern Island. Either way, because we're going to get stuff going on as far as the sarcastic announcer. Because we talked about this earlier, saying like, hey, you know, they're kind of friendly to everybody as far as we're helping. Like, they give you a lot of encouragement saying, you can do this. Not anymore, they don't.
These small waves shouldn't be much of a problem for our racers.
That won't be.
Racers, take your start positions.
Yeah, it's me. The only reason I'm here is because no one else will have you. But I gotta tell you, I'm not looking forward to whatever miserable display you have in store for me.
Alrighty.
If you were any good, you could get a turbo by hitting the gas when the light goes green.
There you go.
3, 2, 1, go!
That lot of good at turbo will do you.
Yeah, a lot of good at turbo will do with you. Also, going to the idea if there isn't a new wave race, there's one quotation that isn't just sad to hear.
Use your head. It's the little things that count.
There you go. I'm waiting to hear it.
That lot of good at turbo will do you.
If we don't hear it, I'll mention what the line is.
Excellent. You're wasting my time. The turbo is wasted on you. Disgraceful. That's the red buoys on the right.
Okay, yeah, to be fair, all your coaches are gonna annoy when you don't pass the buoys right on normal.
Ray, you've betrayed what little trust I put in you.
Okay, listen to that. You betrayed any trust I put in you. Oh, right, that's the other thing, because when you do the turbo, you get that weird noise as far as it. So it's not from Ryota Hayami. I guess it's from...
That lot of good at turbo will do you.
Ouch.
Use your head. It's the little things that count.
Actually, maybe I think he's saying like you're not serious as far as doing the boost.
Difficult, don't you?
Having said that, I do need to sort of do decently on this.
Forget it. The turbo is wasted on you.
There's the one on the turbo I do want to get a sense of hearing.
I grow tired of you. Last lap. What's holding you back? You're wasting my time. That lot of good at turbo will do you.
Actually, I think they kind of are like warping the line as far as you know. Like reversing or something.
Turbo time. Adequate. Ooh, a turbo!
Yeah, I love that. That's the line I was waiting for. Like, ooh, a turbo.
You're wasting my time. Your wins are like diamonds, kid. Very rare.
There you go. Winning is like diamonds. Very rare. Actually, I never heard that one. If we don't hear this line, I will go into this. He says, save it for the sequel. Like, oh my god, that's so sad now. Because I realized there's the game on the Wii they were making, and it was pitched, and they never made it. It's like, yeah, I'll tell you what that is like. It's like the
It's a poor substitute for talent.
Oh, Jesus. It's like in Banjo-Tooie's Xbox Live version, where they say, like, hey, you know, hold this on to the sequel, as far as, like, yeah, I feel we're gonna have to wait a long time as far as this.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
they didn't know how
Lost
right they
Temple
were.
This is
And that was after Nuts and Bolts came out, so it's like they
If I say
knew
anything
Nuts and
to
Bolts
offend
didn't
you,
sell very
please let me
well.
know. I might want to do it again.
Alright, let's see.
2, 1.
We'll go through the full circuit as is the case.
Turbo time.
Actually, yeah, one thing I don't think I did is, when I was around my practice, I don't know if it changed anything in the ending, you can get, like, first place or anything like that.
No quarter.
Also, yeah, movie games have the funny sequel bait.
Good at turbo.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's games based on movies. Well, I'm trying to think of a good example of a game that does that. I mean, I guess the idea that they bait the idea of a sequel for it. I mean, I guess like movies themselves.
Wasting my time.
I'm trying to think of a good case of a game based on a movie that really emphasized that. Okay, I can think of one sort of in reverse, which was,
On you.
I don't know if you ever played The Incredibles Rise of the Underminer. It came out on the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. It actually was, at the time, seen as the canonical sequel to the movie. But I don't know if the game was an indication, I don't know if the game was just like indicating the idea of like, hey, it's predicting Incredibles 2. Or it's like, yeah, you're not getting a sequel. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the case, and we oftentimes have asked that.
You won't go away. That's the yellow buoys on the left.
I just like, yeah, go away, yeah, go away, no problem as far as that. But you're right, you're not getting a sequel. I mean, I guess the case of...
I know why you never go on vacation. You're always on an ego trip.
Oh, Jesus. I haven't even heard some of these, all of these lines. So actually, they have a lot of quotes as far as like, I'd never go on vacation with you because you have an ego, it'd be an ego trip. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, going to the thing what you're saying that jokes about not getting sequel, Actually, Nintendo's done that also other times as well. In fact, they did it for something that ended up getting a sequel.
Luck is a poor substitute for talent.
Yeah, he's not gonna believe me no matter what we do. But Warrior Twisted on Game Boy Advance. One thing that is a minigame with 9 volts section that's based on Kid Icarus. I remember the quote on that in the menu is, "This is as close as you're getting to a sequel." Except that game did get a sequel, but still the case of thinking that at the time was like, Jesus Christ, that's mean, that's Nintendo doing it. And so is this, because this was Nintendo software technology you made this
Nature did it already.
3, 2, 1, go!
Is that the best you could do? The turbo is wasted on you.
See, it's funny, even with the Quesadito being berated like this is still hilarious, and the game is still fun. Although I guess maybe then it's an interesting reversal, because I mentioned the way Wave Race 64 worked, it was a bit different. Yeah, I'm not even trying to do that dive, I can't do it.
Waste of time.
But still, I guess because it's now doing reverse, and we now know the idea of what's supposed to be the case. Oh, yeah, everybody's nice and encouraging. But this gets like, no, he doesn't care as far as that.
You're about 1 second ahead. The turbo is wasted on you.
As far as who's doing the voice, I tried to find out who was doing the voices on this game. Unfortunately, none were credited, and I couldn't find anything online about any of them.
Call that a pass? Turbo time.
I guess to be fair, I didn't actually realize that. Ouch. I don't know. I mean, if people worked on this game and they know if they did voice on this, I'd love to know. But ouch, a case where it's not documented. I wish it was. I'd like to talk like, who is this rude coach voice? Who's the voice of everybody?
Last lap. What's holding you back? I grow tired of you.
And not much is holding me back as far as this. I mean, I'm still having a blast as far as how it is.
Turbo time.
Alright, let's go.
You couldn't have passed that buoy correctly if you had 2 tries.
Oh, look at that.
Excellent.
Actually, what I probably should do is...
That lot of good at turbo would do. Do you want to be a loser for the rest of your life?
Yeah, right, because if I lose, I mean, I probably should show it off. I'll show a disqualification going on at some point eventually, but I'm not going to do it.
No sign of the other 5.
I guess I got to see also, where's my score case going on? Is it a case where I can afford to take a disqualification? So if I can, I'll do it, but I don't think so, not yet.
I don't know what I'd do without you. But it's fun thinking about it.
It's also really funny. That's the other thing about it that I do really like. Alright, we're gonna go have a rainy night at the harbor. And that's another thing, the weather effects. That's something that the other games in the series don't do.
Welcome to Ocean City Harbor. This is
And that's my thought also, thinking, what could we get as far as other games like this, or other games like... I love games like this. Games like Hydro Thunder, games like...
3, 2, 1, go!
I would say Riptide GP Renegade, which is a semi-modern one from the people who made Hydro Thunder Hurricane. Ouch. I sure love Splashdown. That's a franchise I miss as well, even though there's only 2 games in that one. And it's weird to think about that. I mean, I guess let's talk about that, I guess, as we go, which is that what happened necessarily to games like this as far as, I guess, aquatic-based racing games? I mean, was it maybe one of those cases where it was sort of a little bit of an offshoot and a predecessor to, or precursor to, like the extreme sports craze of the 90s, well, 2000s in particular, late 90s, or 2000s. Maybe that's something that is going on, you know? Oh, the best one also is actually Avatar the game, the Ubisoft one, which came out on PS3 and 360. Surprisingly good, but his entire split route system, a route split system where you can stay human and join the aliens, it sets up the entire game being, okay, and either way, when you win, it sets the sequel bait where losing side is going to come back, but that never happened. Right, yeah, because Ubisoft didn't end up... Wait. Hold on a second.
At least you're original. Make a new mistake every day.
Okay, there we go. So, okay, it wasn't necessarily intended to do that, but I'm glad to get that sense. Okay, that's a good example, actually, as far as that. Because I was going to say, wait a sec, there is another Avatar game from Ubisoft, that being... what is it? Avatar I own it. What is it? It's Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, but I don't think it's based on that game. The one made from the sequel. Oh, that's the one made. Okay, that's based off of Avatar: The Way of Water. Okay.
Don't be so smart. Remember, you can always be replaced by a human being.
Wow. Although it's played a lot like Far Cry. Yes, it does. Yeah, that it does. I have played it as far as what I got. I mean, yeah, I do have it. I have it on PlayStation 5. It is very much like Far Cry. I sort of was getting into it, but I did put it down, not because I didn't like it necessarily, but also a case of saying, like, wait, I just jumped on some other things. But as I said, I don't think it's tied to that other one. In particular. Yeah, the first one was like PlanetSide 2. Okay, yeah, I don't think I ever saw that Avatar game, like what it played like. That's really interesting to think about that. I guess the idea of saying they're kind of going the PlanetSide direction when they go the Far Cry direction. And I don't know if Frontiers of Pandora did well as far as for Ubisoft. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Then, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Is good indication. Thank you for elaborating on that one as well. There's also a case of saying, hey, what's some of the experiences as far as that? Because I'm not as aware as far as that idea. But the idea of saying that, hey, how they're going to kind of get a sense of saying, maybe the idea, like, it's sometimes, I guess, a presumptuous thing of saying, hey, you're either going to bait for a sequel because you think you're going to get one, but when you don't get one, it seems as if maybe you look back and it's like, oh boy, that was a mistake, to kind of indicate that. Or I guess you get the best, sort of best, honestly, one franchise that's done that both in a case where it got it and it didn't get it, or got it and didn't get it the same way, I should say. Actually, Banjo-Kazooie, because Banjo-Kazooie has indication to Banjo-Tooie. They were planning that whilst we were making it. And then we got that. But then there's Banjo 3E. We didn't get that. We got other sequels. We got an interpol with the Game Boy Advance one. Grunge's Revenge. And Nuts and Bolts was kind of the third one, sort of. Okay, no, it is. Canonically speaking, it is, but a case where it wasn't exactly the Banjo 3E concept either. And even Rare indicated that when it came to not just the XBLA version of Banjo 2E, but also in Nuts and Bolts itself, openly saying, like, potentially pissing off every player of that franchise, saying, like, we can't do collectathon platforms, people don't like these anymore. But then also, in that way, pillaring themselves and saying, like, look, we lost our ways, we're the lords of all games and games that don't sell, like, Heavenly Ghoulies. Like, Jesus Christ, they really were kind of torching themselves, and I guess then in some way saying that, right, they're planning a sequel sort of, and it didn't happen the same way. As is. As it technically, I guess this game does it with this line as far as, well, not that line, I should say. Actually, I think it's in the stunt mode, so I'll tell you, when we're done with this one, we'll go to the stunt mode, I'll run that way. He says in the stunt mode, that's what it is, and we won.
You're not yourself today. I noticed the improvement right away.
Okay, fantastic. That's as close as I'll get to a compliment. I'll take it. Alright, new record. What do we got? Oh. AAA. I wonder why I put that. Maybe because of the case in my load? Oh, because I loaded... Oh, okay, loaded from save. And then I stopped the load. Alright, basically I disabled my save, I should say, because it turned on dolphin mode. And then that came. Ooh, I just missed. Actually, are they gonna say something about that?
I had no doubt that the hero type like you would somehow manage to win.
I mean, I did, but I didn't win the circuit. Actually, I've never seen this as far as how the... I don't think the route coach goes into this, as is the case. Also, SR71's Splashdown song was so good. That was... Is that in Splashdown 1? Because I have Splashdown 1 here. I have Ride's Gone Wild. That's the PS2 game. I might be able to indicate that. Let's see.
Ryota Hayami.
Yeah, maybe was it Ride's Gone Wild that was in, or was that in the first one? I'm looking at the manual on the first one. I had the first one on the PS2. I don't know. It was in the first one. Okay. That does sound familiar. Let's see. Right, because, yeah, just to go to that, the songs by Sum 41 on that game, Rhythms and All She's Got, The Rock Show by Blink-182, All Star by Smash Mouth, Right Now by, oh, that's the one. That's the one. Right Now by SR71. That's the song. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for indicating that. Having said that, unfortunately for the show, when we get to the point of doing Splashdown, I have to mute the music because of the fact that it's copyrighted material. Having said that, I will say I am not one of those people who's going to say, no, you don't get to hear it at all, because what I'll do when we get to that game is I'll put in our chat window and also in our link list, because we have a YouTube site, by the way, which has all of our old shows archived and edited around as far as just like cleaning them up a little as far as the beginning and end of the show, and also adding extra stuff that maybe happens off screen when we do the audio tests and all that stuff. When we get to that game, I'll tell you, I will have indication in the chat window and also in link list area. So like, here's the music that's actually in the game. You can listen to yourself even if I can't play it for you. So we can then say, oh my god, this music's amazing. Because the music is amazing as far as in that game. And that game in itself, it just is amazing. So let's go stunt.
Let's go.
Oh wait, it turns that off? Alright, I gotta turn that back on again. Alright, I did not know that it gets rid of the rude coach. We have to have the rude coach. I think that's what we're saying here, and I completely understand that. So, Z, 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 up, up, down, down, left, right, A, X, Z. Okay, so I have to put it in even when it does a reset on that. Alright, let's go stunt mode, because let's go normal.
You have chosen poorly.
Okay, good. Because this is where he says the line about the sequel. Let's go to Arcade Bay. Why not? Yeah, I'm with you on Splashdown. God, I miss that game so much. I miss that franchise. I mean, okay, it's only 2 games, but still, that was fantastic.
3, 2, 1, go!
Got a lot of good at turbo, do you? Pretty neat. Another checkpoint.
That was the first checkpoint.
Something's falling faster than your rank.
I want to say that line, I really do.
Check and point.
Whoa, holy! Yeah, I don't know, I haven't done the stunt mode in years. Even my practice, I only did it on one course, which was Dolphin Park.
Check and point.
Crap. Okay, now I'm not being careful. Well, I guess, I'm fine. I'm not gonna say I'm just having too much fun. Oh yeah, but...
Checkpoint.
Can I get him to say that?
Check and point.
Hang on a second. Ouch. I gotta actually do the stunts.
Pretty neat. Most of us live and learn. You just live.
It sounds like you don't even want me to do that. Ooh, there we go.
Another checkpoint. Ooh, a turbo. Whoa.
Alright, I'll do this again. I want to get that line said as far as the thing with the sequel. Consider we're talking about it also because it's above anything else the case to be saying, like, yeah, okay, clearly I'm not alone. I like the fact that I'm not alone in the world of saying that, God, I miss Wave Race, and I miss Splashdown, and I miss games like this, and I think that they should have got a gold mine as far as making another game like this.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oops. Oh, there it is. That was it. Yeah, save some of that for the sequel. That was the line. I'm glad I got to say that. I was like, God, I wish. I really wish. Okay, I'll say this. I mean, not that this would necessarily get a case of, you know, make me... Okay. going back to the thing with Sony, as mentioned earlier, they announced yesterday that, yeah, no discs anymore for anything of theirs starting in 2028, and also anything from any publishers as far as them. I'm not going to say they would fix it necessarily automatically in my eyes if they made another game like this, or I don't like Jet Moto in their case, or Jet X2O, or Splashdown, I don't know. Something like a water-based racing game. But it couldn't hurt, because God, I miss games like this. And they're fun, they have a great atmosphere. They're a nice showcase of your graphics engine, on top of also being something that kind of is still pretty unique. Let's go on Expert, because I want to take a look at some of the other courses.
You have chosen poorly.
I wanted to take a look at Lauraza Canal, so taking a look at that one, and then also at the Strongwater Keep, I think it is. The one you unlock for Expert.
Welcome to the Rasa Canal.
3, 2, 1, go!
And also the other thing, going back quickly as far as the Sony thing, is also, they also announced that, yeah, they're turning off the store for, the PlayStation 3, sort of the PSP in the sense that you could buy stuff from PSP on PS3 and the Vita next year. That is, unless you're in, I believe it's areas of South America where they're ending it next month. I mean, that one okay, I know it's a case of that. It has been up for 20 years. It is more time than Nintendo's given either the eShop for Wii U and 3DS or for the Wii. So I get that, as much as that's a big, it's basically another kick in the crotch after the other thing, as far as, you know, no physical games anymore. And Microsoft is a case where they're like, yeah, they're kind of thinking like the Helix can be that way. Question on game key cards, still on Switch 2, because it's like, well, no, it's still sort of something, I guess. Either way, but that also means that when it comes to PS3, it's like, yeah, download stuff on PS3. If you still got one, that'll be gone within a year, but there's also stuff that is also way cheaper to get that way, like Xenogears. Xenogears is on there for $10, compared to like being over 100 as far as how it is with 200, depending on where you go. That's how it is, and it's a great case. I'll definitely keep getting stuff for that. For that matter, chat, or also just to go into this too, then we get to checkpoint. Man, this is a tight turn case. Also, this game brought to McDonald's and Slim Jim, and many other corporate sponsors. I guess the question of like, no, I don't say that. I want a sequel. I mean, so did Nintendo Software Technology. They pitched one, for God's sake. So apparently we're not alone. Apparently the people who made this game said, "Oh, we'd like a sequel too." Yeah, but having said that, that's a good case as far as that. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess to insert. Oh, insert joke here. Sorry, sorry I didn't say your name right. I did the same thing when it came to the Namek. I saw 3 in there, so the Nam 3K. I was like, no, that's not right. Insert joke here, just to indicate this. Is there anything on PS3 downloadable that you think is worth getting that maybe I haven't gotten yet? And for that matter, also, that would be good future material for the show, because we do take viewer requests all the time on it. If you want to see anything with the show, and also you be involved as far as saying, hey, being part of the discussion, somebody's leading the game when it comes to a case where there's choices in-game, say the word, and we'll make it happen. Having said that, on my own case, when it comes to PS3, what I can think of, I would say that a lot of the PS1 and PS2 classics, there's some stuff up there that's really expensive. Ow! Oh, right, I forgot I can do Dive Under. In fact, let's restart that and do Dive Under. I have no idea. I mean, there's tons to pick from. I mean, of what I want to look at Echochrome. I've always been curious about that one. That was the sort of MC Escher visual-inspired puzzle game. Okay, didn't go underneath it. I got to go underneath that thing. I didn't have PS3. I mean, figure I didn't either until, actually, ironically, when I bought it when the first time they said they were going to shut the store down 5 years ago. There's a lot of stuff on this where it's cheaper to get this console than to get the games that are on it in the places. And Jesus Christ, I can't make this happen. We have to make it happen.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, case in point, Klonoa Door to Phantom Mile. That's a game that's $400 on the PS1. Buying a PS3 to download that for $6. I found a PS3 for $100 from my local retro shop back in the day. I don't know.
Some of that for the sequel.
Oh no, I didn't make it, but either way, that's fine. Actually, wait, do you have to go that way? As I said, I bought the PS3 like 5 years ago as far as that, because as I said, getting Klonoa that way is actually cheaper than buying it on the PlayStation 1. And nothing against the remake necessarily, but also in case I want to get the original because it's here. And for that matter, the Misadventures of Tron Bonne until you need to go through the gate. I missed the gate, or I need to go through the gate. There we go. Okay, so I think I need to go through the gate. You're right. Okay, checkpoint clear.
Point.
There we go.
Was wasted on you.
Okay, now I'm going well. Oh no, I'm better. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Yeah, to be fair, it's been a while since I've done the stunt mode on most of the courses. But I do like how it's also changing the level, saying, hey, I have to go out this way as well. There we go. Oh. Okay, that was pretty cool as far as how I got that set. I mean, okay, so it does take some prep to get that through, but when you do, it's pretty nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, until Capcom re-releases the Misadventures of Tron Bonne, that's way cheaper as far as get the PS3 to get down with that. No question. It's like $700 otherwise. $6 on that thing. So, at that case, like, that's also, I guess, maybe the idea of, like, in that case, I'm like, it costs money to save money. I always mention that line from the movie Moonstruck, and it's the same idea, saying that, okay, that's the way, but I'll keep a look around as far as some stuff. Immediately, some of the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 classics, it is kind of a gold mine in terms of how much some of those games cost. I know it is also the only release of God Hand as far as on PS3, which I did download. I think really expensive things I download on PS3. We've shown Medieval. That's not super expensive, but that's one. Right, actually, a lot of the stuff from Software, like Echo Knight and Shadow Tower, those are games that go for tons of money. Especially Echo Knight. Echo Knight's like $150-something, so the idea that it's there, and it does have a digital manual at least, so, okay, it's a digital case. I said, in that case, I'm doing it also to save money, because in that case, I want to show an indication to companies saying, okay, do you want to buy your games this way if you're going to re-release them? It's also why when there's a classic game compilation, I don't care what it is, I'll buy it. I mean, I kind of almost want to buy that Barbie Rewind collection. Not least of which because it has games that never came out, but also saying, like, they're able to get licenses down by that, and it's Digital Eclipse again who's making it, so they go from Mortal Kombat to Rayman to Barbie. I didn't expect that. I was like, okay, I can't necessarily complain about that idea.
3, 2, 1.
It means they can release anything. It means that Nintendo could feasibly re-release this game if it's the case they can get the licensing going on. I guess with Dr. Pepper and McDonald's, it could be the most expensive ones, I guess. Yeah. Or maybe do something new with Wave Race. I mean, I'd love that. I mean, I guess it's the Star Fox argument, because we have Star Fox that just came out last week for Switch 2, which is great, but it is a remake of Star Fox 64 with new stuff. Not like it doesn't have new stuff like the challenge mode. Well, the case of saying, yeah, new Star Fox game. And that's ex-members of Vicarious Visions who made that. I think it's Bellin Studios. And they clearly have the chops on the back of this game. They clearly captured that perspective and also added new stuff, kind of like with this one, saying adding to lore aspects as far as how it's going with story that really make it interesting. So I think that there is a case of something like that. And basically my point is that they could re-release anything. I mean, we played Plumbers Don't Wear Ties on the show. They re-released that. As soon as they announced the re-release of that, I said, oh, I'm buying that game. I'm not leaving that game on the table. He was like, it's supposed to be horrible. I was like, yeah, it is. It's hilarious. It made for a wonderful show. So in that case, it means that anything you want re-released can get re-released, I think, as far as that. Okay, one thing I do want to show before, okay, what have we not shown? Okay, multiplayer, I only have a second controller. I'm doing this solo tonight. I can't show how well this game runs as far as 2 or 3 players, or 3 or 4 players, I should say. We did the tutorial, we did free roam. I do want to do one thing. I do want to put in a couple of the passwords for some of the challenges. In fact, I'm going to put in for... let's see. I'm gonna put in one for a contest that was held in Japan, where if you went through this time attack challenge, you'd be entered, and you take the password at the end of this. You put this password in, you beat it, you complete the challenge, there's a password at the end of it. If you send it in, had a picture of all that stuff, you could enter a contest which would give you, the top prize was 100,000 yen and a copy of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And Nintendo Power had a similar one where you got a visit to Nintendo's headquarters in Washington and a 32-inch TV. Which nowadays sounds like nothing, but still a case of something. Back in the day, back in my day, I'm 40 years old as far as how this is, and saying a sense of saying, oh my god, a 32-inch television, like, that was, like, normal as far as how that was. Or that was high class, that was high perspective.
You've chosen poorly.
And we're going to keep choosing poorly as we're going to this challenge at Lost Temple Lagoon.
Welcome.
I actually did not do this on my test, so I just took down the password as far as what it is, because I do want to show this aspect of the game.
3, 2, 1.
Basically, do a time trial challenge, and at the end of it, you get a password. I do want to show that off. And then the other thing I want to show off is I want to show off one of the Stormy challenge, or the Stormy championship. Not that I'm going to get far at it, but I do want to at least give a perspective.
Weak. No quarter. Turbo if one good lap.
Oh, wow.
Does not make a good race.
Oh, that's good. I mean, that I got a new lap record. Find a quote, Wave Race 64. That's a lap record! Clearly I've loved Wave Race 64, and I gotta tell you, I'm loving this game more and more than playing it. I mean, it's not as good as Wave Race 64, but I know, Wave Race 64 is... That is a game that I don't think will ever be replicated in our lifetimes. Whether they have a new one or not, either way, it's a game that is so unique as far as what it's doing, how it feels, all that stuff. Nothing could top it, and you know what, maybe that's okay. And I'll say I think that's the idea. I'll say this, I'm okay with the idea that not even this game's sequel can top that. Because my god, that was an insanely high bar. But this is still a damn good game, so I'll preface some final thoughts as I missed that on the side. This game is great still, and it does not cost much money. Complete this game is $20. So if you have a Gamecube, you have a Wii that runs Gamecube. By the way, also, we are running this through the Wii with component cables, so we do have progressive scan running on it. So this is definitely the best picture quality I can get out of this game, no question, because I think it's worth doing that for some of this stuff. Yeah, definitely pick this game up. If you played Wave Race 64 to death, there's some...
Are you wasting your time setting course records?
Okay. Well, I still did set one. I'll take that, although it's not going to count because I don't have a save. Or the save is turned off, which is fine. But... here we go. Congratulations. Your code is 5M9TQLG3WQAYH88AJ784WMHF. There you go. Yeah, if I rewind time by about 25 years, I could win 100,000 yen and a copy of Super Smash Bros. Melee. I mean, I already have one of those things, as far as how it is, so I'll take that. And then we'll show off the Stormy Challenge. And I think in that case, we've covered most of this game, unless there's other stuff, chat, you want to go into that we did not. Or things you want to see again, as far as, let's see. Now, for the Stormy Challenge, this is the hardest thing they gave as far as the challenge, no question. Let's see, it is AJXY 8P53. Fantastic. Okay, championship expert. That's what they say.
You have chosen poor.
I would say we have to ride this train out completely, as far as how it is with the route announcer, the route coach. Okay. Now, this is an expert circuit run. Every day is stormy for this. So there's not a single case where I'm gonna get out of this alive. You know, we didn't show Lauraza Canal and Stormy. Let's see what that's like. I'm not beating this. I promise that in particular.
Welcome
Well,
to
the closest I got admittedly
Command.
was with Ryota Hayami.
This is
So,
day one of the
yeah. Okay, I'm not
expert
speaking.
circuit.
If I do, I do.
Foul
We'll
weather
see.
here, there's-
Just try not to embarrass me out there, okay?
No promises on this one.
3, 2, 1.
Also, I don't know what the stormy case is in the Raza Canal. Oh, there are people out. Fine, 2D people, but they're out in the middle of this storm.
Turbo is wasted on you.
Yeah, I'm not winning this. But still. Okay, here's the thing. I guess if it was going to be really a case like this, the whole place would be full. Actually, speaking of some other games like this, it'd probably be like New York Disaster and Hydro Beam or something like that. Ouch. Oh yeah, this is, okay, this is supposed to be Venice, not just because of some of the accoutrements in the background, but also because of the Italian flag. Ouch. And, you know, I didn't go down this way. What does that really change? A lot, actually.
You just don't get it, do you? The only reason a race is to win. Fat lot of good at turbo will do you.
Also, that was brilliantly stitched in the sense they said, like, yeah, your point of race is to win, and then immediately you said the thing about the turbo.
Turbo time.
Look, if I get anything other than 8th place on this, I'll take this as a victory. Ouch. Yeah, Nintendo Power did expect you to beat this entire circuit as far as how it is. But yeah, talk about they're showing how tough this game is.
Turbo is wasted on you.
Yeah, okay, let's see how we can do this. Can I pull this out? Let's get 6.
Last lap. What's holding you back?
Oh, the storm is okay. It's not holding me back. It's just making
Fat lot of good at turbo will do you.
Yeah, honestly, here he's right because the turbos in the Raza Canal are really hard to use effectively.
Ooh, a turbo!
No, shit. No, why did I do that? I could have taken the shortcut, but like, I don't think I was going fast enough.
Fat lot of good at turbo will do you.
I don't know. Yeah, not quite.
Don't feel worthless. You can always be used as a horrible example.
Okay. That is an interesting way of looking at, I guess, the idea of me struggling on the expert circuit.
You started at the bottom and stayed there.
No, I was 7th place, not 8th place. So yeah, Serena Del Mar, she's on the bottom. Yeah, except she has a coach who loves her, that being Luis, her boyfriend. Like, not us. Sorry, you don't qualify to get the code. Please try again. Okay, so that didn't work, but having said that, I do want to show stormy weather going on. Actually, wait, can I do that in free roam?
You have chosen poorly.
Oh, well, maybe I can if I can load my save. Yeah, let me load the save again. Yeah, so that's the good news. Even though it turns off saving, it doesn't delete your save file. I just want to see...
You have chosen poorly.
Okay, hell with that time. Okay, so it is only sunny if you're going in free roam. I just want to see somewhere I haven't shown off stormy weather. Or no, I'll tell you. Since I said we're gonna do the thing with multiplayer to see this, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna do a frame rate test. Not official. I don't have stuff going on here. Also, there's multiplayer for stunt mode in this, which is not in the original game. Alright, I want to see something here. I want to... Yeah, I only have myself here, so I don't really have much I can really do with this, but I want to put this to the test. Saying that... Okay, player 1 gets a selection of everything. So let's see, where did we not show there was storming? We showed Lost Temple Lagoon. Okay, did we show Aspen Lake? We showed the harbor. We showed Arctic Bay, it's snowing. We showed La Raza Canal. Okay, I didn't show Strongwater Keep, and I didn't show off Aspen Lake when there. We'll do that, and then that'll be in the show for tonight, as is the case, I believe.
Welcome to Aspen.
I also want to see, like, what's the framework going to be like? Because since you can adjust the weather in multiplayer, even in 2 players, how's this run?
3, 2, 1, go!
It still seems... okay, in this case, I'm just moving as far as myself. Honestly, this seems pretty smooth. Like, he's going to force out. So, get back in the water! Wait, hold on. Question. Oh, okay, also... That's interesting. To be fair, I've never actually played multiplayer in this at all. Okay, so unlike Wave Race 64, it doesn't end the race when the other player retires. Oh, except now I retired. Okay. Oh, but they still replay the idea that, you know what, I want to see something here. So it shows the full replay. I want to watch this. I'm going to follow player 2. I'm going to keep myself on the... Actually, wait, okay, because I didn't go out right away. Okay, in that case, you're just gonna stay there. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because you could do the follow player thing on the replay. In that case, you just lost. Alright, so you're both retired. Okay, I gotta be honest with you, telling this, I'm impressed with the frame rate. Even though it's just 2-player. I don't know how it is on 4-player. Chad, if you know how it is on 4-player, is it choppy? It seems like it's pretty smooth.
Welcome to Strongwater.
Yeah, take a look at how this is.
3, 2, 1, go!
Even with the storm, it seems like it looks really good. Well, it looks really good, and it still runs really good. I mean, I guess that's the idea of how, what was it? What's the name? How Nintendo decided they were going to emphasize stuff with multiplayer on this console. Although, interesting enough, until Super Smash Bros. Melee, this was the only multiplayer game on Gamecube. Because Luigi's Mansion didn't have multiplayer. Rogue Squadron 2 didn't. Let's see. Also, I'm going that. Oh, okay, that's funny. Alright, so since he retired, I'm pulling out the Wavebird as far as how it is. So we're playing this game now without Rumble, because I've been playing it for the last 5 hours with it. I mean, even the draw distance seems like, okay, it's shorter because of the fact of the weather, though, not because of any graphical degradation, which is impressive. In that case, I'd be curious to see what this is like in multiplayer. Actually, you know what? Fine, get back in the race. Before I do that, I want to see something. I may hit him myself. Yeah, I get knocked down. Yeah, so you gotta be careful. It looks like trouble. Or even in multiplayer, one thing we didn't show when we looked at Wave Race 64, even the times we looked at it, the case of when you're in multiplayer and you are really far behind, eventually it goes like, it's like you're 5 seconds behind. But then eventually if you're like more than like 20 seconds, it says, you're way behind. Uh-oh. Yeah, no problem. In that case, now I'm just gonna be quoting, Wave Race 64. Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? Right, that's the other thing about this show, I tell you this, and why we do it. Is because sometimes, I just like to like take a look at some of these things, soak them in, and we all do as far as how it is, because also we sometimes have guests on the show. And of course, our chat are the best guests as far as how it is as well, coming in. Just seeing, like, sometimes you'll find this funny stuff, and it's, the unofficial tagline of the show is, we plan the show, I swear to God, amongst many other cases. But still, for something like this, you can't always plan some of these things any better. You're not, whoa! And I still missed. So you just got to the end as far as that. Also realizing we're not falling in the water as far as we don't want to do that when it comes to that. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, it's sometimes going to be funny to watch it, because sometimes, as I said, just sometimes things happen you don't expect. You know what? I want to see one last thing, and then I'll... Let's see. Okay, we did stuff on Snowmo. Let's take... We're gonna go in a stormy area. I'm just gonna have, we're just gonna go nuts. Yeah, let's take Serena Del Mar. Why not? Yeah, we'll go somewhere stormy, and we'll get set. Okay, last time we'll go in Southern Island. You know what? I think Southern Island's a perfect place as far as, because yeah, the summer case. I guess in case you don't want to necessarily get stuck this way, but is it also, there's a unique sense of danger that comes out of this game that I think is very appealing. In fact, I'll tell you so much so.
3, 2, 1, go!
Let's turn around.
Listen, you're going around the track backwards.
I'm going where I want. I don't care. Actually, no, I probably should do the sarcastic announcer.
You got a turbo time to fly.
In this case, just do stunts going backwards. Why not? Or actually do the B button stunts. Why not? Whoa! You know, maybe I should put the sarcastic announcer back on. You know what? I'm sorry. That's too good. You're right. We got to put that back on. I don't know if I still have him. Let me check that.
Let's go.
Okay, by the way, if you don't hear him say, you chose him poorly, I don't have it. So let me turn that code back on. And that does not disable saving. Alright, so one more time. We're gonna go there with the sarcastic announcer. I'm gonna go backwards. Oh no, we don't need to use the password. We're gonna be using this code again. No, we're done. Okay. There we go, got it. Okay, so yeah, let's go back to Southern Island under a thunderstorm.
You've chosen poorly.
No, we chose the best way. This is the way we gotta play this game, and as I said, a good case of saying we want to go into this. I mean, I was gonna go into this anyway, but man, this turned out to be even more of a gold mine than I expected it to be.
Welcome.
Now let's go backwards. Fantastic.
3, 2, 1, go!
Also, fine, I'll show one other thing before I go out.
How can I miss you if you won't go away?
Yeah, I like that, as far as when you get to course. Here we go, let's go.
For a minute, I thought you were crazy. I was wrong. You're crazy for a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I'll take this as a huge compliment. Yeah, you know, let's just explore. That's the idea also of this game. It's almost like the Pilotwings thing. They say in 64 for that one, or Pilotwings 64 I should say, they say, sometimes it's fun to just forget about the test and just go exploring.
Doesn't make you a big wheel.
Yeah, Jesus, look at these waves. Okay, that actually is really fun. In this case, I don't have to worry about the buoy case. So in that case, we're just gonna go backwards. This is how this is gonna go.
Just because you go around in circles doesn't make you a big wheel.
Yeah, actually, there are no wheels in this one. Actually, no, let's stop here. See, okay. Also, we can thank our corporate sponsor tonight. We have Mobbies. That is a brand of diving suits.
For a minute, I thought you were crazy. I was wrong.
We have O'Brien. That's a form of like sports stuff. Bell is the helmets, although in this game they don't wear any. Let's see. Dr. Pepper. So yeah, there you go. We played Cool Spot on Sega Genesis a few weeks ago. That's sort of connected. Jet Pilot. Let's see.
Just because you go around in circles
doesn't
make you a big wheel.
Okay, that's the podium from Wave Race 64 that the end took place in, but now it's a bunch of bleachers with McDonald's logos. So yeah, bum up, bum, bum, bum. I'm loving it. I mean, yeah, I'm loving this game. This game is a lot of fun. And maybe I should come back as far as multiplayer for this one, as far as seeing how 4 players. So just do this with some friends and family. So like, let's play multiplayer of this game.
For a minute, I thought you were crazy. I was wrong. You were crazy for a lot longer than that.
And yeah, it's totally safe. We're all good as far as how this is going. But actually, you know, I want to stop briefly. Okay, there he is. Actually, let's see something here. Also, because I'm not going the way as far as they need me to go.
You were crazy for a lot longer than that.
It means that also the water doesn't recede. Because I think we just need to have the full water experience. I think that's the idea of what's really going on here. Whoa!
Most of us live and learn. You just live.
Yeah, I was always told to live and learn. No. Live and learn, and then you get loves. I was like, yeah, I'm not a parent. So in that case, that doesn't necessarily factor.
Just because you go around in circles doesn't make you a big wheel.
I don't know, but it making this game absolutely hilarious as far as it's just fun to kind of, I don't know, screw around with.
Ooh, a turbo! Are you really leaving? Or are you just trying to brighten up my day?
No, I mean, I'm gonna have to end the show soon, eventually, or not soon. I don't have to. We can end the show whenever we want, really. I could go for the rest of the night, but I don't think we're gonna do that necessarily. Ouch. Well, yeah, the fun of something like this is, yeah, you have all the fun of, you know, causing damage as far as things like that, but none of the injuries. Yeah, the fantasy of video game, gotta love it. And of course, yeah, advertisements of the Game Boy Advance, although, yeah, no Wave Race on Game Boy Advance. Surprised they didn't think, oh yeah, we'll do one of those. And then, Slim Jim, right. So yeah, talk about getting into the late 90s, 2000s mindset. We mentioned that a couple weeks ago, because when we looked at Midway Arcade Treasures 3, which you also used the GameCube version for, it was a case where there was Slim Jim advertisements in San Francisco Rush 2029. Whoa.
Most of us live and learn. You just live.
I don't know. I don't know. I have lust for life. What can I say? Or lust for great gaming. Of any kind of gaming, you know?
Just because you go around in circles doesn't make you a big wheel.
I'm also trying to see, like, what weird stunts can I do that I haven't done. Okay, let's do the... Okay. Okay, there's the bullet.
Wasted on you.
Alright, gonna bullet our way through. Oh, there you go. In the storm. Yeah, I'll just do all the stunts. I'll see if I can't do, like, the can thing, which I could not do that really very easily on my tests. Whoa. Whoa.
How can I miss you if you won't go away?
Yeah, we're not going away yet. Maybe I can't do it. Alright, let's do the ride thing there. Let's do the other one. Alright, I have to hold up to do that. Oops. Okay, that's the bullet. There we go. Awesome. I always love doing that in Wave Race 64, the idea that you launch off a ramp as far as that. And I always loved, actually, Ayumi Stewart's voice in that one, which is the, oh, oh. Ouch. Jesus Christ. Talk about, yeah, the that gotta hurt perspective, my god. Yeah, I think what we're seeing here above anything else, this is, I think, a perfect backdrop to final thoughts on this game. As far as it... Yeah, this game is really, really good. I mean, as I said, it's not Wave Race 64, but then again, Wave Race 64 is its own deal. I know it. But this is definitely a worthy follow-up. This has many, many values that honestly were... Whoa! A case where maybe I took this game for granted to a certain degree. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm gonna make that mistake again. This game is a lot of fun still, and as I said, maybe because I miss games like this, maybe because of the summer weather, maybe because of, I don't know, the love of Wave Race, or unique franchises like this, or cases where franchises that have been dormant for a while that have value to them. And I don't think the case like we don't get them means they don't have value, or they're necessarily seen as they don't. So there's a question saying that they have to, I guess, justify the idea, like, how can they sell this as far as getting people to buy it? But I think that's where people like us come in, saying like, oh, we know and love this game, but also going into a discussion, talking about it, and then saying, well, what could they do as far as this game? You know, let's show the water coming down just for purposes as it is on laps. Oh, crap. But maybe give us some ideas, because I know sometimes there's a question saying that, okay, when it comes to pitching a game, maybe I look at this way, saying that, I don't know, we could give a sense of saying that this show and everybody who stops by, or guests as well, sometimes your personal sounding board. I mean, are they necessarily going to hear the small show? Maybe not, but we're getting an idea out there. People are going to say, like, oh, wow, I remember Wave Race Boost Storm. I remember great times I had. I missed this franchise. God, I'd like another one. Hey, there's some unique things this game does that they could then mine for ideas, and then people watching this like, oh, wow, the people who are doing this show and also the people come and chat, more importantly, are coming up with good points about saying what could they do with Wave Race to make a triumphant return, you know? I think that's above anything else that I think is the idea. So in that case, yeah, there you go. So
most of us live and learn. You just live.
So the water did recede. There is that.
For a minute, I thought you were crazy. I was wrong. You were crazy for a lot longer.
Actually, before I go on, I actually noticed one other detail. That's the other thing sometimes about just playing around and screwing around with the game. Sometimes you stop and you sometimes look at something like that, and in this case, I'm going to turn the camera around. You use the C-stick to play around with the camera. Right, there, it's like a ladder going up to the top of this, I guess, to get the, the starting line flag unfurled. Yeah, I think there are a lot of great ideas as far as another Wave Race. I think that's something I think we're all agreeing on, saying that it fills a niche as far as water-based racing games that maybe we don't see enough of anymore. It's a case where it's a franchise of Nintendo's that had a permanence that people remember, and remember every version, all three of the ones that came out. And I guess also, I was lucky underneath that. I guess also a case of saying that amidst the franchises that are massive, case of saying that, wow, I think they could do things with this, and some of the unique things this does with the coach system, some of the hidden extras they've got, some of the challenges going on. I can imagine something like this running with like online play. Yeah, because that's something Wave Race never did, online. Saying like, how about online racing stores? Give us tons of tracks, like every track from like every game. Redo the Game Boy tracks. Redo these. Give the case of saying all these weather effects. Rebuild the engine as far as how it is for the waves. Like, wow, it feels like we're really gliding on the water, even more in ways that maybe we never imagined, even out of this game or out of Wave Race 64. And get some of those things going that way. Have the kind of playful perspective that I think Wave Race kind of has had across all of these cases. Maybe it's a game that doesn't really take itself too seriously.
Being difficult, don't you?
And there's these things about it that you usually don't see in other games like this. In its way, this is kind of like something like Pilotwings, very quintessentially Nintendo, even if it's not something that. Oh, you're right. You have timeout. I forgot about that. All right, so in that case, I died to get the lightning hit. I forgot as far as that. Okay. Alright, so I think that's going to be the idea. Although, actually, I will put Dolphin Mode in because I am going to end on music. We're going to end on the Wave Race 64 music as is. But yeah, I had a great time playing Wave Race Boost Storm. I had a great time going into all of it with all of you. Thank you so much to our best chat on Twitch for sure for joining us. To Ensure Joke here, thank you for joining the Super Bowl Game Saturday family, stopping by, giving your insights and information. I do appreciate that, because I say, I don't know everything on games. I can talk and say, like, oh, I know certain things, but the stories you tell and the information you provide add a lot of content and a lot of life to the show, and I can't thank all of you enough for it. You especially, as far as joining us, we welcome you, and thank you so much for stopping by the program, and also Dolly Finn and Gemini96, and let me just quickly put this in. And then what we do at the end of the show, just to let you know, is, as I mentioned, next week on our YouTube site, I will archive this. I'll add in, like, edits and things for things I might say wrong, or questions like, hey, are Akari Hayami and Ryota Hayami, are they related? Can I find an answer on that? If you know, feel free to indicate that, and I won't have to edit. Or it's like, oh, don't worry, the answer's coming later, or something. Or have pictures of some of the stuff that go on as far as how it goes, with certain things that we might discuss, and links as well of things, too. There we go. Dolphin mode.
You have chosen poorly.
Okay, there we go. Let's this is the perfect way to end. Let's end at Dolphin Park with the sarcastic announcer and the Waver 64 music. So it's 1996 all over again. And 2001 all over again, as well. Yeah, but that's the case. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, it is a great case as far as the retro wave. Thank you so much as far as that insert joke here. So good to see you as far as it. And thank you so much for joining us. Yes, there we go. This is the case of Wave Race Blue Storm. Actually, I just want to see. Alright, the sarcastic announcer's not here. Alright. Thank you for joining us, of course, and also as it adding to the show. That's the thing. All of you are adding to the show as far as I could just be sitting here talking for games, but in all honesty, all of you make this show great in the sense of saying that you have experiences and stories you want to tell, other things you want to see, stuff that maybe is unexpected to all of us that makes an experience like this, and like, yeah, I'm having a great time, and trying to bring you all in as far as, look, I know I'd love to hand the control to you through the screen, no question, but also in case of saying that you're on the couch with us as far as this experience, and thank you so much as far as it. And next time we come back to Wave Race, as far as franchises, I just went right through that. We will play Wave Race for the Game Boy. I do want to also second chance Wave Race 64, and every just player turn. This is multiplayer show, perhaps. And maybe we get another one. I'm buying Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. I know it seems like it's a far reach potentially for that. But I see a little bit. I see a bit of Wave Race in that game, no question. And we'll show off Wii Sports Resort for that purpose as well. And I guess that game as well. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? I'm not going to give up hope, even if it's a case of saying like, yeah, maybe it's not likely. It's not a guarantee. I know that. But still, a case of saying that. I don't know. I mean, something like Wave Race, it is very special and very sacred as far as it. The fact that it keeps getting released as far as Wave Race 64. I guess that speaks to that as well. Alright, but as we're seeing the nice water life, and then also going up the side of the rock with the dolphin. That's the idea. In some ways, also with Wave Race 64, and this one too, very inspirational in this weird way. You wouldn't expect it to be. There you go. Let's do the barrel of the dolphin. Fantastic. Okay, so we do at the end of the show, when we do this, is we go into schedule because we have stuff coming up. We are not fly-by-night operation. Okay, we are in the sense that this is something totally improvisational. This is not something that necessarily is monetized, something that we just kind of have this casual hangout at the end of a long week, or a shorter week in this case. But also, in this case, we are doing a Thursday show. It's a rarity for us. We usually do on Friday or Saturday, usually Saturday, where our show gets its name of Super Old Games Saturday from Nikki, who's been on the show before, and also in our chat. The idea of a retro gaming hangout as far as during the week, or at the end of the week. But we'll play anything as far as, even more modern games. We'll look at some of those, and anything you want to see, feel free to let us know what they are, and we'll get to them with questions. You'll be involved as far as what your experience are, telling your story as far as this, as I'll tell mine. I appreciate that. At the end of every show, we do talk about the schedule that's coming up, and also when the show is coming up, because of the 4th of July weekend, we're on Thursday, so in that case, we're not going to have another show this week, but our next show is going to be next Saturday, July 11th, continuing the Nintendo train as far as how it is. We've been playing Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I'm playing the remake on the Switch, but I've also been giving credit to the Game Boy original, in particular with Ouch. Something I show later as far as if we come back to a long-form game like that every month to repeat it. I'm almost done with the remake. We'll be done next time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 11th. We finish that either then or when we do the next part on July 31st, the end of Friday for it. We will look at the Game Boy Color version in particular. I have the Switch Online set up for both the US and Japanese version, so we're going to show off the items that were censored from the US version as far as the Topless Hippo, it'll make sense of context, and the Topless Mermaid, which makes a little more sense. And also a change of training question on that. But also, it is the Game Boy Color version we're looking at as the extra case going into the Photoshop, which is unique, or the camera shop, which is unique to that, and I said, we gotta give that to you. We will. as far as it, but in that case, it's for the full player run the Switch remake. Right, the Switch 2, so it has the 60 FPS mode running as far as how it goes that way. That'll be our next show on, as mentioned, July 11th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, this is either going to be a Friday or a Saturday on either July 17th or 18th. I'll update you next week. We're doing our scoping session. We do this, this year we have an initiative where we take a look at a game that's really long to get a sense of what's a full play that's going to look like. This month is a choice of mine, looking at Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. I love Age of Empires, thinking of the games that I sort of grew up with. The real-time strategy franchise of Microsoft and Ensemble Studios. They did a semi-modern version on Xbox One, Series S and X. That's the way I'm going to show it to start, to get a sense of, I want to give a look at this terrific real-time strategy game based on ancient civilization set in the medieval period. So we're going to have a look as far as going over it with that version and going over my memories with the original PC game, but also with the new one. Also, tons of content over there. Because once I play this game, it'll look like this. That's massive. And then, week after that, on July 25th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sometimes our show times change. And on our Twitch site, I'll have the schedule updated on Saturday after like 7 p.m. what next week's show is, because I can only do it in the 1 week indications. But July 25th, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Crochander64 is a guest of ours. He's coming in for our start of Kodelka for the PlayStation. It's a very obscure, very rare game from SNK and Saknov. It is the predecessor to the Shadow Hearts franchise. We played Shadow Hearts on PlayStation 2 and Shadow Hearts Covenant on PS2 as well. This is the next piece of the puzzle. It is a the turn-based strategy game. Not like a Fire Emblem or a Shining Force or something like that. He's a start play of that game. To play some interesting things and to continue our perspective looking at that franchise, looking at every game in it. And another one we're hoping for a re-release of, and hopefully answers on its spiritual successor, Penny Blood, that got kickstarted, but a lot of legal things that made eventually out. Crochander64's lost hope, and I don't blame him. I hope he's wrong. I hope we can get that going. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look on Kodelka starting that. As I mentioned, finale of Link's Awakening, mostly show-offs of the game we call Game I Think, as far as that on Friday, July 31st, it's at PM Eastern Standard Time. But if not, we'll go more into the Dante Shack quest of the Switch release. And then week after that, we'll be playing On the Ball for Super Nintendo. That was a viewer request. We do a viewer request every month, by the way. That was the request of Electverse, who comes in our chat. He's a fan of this game from Super Nintendo. It is a tilting puzzle game. Basically, it's like a labyrinth ball game from Taito. It is the home release of Camel Tree, or Camel Try. I don't know which one it is. I'll try and figure that out when we get to it. It has extra levels that are not in the arcade original. We've shown the arcade original before in Title Levels 2. We looked that over about a year ago. We're doing that full look. I'd never heard of that game until Electris mentioned it to me, and I'm glad he did, because in that case, give chat what they want to see, but also get a sense of understanding walks of life of gaming that I'm not familiar with. And I appreciate that. That's a gift to me. But also to be able to find these interesting games and also get people like, oh my god, I love this game. I feel like nobody remembers it. What's the way of getting attention to it again? This is the way to do it. And I love doing that. I deserve my thanks to all of your support for joining the show and giving all your gifts. It's something I always will thank you for continuously. And then week after that, let's see. Next Scoping session is going to be for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle for Xbox Series S and X, but I'm also going to show the Switch 2 version for its first mission, in particular, both ways. I think it's worth knowing. Then next part of Kodelka the week after that, and then end of August, I've got a show. I'm going to be celebrating the 30th anniversary of Sonic 3D Blast by putting into context the idea of it being a remake of Flicky. So I take a look at Flicky, both the arcade and the Sega Genesis versions, and I take a look at Sonic 3D Blast, the Sega Genesis, and the Sega Saturn versions. As far as I don't know those games well, so we're not going to be at that too long as the case. And then just to briefly go in September, because we're going full way. First 2 weeks of the month, I'm not going to be here. I have things going on. Actually, my brother and Karen are not getting married. I'll say that. So I'm not going to be here. I've got off-screen content for the YouTube side, recording stuff for Final Fantasy 14. We did an off-screen look at that last week. as it was that went up there. More stuff going on. We're going to do an on-screen scoping session in that next year. Then also December we'll have, I think, the finale of Kodalka and the scoping session on Mass Effect. We run Mass Effect Legendary Edition on request page 42. And then we have our October Halloween block. That's for Halloween-related games. We have Bloodborne and PlayStation 4 that Gemini 96 and Chad's going to start for us first weekend. Other stuff is still percolating. Christian 64 is going to come in for something. We're going to take our scoping session, look at Persona 3 FPS and PlayStation 2. I think I'm going to show off either Haunted House for Atari 2600 or Devil's Crush for TurboGrafx 16 for one of those. And what else? And November's a little bit up in the air for certain things. We got our annual Disney game, which is the weekend before Thanksgiving. Got to figure if I'm doing Toy Story 2 for that or starting that. I might be. And then our showcase for Thanksgiving weekend, 2 days after Thanksgiving. We do it every year. This year it's Game Show Games, run across a bunch of systems. We've got Jeopardy, we've got Family Feud, we have Double Dare, we have Wheel of Fortune, we have Participation, we have You Know Jack. We've got many more as far as how it's going to go. You're not going to want to miss how that's going. And then other stuff going in December and more into next year. We are not stopping on this program. They said, yeah, we're riding this dolphin all the way through for anything as far as anything you want to see. And other stuff like, you know what, I missed this game. I want to show it. I want to tell people it's out there. And it's like, oh my God, I remember this game. And get the perspective out there. Like, yeah, we're getting stuck on the dock as it is, but. Okay, no, all right, there you go. That's going to be the idea. Okay. All right, so in that case, I think that's going to do it for Super Bowl Game Saturday on, well, Fridays it is now. But in that case, that's the end of our show. But thank you so much for joining us. And remember, we got tons of content over on our YouTube site. It's linked in the Twitch area for it. So, yeah, Super Bowl Game Saturday is going to be all around for you. Tons of it. Have a good 4th of July. Thank you as well, insert joke here. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your contributions for tonight's show. Hope you had a good time. I appreciate all of your input. I definitely worked to please as far as having a good time. It's something relaxing. It's like, hey, I'm welcoming everybody who comes by. It's like, what do you have to say? What do you want us to talk about when it comes to aspects of gaming? I really appreciate. Of course, have a wonderful 4th of July. And in that case, thank you so much, everybody, for watching the show. Have a great rest of your night. A great extended 4th of July weekend. A great 4th of July. And a great week coming forward next week. We'll be back to Wave Race at some day with Wave Race on Game Boy. I think there's a second chance 64 again as well. I'll figure out how we're going to do that. I will see you next Saturday, July 11th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I almost said Link to the Past. Part 2 coming up. You're not going to want to miss it on any of our shows. And thank you so much for joining us once again. Just to reiterate that, I'm never going to be stopping the thing. Until then, and until next time we see Wave Race here, thank you so much for all the memories to all of you, and also to Wave Race Blue Storm. But until next time, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, have a wonderful holiday, and take care, everybody.